Chapter 551. Wuxia knew that her actions just now had caused Yuming and the others to misunderstand. She felt a little helpless. However, even if she explained, they probably wouldn't believe her. Therefore, she just shook her head lightly and didn't say much. Her gaze fell to the front, looking at Gu Xianer and the others, who were sizing up the strange stones around them. "Sister, why don't you change your method? With Gu Chang's current power, it would be good if he could be my brother-in-law." Yuming saw Wuxia looking at Gu Chang'e and couldn't help but continue to say with a smile. He felt that his sister was probably shy. From what he saw today, whether it was in terms of appearance or cultivation, Gu Chang'e was the best choice. In such a big upper realm, could there be a more suitable person than him? Wuxia glanced at him and didn't say anything. "Sister, if you don't want to, then just pretend that I didn't say anything." Yuming suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He touched the back of his head and retracted his words. He understood that this was a sign that his sister was angry. He must have some understanding of that ominous stone. Wuxia's eyes flickered slightly. From the short contact with Gu Chang'e just now, she could feel the casual confidence in Gu Chang'e's words. It was a feeling that everything was under control. The divine stone is going to be taken. The appearance of the divine stone is huge. At this moment, there was a commotion in the distance. Many cultivators looked over in shock. Streaks of divine rainbows also flew in that direction. In a corner of the market, there was an extremely old vine. It was so thick that it looked like a dragon crawling on the ground. It was more than 10 meters in diameter and stretched in all directions. The old vine's branches and leaves were full of green light, which filled this corner, giving people a feeling that it was full of vitality. Below this old vine, there was an ancient well. The four walls were engraved with powerful formation runes. It was made of origin stones, and it emitted a dense radiance. A powerful aura was spreading out. Usually, the ancient well was sealed because there was a piece of divine stone inside. Today, traces of Tao laws appeared, as if they were breathing, wanting to rush out of the ancient well. The energy fluctuations here instantly attracted the attention of many cultivators. A few ancient existences appeared, their faces indistinct. They towered in all directions, chaotic energy swirling around them. When they took action, they produced streak after streak of divine patterns to ensure that nothing unexpected would happen when the divine stones appeared. A dense white fog rose from this place. That was a sign that the spiritual energy here was extremely dense. Every piece of stone was reflecting off each other, emitting a misty brilliance. The wondrous stones had spirits. When they sensed that a divine stone was about to appear, they all began to tremble, releasing resonating trembling sounds. This miraculous scene shocked everyone and made them click their tongues in wonder. "This is the ethereal demon stone of the 7 great divine stones." A purple-clothed young man walked up. He had an imposing appearance, and he had the bearing of a demon god. His sharpness was restrained, and in the depths of his eyes that were like stars, there was a domineering aura that could conquer the world. It was the heaven demon sovereign. He couldn't hide his joy as he stared at the ancient well. Many people suddenly understood. It was rumored that the ethereal demon stone of the 7 great divine stones came from the sky demon cloud tomb. And the sky demon cloud tomb was the final resting place of the most powerful great demons in the universe. For those ancient great demons of the demon race, when they reached the end of their lifespan, they would quietly leave their clans and find a quiet place to pass away. And the sky demon cloud tomb was such a mysterious place. This ethereal demon stone came from there. Many old Genesis masters guessed that this ethereal demon stone very likely contained the core of an ancient great demon or something similar to a relic. However, if one wanted to cut open this ethereal demon stone, they had to obtain its approval. Ethereal demon stone, it is rumored that every full moon night, an ethereal voice like the sound of nature will come from this place, and it has something to do with this demon stone. Gu Chang'e also came over, a pensive look on his face. At this moment, a rich brilliance gushed out from the ancient well, as if a scene of ascension was appearing. A primordial stone the size of a wash basin, sparkling and translucent, very dazzling, flew out from it, and then steadily landed on the ancient vine above. This scene caused the breathing of many cultivators to quicken as they stared at the ethereal demon stone. Many ancient existences appeared, sealing off the surrounding space. However, many people felt that there was a misty immortal light sprinkling from the ethereal demon stone. An extremely dazzling brilliance rushed out, as if an incomparably beautiful immortal demon was slowly dancing there. Such a beautiful scene made people click their tongues in amazement, unable to take their eyes off it. They even felt that the dance contained an indescribable mystery. What's going on with Big Red? At this moment, Gu Xian's somewhat surprised voice sounded as he looked at the big red bird at his feet. Hearing this voice, Gu Chang'e also withdrew his gaze and looked over with a strange expression. The big red bird that Gu Xian had always carried at his side was currently staring at the ethereal demon stone as if in a daze, as if its soul had been sucked into it, not moving at all. However, the color of its feathers gradually became brighter and brighter. Even the bald spots on its body had new feathers growing out. This ethereal demon stone is said to be related to an ancient great demon. Could it be that this big red bird's origin is not simple? Seeing this scene, Gu Chang'e was a bit surprised as he thought to himself. As the daughter of fate, Gu Xian's item had an extraordinary origin. He could understand this. Before this, he felt that the big red bird was not a simple bird. Instead, he felt that it was some kind of spiritual object that had gained intelligence. However, compared to the other godly stones, this ethereal demon stone's conditions were very strict. It had to be activated first before it was qualified to be cut. At this moment, even the heaven demon sovereign walked up excitedly, trying to establish a connection with the ethereal demon stone. He took a deep breath and channeled an ancient technique. His entire body shone like a purple sun, emitting a dazzling aura. However, the ethereal demon stone only quietly landed on the ancient vine, not moving at all. It was not affected by the heaven demon sovereign. No matter what method he used, it was still as quiet as a mountain, not changing at all. Even a young elite like the heaven demon sovereign could not activate this ethereal demon stone. It seems that no one will be able to cut it in this God Stone convention. Ever since the ethereal demon stone was brought to Kunwu City, it has not been activated by anyone. Even the demon race's magnates could not do anything about it. Everyone could not help but shake their heads. They were not disappointed as this was expected. How is this possible? Even I cannot activate it. The heaven demon sovereign was unwilling and in disbelief. His expression became very ugly. He had come prepared and read many ancient records. He was full of confidence. Moreover, he was the demon race's recognized young paragon for many years. There was no one in the same generation who could match him. Now, even he had no fate with this godly stone. Then, the heavenly phoenix maiden, golden cicada Buddhist child, six-crown king, and the others also walked up one after another, trying to establish a connection with the ethereal demon stone. However, they all failed in the end. They shook their heads and retreated regretfully. Even I can't do it. It seems that fate is needed. Gu Chang'e also walked up to try. However, the stone still did not change. He did not care about this. Then he looked at the big red bird beside Gu Xian'er. He thought for a while and did not put it on the stone. If this ethereal demon stone had a connection with the big red bird, he would have enough time to try it. He was not in a hurry. At this moment, several people walked over from the other side. The leader was Shi from the clan. Her complexion looked much better now. Her expression was calm, and she wore a veil. She was followed by Niu Tian, Jiang Chen, and the others. Apart from that, there was another handsome man with a slightly pale complexion who seemed to have just recovered from a serious illness walking very close to him. There seemed to be a divine halo floating around him, and it was very hazy. A golden cross flashed in his eyes, and the chaotic scene of the opening of the heavens appeared. He was like a matchless war immortal. Seeing this group of people coming over, a great disturbance was created. And she, the eldest daughter of the ANS. I thought she would not participate in this God Stone convention. The young man behind her, isn't he that mysterious divine origin master from a few days ago? Is he going to help? And she? If she can get the help of a divine origin master, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. Many people were shocked. They recognized Jiang Chen. He was the guy who had bought so many holy objects in the market. Kuan-Wu City had been in an uproar recently. Many forces and orthodoxies had extended an olive branch to him, but Jiang Chen refused to meet them all. He refused all of them. Rumors about his eccentric character also spread like wildfire. Seeing him following in Shi that day, many people were shocked. They found it incredible. Some senior origin masters stared at Jiang Chen. They sized him up carefully, but they could not sense any origin master energy from him. Little immortal of war, he is here too. Has he recovered from his injury? But he looks like he hasn't fully recovered yet. However, even more people noticed the handsome young man on the other side of Anshi and were secretly shocked. It was the little immortal of war, the descendant of the war immortal's palace, who had been attacked by the inheritor of the demonic method and escaped by luck. The little immortal of war had almost been killed by the inheritor of the demonic method. Fortunately, his protector had noticed it and saved him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This had caused a great disturbance in the upper realm. Many people even thought the little immortal of war's origin had been damaged. He would not show up in the world in a short time. He should be fine. But we can ask him about the inheritor of the demonic method. The inheritor of the demonic method is hiding in the dark. It's impossible to guard against him. The heavenly phoenix maiden, the celestial monster monarch, and many other young supreme venerables had the same idea when they had seen the little immortal of war. The inheritor of the demonic method could be said to be everyone's enemy. It would be a good thing for them to know his current means and strength. If they ran into the inheritor of the demonic method in 4.9, they would have a way to deal with him. Greetings, Doctrine brothers. The little immortal of war was very handsome. His hair was long. Golden cross-shaped symbols were flashing in his eyes. This was one of his terrifying and mysterious eye techniques. Many people did not have the nerve to look at him directly. After arriving, he greeted the heavenly phoenix maiden, six-crowned king, Wuxia, and the other young supreme venerables with a smile. And she and the others beside him were also very natural. It was as if they had forgotten about the humiliation they had suffered before. Everyone was extremely courteous as they asked about his injuries. I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern. The little immortal of war shook his head. Then, he looked at Gu Chang'e on the other side. However, when he noticed Su Qing'e behind Gu Chang'e, his pupils suddenly shrank and his body trembled. It was as if he had seen something terrifying. He was extremely shocked and could not believe it. Although he quickly recovered, his strange expression could not be hidden from the young supreme venerables. The sect masters and ancient existences of the great sects were also confused. From what they could see, the little immortal of war was not showing such emotions because he saw Gu Chang'e. Why are you staring at me, Doctrine brother? Could it be that you want to avenge the previous war immortal of the war immortal manner? Noticing this, Gu Chang'e glanced at Su Qing'e behind him. Then, he smiled faintly and asked. Chapter 552. The ancient vine was as thick as a dragon with verdant leaves and branches. The ethereal demon stone lay quietly on top of it, emitting a lustrous glow. It was as still as a mountain. Many people had gathered at this place. When they heard Gu Changa's words, they all had different feelings. The appearance of the little war immortal caused quite a stir here. Many cultivators looked over. His strange behavior just now had attracted the attention of many ancient existences and sect masters of the great sections. After all, the little war immortal was an ancient freak of the war immortal's manner. In the current upper realm, he was one of the best among his peers. Why would he be shocked by such a simple thing? Greetings, young Lord Changa. I was thinking about something just now and was a little absent-minded. I hope young Lord Changa won't be offended if I offended you. The little war immortal quickly recovered and cupped his hands. He pretended not to hear Gu Changa's slightly mocking words. He also understood that he was so shocked that his expression changed. That was why Gu Changa and the others noticed the abnormality. However, although his expression was calm, his heart was surging with waves of shock. He was not shocked because of Gu Changa, but because of Su Chinga who was behind Gu Changa. Some time ago, he was attacked by the inheritor of the demonic arts and almost died. However, in this incident, he used his innate eye technique to see through the veil covering the face of the inheritor of the demonic arts and saw her true appearance. The inheritor of the demonic arts was not a man, but a woman. Moreover, her face was exactly the same as the woman in white who stood quietly behind Gu Changa. That was why he was so shocked just now. He found it hard to believe and his heart was in turmoil. If the two of them were the same person, then the implications of this matter were simply too terrifying. It was simply unimaginable. Did Gu Changa know about it? If Gu Changa knew, thinking of this, even with the little war immortal's mental state after all these years of cultivation, he still trembled slightly with fear. Oh, so you're thinking about something. Could it be that you've hurt your mind before and haven't recovered yet? Gu Changa asked with interest. Thank you for your concern, young Master Changa. It seems that I haven't fully recovered from my previous injuries. Little war immortal was not an idiot. At this time, he did not act rashly and alert the enemy. After calming down, he revealed a smile and cupped his hands. In that case, fellow Taoist, you really should pay attention to your rest. Gu Changa nodded and smiled. Hearing the conversation between the two, everyone present had different expressions. Many older generation existences also frowned slightly, a little puzzled. It was obvious that the little war immortal was being a little vague. These words were also like a riddle. They were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. However, they did not expect this to be related to little warrior fairy being attacked by the inheritor of the demonic arts. Looks like there's something going on between the two of them. The expressions of the heavenly phoenix maiden, golden cicada Buddha child, and the others changed slightly. They felt that there was something going on between the little battle immortal and Gu Changa. If the little war immortal had contact with Gu Changa, it was when he was in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. However, at that time, Gu Changa was busy dealing with the supreme experts of the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Obviously, he had no contact with the little war immortal. If there was a grudge between the two, it was related to the previous war immortal of the war immortal manor. After all, the reincarnation of the war immortal was said to have been killed by Gu Changa in the Tianlan realm. This caused the war immortal manor to hate Gu Changa. In addition, when the little war immortal was attacked by the inheritor of the demonic arts, Gu Changa was still in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. They had nothing to do with each other. Therefore, they did not think about this matter. Soon, peace was restored. Seeing that nothing had happened, the sect leaders did not care and continued to study the ethereal demon stone. Gu Changa, on the other hand, took Gu Xian, Su Chinga, Ada, and the others to another area of the market. The market was very big and contained heaven and earth. Every godly stone was placed in a different place and far away from each other to avoid being affected by each other's aura. Qing Xian, the little war immortal seemed to be looking at you. Have you seen him before? Gu Changa smiled faintly and asked Su Chinga who was beside him. Su Chinga's heart skipped a beat. In fact, when the little war immortal looked at her, she felt a little uneasy. She felt that something had gone wrong. Although she had hidden her real face well, the little war immortal obviously had some kind of special eye technique. It was very likely that the little war immortal already knew her real face. Otherwise, he would not show such a shocked expression. Young Master Gu, I have never seen the little war immortal before. I don't know why he was staring at me. Su Chinga shook her head and answered. She was very serious about this matter. Then it seems that he is a lecher. Hearing this, Gu Changa smiled faintly and his expression did not change. Su Chinga braced herself and said, maybe he mistook me for someone else. She felt that Gu Changa was helping her out just now. But in this case, things became more difficult for her. Su Chinga already felt that it was very difficult to continue hiding her identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts. This made her a little flustered for a moment and she did not know what to do next. Could it be that the moment had come for her to confess to Gu Changa? Then, would he kill him directly? There are countless ways to change one's face in this world. It is possible that he mistook me for someone else. Gu Changa nodded in agreement with this statement. But Su Chinga always felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words. This was Gu Changa trying to give her an explanation. She was more or less relieved. Now it seemed that the only way was to get rid of the little war immortal. And she was not sure whether the little war immortal would tell the power behind him about this after knowing her real face. This was what she was most worried about. Are you all right? On the other side, among the people of the tribe who were investigating a few strange stones. And she was a little confused and asked the little war immortal. The two of them were very close, and the power behind them even wanted to form a marriage alliance. Obviously, they were very familiar with each other. The little war immortal had already calmed down. He shook his head and used the excuse just now to fool and she. I was just a little absent-minded. It's nothing serious. While speaking, he stared at the back of Gu Changa in the distance and frowned. If Gu Changa's maid was the inheritor of the demonic arts who tried to kill him some time ago, then it was very likely that Gu Changa did not know about this. He also did not know that his maid was the inheritor of the demonic arts who hid very well. But there was another possibility. In fact, Gu Changa knew about this, but he had always acquiesced and turned a blind eye. The reason why the inheritor of the demonic arts could escape from Gu Changa several times was also because of this. From the previous incident when the inheritor of the demonic arts tried to kill him, the little war immortal could feel that the inheritor of the demonic arts was very strong, but it was only limited. It was not to the extent that it could easily kill him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape by chance. Compared with the inheritor of the demonic arts who only Gu Changa could control, there was obviously a big gap. Looking at it this way, it made sense why such a weak inheritor of the demonic arts could escape from Gu Changa several times. This matter must be reported to the sect after the Divine Stone Convention, otherwise it will definitely be a big deal. It's really too scary. No matter which possibility it was, the little war immortal felt that this matter was very troublesome and his whole body was slightly trembling. He did not dare to tell this matter to a second person, for fear of alerting the enemy. Otherwise, his situation would become extremely dangerous, and he might not even be able to leave Kunwu City. Since the little war immortal did not want to say more, and she did not ask further. She had come here mainly for the 7 divine stones. Then she said something to Niu Tian and Jiang Chen behind her. The two glanced at each other and nodded. Soon, there was a great commotion. The brilliant stones were cut open one after another. Rich lights gushed out, like a colorful sea of 643 tides. Jiang Chen launched an attack. He showed his skills as a divine origin master. A group of people surrounded him, all of them with white heads. Many older people's eyes lit up. They hoped Jiang Chen could help them cut some longevity herbs. The other divine origin masters also came over. They wanted to see Jiang Chen's skills with their own eyes. However, they were disappointed when they saw it. They did not see any great skills. Jiang Chen picked up the stones casually, as if they were watermelons. He said there must be something good hidden in them. Such skills were very different from what they had expected from a divine origin master, but they could not find any other explanation except for the divine origin master's explanation. He doesn't look like a divine origin master. Instead, it looks like he has some kind of talent or skill. He can tell whether there are any divine objects in them. But it's really admirable that he can cut stones with such talent. Six Crown King, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and others also came over. They came to this conclusion after witnessing Jiang Chen's skills. The whole Kunwu city had been shocked when Jiang Chen had cut out so many divine objects. Since he was going to cut stones, this place was immediately crowded. Many big shots came over. Even Wuxia, the eldest princess of the Yu dynasty, showed up. Her eyes were bright and beautiful. She was observing Jiang Chen's skills carefully. Looks like he's going to steal the show. That's a good plan. Gu Chang'e, waiting for the fairy fetus to show up, noticed the other side. Raising his eyebrows, he guessed what Jiang Chen and others were up to. Many big shots from the upper realms had gathered here. If Jiang Chen helped him after showing his skills, the other big shots would appreciate him easily. For the ANS, and even in Shi, this was a good chance to get favors from those big shots. Gu Chang'e did not plan to intervene. His smile became a little strange. The higher he stood now, the more despair he would feel when he fell. Chapter 553. Jiang Chen was a respected divine origin master, but he had another identity that had not been exposed. He was the evil guy who had killed the leaders of various religious sects in the Great Void Divine Tomb. He might even have something as good as the divine personality of Void with him. Not to mention that Gu Chang'e had planted a demon seed in him. This thing was a time bomb. As long as he wanted to, he could ruin Jiang Chen's reputation in an instant. He would become a rat despised by the whole world. However, it was not the right time yet. Gu Chang'e was not going to do that. He needed to make use of Jiang Chen to attack Mount Kun this time. Gu Chang'e, I think there's something good in this wonder stone, too. At this moment, Gu Xian's voice came. It interrupted Gu Chang'e's thoughts. He looked back. If there's something good, cut it. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. He glanced at the wonder stone she had chosen. There were many stones in this corner. Many practitioners were picking them. Although Jiang Chen had caused a great disturbance, not all of the cultivators went over to watch them. Seeing Gu Chang'e not interested in it, Gu Xian murmured, "I'm just telling you." Then she asked the stone-cutting master to cut the wonder stone open for her. At once, dazzling light filled the air, causing another round of commotion. Undoubtedly, this was the birth of a precious treasure. The energy fluctuation alone was enough to make people take it seriously. Not until then did many people recall that Gu Xian was also suspected to have the inheritance of a divine origin master. She was very good at picking stones. However, compared to Jiang Chen, who was alone, Gu Xian was not someone they could get close to. At this thought, they felt sorry for her. The Divine Stone Convention had attracted the attention of the whole upper realm. Almost all the famous people had shown up, picking stones in every corner. They patted them left and right, looking at them as if they were choosing watermelons from fruit farmers at a roadside stall. Dazzling lights could be seen everywhere at every moment, illuminating the sky of this place. Many ancient existences would even fight over a piece of strange stone. Not long after, the rest of the 7 great divine stones appeared one after another. Many figures gathered over, surrounding this place, continuously sizing it up. There were even some who used ancient methods in an attempt to trigger its resonance. Apart from the void spirit demon stone, the rest of the divine stones were also of different shapes. There was even a piece that had 7 orifices and was as tall as a child. It was like a beating heart, and every orifice was flowing with radiance. It was enshrouded in mist, and it was colorful as it swallowed the Tao rhythm of the world. It is rumored that the 7-orifice divine stone nurtures a creature. It is a type of unrivaled creature that was born and matured. This 7-orifice divine stone has always been sealed under the Tao attainment treasure in Wu City. It has been absorbing the Emperor's aura day and night. Now, it already has some Emperor's aura. If it is allowed to come out, it will be absolutely unimaginable. Many ancient figures walked up, carefully sizing up this 7-aperture divine stone. They could see multicolored light surging within the apertures, continuously interweaving and spreading outwards like a layer of mist. If a cultivator's cultivation was slightly weaker, they would even feel waves of fear and involuntarily worship this 7-orifice divine stone. As the 7-orifice divine stone of the 7 great divine stones, it was also the most special among them because it could not be cut open. Its origin was not small. It was obtained by an ancient Taoist master from a certain immortal demon Tao field. At that time, the rules of heaven and earth had not been broken yet. Those who could be called Taoist masters had at least surpassed the immortal realm. Therefore, in many people's opinion, this 7-orifice divine stone was very likely to be the descendant of a former unrivaled existence, sealed in the form of a divine stone. This 7-orifice divine stone had been placed in Wu City for more than a few eras. During this period, some people had tried to steal it using various methods, but in the end, they all failed. Either they accidentally touched the Tao attainment treasure guarding this stone, or they were obliterated by the restrictive array patterns on its surface, vanishing into thin air, and died. Gu Changde paid attention to this 7-orifice divine stone. He felt that it seemed to be transmitting a kind of fear and avoidance to him. This made him somewhat interested. It seemed that this 7-orifice divine stone had already developed a considerable amount of spiritual intelligence. Apart from the 7-orifice divine stone, there was another divine stone that attracted the most attention. To be precise, it was a divine fetus. It was half the height of a person, and it was placed in a pile of celestial materials. Its entire body was like a clear and flawless jasper, sparkling and translucent. One could see dense celestial mist flowing within it, and wisps of it curled around the divine fetus. At every moment, one could see countless Taoist rhythms and spiritual opportunities surging in between heaven and earth, being swallowed and absorbed by it. In fact, even the cultivators standing beside it would feel as if their Tao hearts were clear, and they could even meditate where they were, feeling a sense of enlightenment. The origin of this divine fetus was even more mysterious. Some said that it fell from the 9 heavens, and some said that it came from a heavenly river that flowed through the celestial realm, and flowed along the heavenly river into this realm. There were too many rumors about this divine fetus. Every night, one could see the glow of the Milky Way falling from the heavens, illuminating the vault of heaven, and finally converging into this divine fetus. At this moment, many people were surrounding this divine fetus, carefully sizing it up. A group of ancient existences were using various methods to size it up. Their bodies were glowing brilliantly, and they were using all kinds of great techniques and abilities, trying to pry into the true form of this divine fetus. This divine fetus has been deposited in Wu City for several eras. If one wants to cut it open, they must exchange it with celestial essences, and the amount of celestial essences required is not small. Even the imperishable orthodoxies would find it difficult to come up with this amount. Celestial essences are rare to begin with, and since the immortal Tao has not manifested, the imperishable orthodoxies are already considered to have a strong foundation if they can come up with 1 or 2 pieces. Many cultivators shook their heads and sighed inwardly, thinking that it would be very difficult to see this divine fetus being cut open in their lifetime. What were celestial essences? They were spirit crystals that contained celestial essences, and their value was immeasurable. Even those who had achieved the Tao would covet them and fight for them. If a celestial essence appeared in the world, it would definitely set off a bloodbath. If one wanted to cut open this divine fetus, the amount of celestial essences required was even more unimaginable. Even if those who had achieved the Tao spent all of their wealth, it would still be very difficult for them to get enough celestial essences. Unless the imperishable orthodoxies worked together to make do, they would never be able to cut open this divine fetus. As a result, although there were many people around this divine fetus, they were just sizing it up casually, and none of them approached it. What's in this divine fetus? Can you tell? And she, Junior Warlord, Niu Tian, Jiang Chen, and the others also came over. And she asked Jiang Chen, who was next to her, while gazing at this divine fetus passionately. Jiang Chen pretended to be sizing it up carefully, but he was actually asking the weapon spirit of the creation immortal boat in his mind. There's definitely something good in it, and its value is beyond imagination. No matter what it costs, as long as it can be cut open, it won't be a loss. The voice of the weapon spirit of the creation immortal boat came. He could not hide his shock. Jiang Chen was shocked. He looked serious. He told Shi and the others exactly what he had said. The others around them also heard it, but they didn't doubt it. After all, Jiang Chen had proved his identity and his means. What a pity. This divine fetus needs many celestial essences to be cut open. Even though we know there's something good in it, we're not qualified to cut it open. Junior Warlord shook his head regretfully. Many people agreed with him. Even young Supreme Venerables like Six Crown King and the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden agreed with him. This divine fetus was the most expensive one among the 7 divine stones. Almost no one in the current upper realms could afford so many celestial essences to cut it open. The divine fetus is mysterious. It might even contain something of the immortal doctrine. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Princess Wuxia was also staring at this divine fetus without blinking. She was touched. She had a hunch that the last page of the incomplete scripture of the great Yu Celestial Dynasty was probably related to this divine fetus. It was an intuition that was hard to explain. If all the forces collected the celestial essences, we might be able to figure it out. However, if there were any celestial essences, they would have been taken away by that ancient to practice. How could they have been left here? The Heaven Monster Monarch said, shaking his head, walking over. There seemed to be a strange scene in his purple eyes. Gazing at the divine fetus, he said. Isn't there any other way to cut it open? Jiang Chen was also excited. He could not help but ask Shi. No. Many ancient beings took an oath to the natural law together. And she said, shaking her head. She was not disappointed. She had never thought about this divine fetus. Her target was the ominous stone that had caused the Kun Mountains disturbance. Do we have to wait until it's left here? Will the celestial stone be covered with dust? I don't think it's a good idea to leave it here. Why don't we cut it open? Jiang Chen had learned from the celestial boat's vessel spirit how precious the thing in this divine fetus was. Of course, he did not want to leave it here. If you can give me the corresponding celestial essences, of course this divine fetus will be yours to cut open. A white-bearded old man with a cold face walked over from another direction. He was emitting a terrifying energy. The practitioners on the scene felt their bones cracking. They almost could not help but kneel down. He spoke calmly. However, everyone turned pale when he spoke. They became respectful to him. This was an accomplished doctrine. He was very old. He was one of the people who had taken an oath to the natural law. Jiang Chen turned pale. He felt embarrassed. Apparently, he had not expected an accomplished doctrine to show up. He did want to cut open this divine fetus, but where would he get the celestial essences? He had not even seen what celestial essences looked like. Since you don't have the celestial essences, don't even think about cutting the stone. You don't deserve it. The white-bearded old man glanced at Jiang Chen calmly, as if he had seen through him. He did not show any mercy to Jiang Chen, as if he was looking at a bumpkin. He did not like Jiang Chen at all. He wanted to cut open this divine fetus to have a look. Then what should they, who had taken an oath to the natural law, do? Seeing this accomplished doctrine irritated, the people on the scene could not help but quieten down. They kept quiet out of fear. Even the other ancient beings did not speak. They did not want to offend him at this moment. Jiang Chen turned pale. He was annoyed that he had been so humiliated in front of so many people. However, under the accomplished doctrine's slight energy, he could not help but tremble slightly. His skin was about to explode. He turned pale. It was difficult for him to stand still. Jiang Chen had shown his extraordinary power a moment ago. He had won the favor of many big shots. However, in front of an accomplished doctrine, no one dared to stand up for him. Even his good friend Niu Tian turned pale. He was almost suffocating. The accomplished doctrine was at the peak of the upper realm. They could not get in touch with him normally. He could kill them hundreds of millions of times with just a breath. This divine fetus is really extraordinary. Today, we can cut it open to have a look. The people kept quiet out of fear. They did not dare utter a single word. However, at this moment, Gu Chang'e, who had been sizing up this divine fetus for a long time, suddenly spoke with a chuckle. The white-bearded old man was struck dumb at first. Then he came to himself. He was obviously surprised. However, in front of Gu Chang'e, he calmed down. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, young Lord Chang'e. But I wonder why you said that, young Lord Chang'e. What? Do you want to cut it open?" The people on the scene were also surprised. They did not expect Gu Chang'e to also want to cut open this divine fetus. Jiang Chen did not deserve it, but Gu Chang'e was different. If he really wanted to cut it open, he might be able to get enough immortal crystals. In today's upper realm, there was no one wealthier than Gu Chang'e. Chapter 554. What? Young Master Chang'e is going to cut the fairy fetus? Is it true? Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, everyone couldn't help but look over in shock. Even the practitioners who had been inspecting the rest of the 7 divine stones not far away were surprised. They hurried over to surround Jiang Chen. They wanted to see what was going on. In fact, they had noticed Jiang Chen when that accomplished Tao master had scolded him. After all, it was rare to see a divine origin master. Jiang Chen had been a big shot recently. At least in the current market, few people did not know him. A moment ago, Jiang Chen had helped the older generation's experts to cut out several longevity herbs, and they had a good impression of him. However, when it came to offending an accomplished Tao master, everyone made the same choice. They stood aside and watched the show in silence. They pretended they had not seen anything. They did not say anything. Almost instantly, the news that Gu Chang'e was going to cut the fairy fetus spread around the market. It caused a great sensation. Everyone knew about the fairy fetus. It was the most expensive one among the 7 divine stones. No one could afford to cut it. Young Master Chang'e, are you going to cut the fairy fetus? Streaks of divine rainbows flew over one after another. Many people carried great interest as they hurried over. Is that fairy fetus really going to be cut open today? In another direction, many big shots also came after hearing the news. They were shocked. They did not think Gu Chang'e was joking. If it's Brother Gu, we might really be able to gather those immortal crystals. Maybe we can feast our eyes today. That divine origin master doesn't look like someone who can afford fairy crystals. The heavenly phoenix princess said in a low voice. Her pretty face was full of splendor. She was very proud. Few people could make her take seriously. Gu Chang'e was the only exception. She frowned when Jiang Chen said he was going to cut the stone. She felt he was overthinking. Young Master Chang'e doesn't look like someone who would open his mouth casually. Thanks to him, maybe we can see what's in the 643 fairy fetus. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's eldest princess, Wuxia, also fixed her beautiful eyes on Gu Chang'e. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her figure was tall and slender, exuding a noble and elegant temperament. At this moment, her eyes were glued to Gu Chang'e without blinking, causing many young elites who had been secretly watching her to lament in their hearts. It seems that Brother Gu can really take out things like immortal crystals. It's said that not only did he empty out the Violet Palace, he also took the largest amount of resources when he was in the 8 Desolates 10 regions. He basically plundered all of the ancient clans. 6 Crown King couldn't hide his envy. They were considered to have some status, but compared to Gu Chang'e, they were even worse than beggars. Young Lord Chang'e, are you serious? The white-bearded old man was also shocked to hear the discussions around him. In his opinion, Jiang Chen couldn't be compared to Gu Chang'e at all. It would be an insult to Gu Chang'e even if one were to describe him as being in heaven and the other on earth. How could a person like Jiang Chen be qualified to cut a stone? He probably hadn't even seen what immortal crystals looked like. Divine Origin Masters weren't any different from ordinary cultivators in the eyes of doctrine achievers like them. Since Gu Chang'e had stated that he would cut a stone, it was enough for him to take him seriously. I'm serious. Senior, do I look like I'm joking? A divine fetus is indeed not something that just anyone can cut. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, his expression natural. The white-bearded old man also revealed a smile. He glanced at Jiang Chen and said in agreement, Young Lord Chang'e, you're right. Everyone understood what he was implying, and they all looked at Jiang Chen with a mocking and playful look. Bang! At this moment, many powerful and terrifying auras appeared in the sky. The people who had rushed over were all ancient existences. Their expressions were grave, and they were surrounded by chaotic energy. They were quite vague. Many of them had made a heavenly law oath, and they couldn't violate the principle of cutting a stone. Can Gu Chang'e really afford so many immortal crystals? Jiang Chen's face was very pale. He felt like his face was burning, as if he had been humiliated and then slapped in the face. Young Lord Chang'e, when we made a heavenly law oath, we said that this divine fetus was worth 100 immortal crystals. 100 immortal crystals are enough to buy this divine fetus. One of the ancient existences who had rushed over said seriously. Although he was a doctrine achiever, he didn't dare be arrogant in front of Gu Chang'e. He treated him like a peer. What? Hiss. 100 immortal crystals. Isn't this price a bit too high? The crowd had been looking forward to this, but when they heard this, they all turned pale and gasped. Many seniors and leaders of great sects, who knew what immortal crystals were, felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't help but open their eyes wide. They had underestimated the value of this divine fetus. They had thought 10 immortal crystals was the limit. However, to their surprise, it was 100 immortal crystals. This was already an unimaginable price. It was extremely difficult for the current upper realms to get 100 immortal crystals. Which force could be sure that they could get 100 immortal crystals, 100 immortal crystals? How dare you ask for that? The grand ancestor of the annals, An Wang Shan, showed up behind An Shi and others. His face was twitching slightly. Apparently, he was shocked. Granduncle, what do 100 immortal crystals mean? An Shi, Jiang Chen, and others were puzzled. They still didn't know what 100 immortal crystals meant. However, judging from the big shot's pale faces, it must be something special. I was lucky enough to get an immortal crystal. I hit it well. Later, I was lucky enough to break through to the middle stage of the sovereign realm. It was thanks to that immortal crystal. It contained fragments of the immortal doctrine and even some immortal source. For an immortal force, 100 immortal crystals can even create many doctrine achievers in a short time. And Wang Shan couldn't help but say, shaking his head. He looked envious. Many practitioners who didn't know about 100 immortal crystals, including the monarch of the celestial monsters and the junior combat immortal, couldn't help but gasp. They were shocked. For an ordinary imperishable sect, a single Tao enlightened being was already in existence that could not be considered as part of their foundation. However, these 100 immortal crystals were able to create many Tao-achieving cultivators. Furthermore, they were able to do so in a short period of time. This was simply a divine object whose value was hard to estimate. If he had 100 immortal crystals, who would buy this divine stone with them? Someone couldn't help but murmur. He was extremely shocked. He hadn't come to himself yet. No matter how rich Gu Chang'e is, he can't afford so many immortal crystals. It's absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen was also shocked. When he had come to himself, he stared at Gu Chang'e with reddened eyes. He clenched his fists. He was reluctant to accept the fact. He had been fighting so hard for some practicing resources. He had almost lost his life, but he hadn't even seen an immortal crystal. However, Gu Chang'e was so arrogant. He didn't even bat an eyelid in front of 100 immortal crystals. He was calm and composed. He couldn't accept it. He recalled how resolute Xiao Ruoyin had been when she had abandoned him. After all, as long as she followed Gu Chang'e, she wouldn't have to worry about anything. She would have endless practicing resources, methods, and theurgies to choose from. She wouldn't have to worry about anything. If she had run away with him, she would not only face Gu Chang'e's pursuit, but she would also have to worry about every spiritual stone she could use for practicing. The huge and cold gap between their states was like an invisible mountain. It weighed heavily on Jiang Chen's heart. He couldn't even breathe. He clenched his fists tightly. Although he could understand Xiao Ruoyin's choice, he couldn't understand it. He couldn't forgive it, 100 immortal crystals. Although the price is a little scary. But it's still acceptable. I want this immortal fetus. However, when the crowd was shocked by the price of this immortal fetus, Gu Chang'e shook his head. He seemed to sigh softly. It seemed like he was reluctant to pay it. It's still acceptable. The expressions of the white-bearded old man and the others became complicated. They were shocked, dumbfounded, and in disbelief. They had been prepared for Gu Chang'e to shake his head and refuse the price. However, they hadn't expected him to say that it was acceptable. This made them wonder if their ears were playing tricks on them. They weren't the only ones who were dumbfounded. The mouths of the many great sects masters and the older generation's legendary experts were also half open. They couldn't utter a single word. How rich did he have to be able to say something like that? The expressions of the heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crowned King, Wuxia, and the others froze. They were shocked. They opened their mouths. They wanted to say something, but they didn't know what to say. However, I don't have immortal crystals, but I do have some of this. Take a look. If it's suitable, I'll have someone cut this immortal fetus. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. He didn't plan on wasting words. He raised his hand and a sealed jade jar fell into the white-bearded old man's hand. Back in the immortal ancient continent, he had entered the immortal gate with Yu Mingkong's help. He had obtained many immortal essences. Actually, immortal essences were immortal sources. The two came from the same source. After Gu Chang'e gave some to Yu Mingkong, Yin Mei, and the others, he still kept a lot for himself. He had refined some over the years, but there was still a lot left. That was why he casually took out a bit. Immortal crystals were the spirit crystals of immortal sources. The most important material was immortal sources. A fist-sized immortal sources was enough to refine dozens of immortal crystals. His jar was more than enough. Gu Chang'e was not at all worried that he would get into trouble because of his wealth. In the entire upper realm, who would dare to blatantly steal something from him? Looking at this scene, especially seeing Gu Changa's understatement, everyone's expression was a little bit stifled, and they were speechless. No immortal crystals. Then what was sealed in the jade jar? The white-bearded old man and the others nodded. They didn't talk nonsense. They understood that with Gu Changa's identity, he wouldn't play tricks on them. That was why they waved their sleeves and sealed the surrounding space. This way, everyone could only see some of the scenes inside, but couldn't hear their conversation. In the next moment, the white-bearded old man and the others were shocked, and they saw that every piece of the immortal path in the jade jar was formed by interweaving immortal path fragments. They were filled with a surging and vast aura. Their bodies shook violently, and they couldn't believe it. They almost instantly determined what this was. Their expressions changed drastically, and their breathing became extremely rapid. They looked at each other and quickly sealed the jade jar again. They didn't dare to let the slightest bit of aura leak out. As people who had attained the Tao, they were naturally not stupid. They understood that the value of these things surpassed immortal crystals. Chapter 555. This is a big deal. You should understand. The white-bearded old man said to the ancient existences next to him in a deep voice. He put the jade jar away carefully, as if it was very precious. Immortal crystals were hard to find, not to mention the things in the jar, which were many times rarer than immortal crystals. They had to be careful. Don't worry. We all know what it is. The other ancient existences took a deep breath. They looked serious. Glancing at each other, they guaranteed. According to the oath of the natural law, of course they had a share of the immortal essences in the jar. So, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Then they waved their hands to remove the formation around them. A few people walked out from the crowd. Compared to before, the expressions on their faces had changed. There was some unconcealable joy. Young Lord Changa, don't worry. This is a big deal. We know. You can cut this immortal fetus. They smiled and said to Gu Changa, who was in front of them. As to how Gu Changa had gotten so many immortal essences, they didn't need to think about it. Although they knew Gu Changa probably had more immortal essences, they didn't have the nerve to be greedy. Looking at this scene, although everyone outside was shocked, puzzled, they were very curious about what exactly was in that jade jar. But they could only suppress their curiosity. They didn't have the nerve to ask. After all, every doctrine achiever in front of them could kill them thousands of times in a snap of their fingers. They should know about this. Of course they would know. They shouldn't have known. If they had known, they might have brought a fatal disaster upon themselves. However, everyone was sure about one thing. The things in the jade jar were definitely more precious than the so-called immortal crystals. Otherwise, those ancient existences wouldn't have been so shocked. This is impossible. How did Gu Changa get something more precious than 100 immortal crystals? How could he get them so easily? Jiang Chen was reluctant to accept this. He wanted to see Gu Changa lose face in public, but things didn't go as he wished. 100 immortal crystals was not difficult for Gu Changa at all, and the thing he took out was obviously more precious than the immortal crystals. Jiang Chen was not only unwilling to accept this, but he also felt very jealous of him. Something even more precious than immortal crystals. The heavenly phoenix maiden, six-crown king, sky demon monarch, and the other young supremes held their breaths as waves of shock rose in their hearts. The shock that Gu Changa had given them today was simply too great. He originally thought that even Gu Changa would find it difficult to take out 100 immortal crystals, but in the end, he casually took out something even more precious than immortal crystals. What was that? They were extremely curious. No matter what, it was definitely related to the immortal Tao. Since that's the case, let's begin. Gu Changa didn't care about the shocked expressions of the people around him. He spoke casually to the stone-cutting masters who were still in a daze. Yes. Yes, yes. Hearing this, the stone-cutting masters came back to their senses. Their words were filled with shock and trembling, and they felt that their hands and feet had become sluggish. They had been cutting ores all their lives, but this was the first time they were cutting the 7 divine stones. If this matter was passed down, it could even make their descendants proud, and it could even be passed down through the ages. This made them feel that the stone knives in their hands had become heavy and trembling, and their palms were full of cold sweat. After all, this was the most valuable deity fetus among the 7 divine stones. Just the price of a scrap was enough to make them feel despair and tremble all over. Now that it was in front of them, they didn't even dare to cut it. We really have to cut this deity fetus. This trip to Kunwa city was worth it. To be able to see the 7 divine stones being cut open, this old man's life was worth it. Yeah, I never thought that I would be able to see this deity fetus being cut open in my lifetime. Many of the older generation were so excited that their faces were red and their bodies were trembling. They were even more excited than when they were cutting the stone themselves. As expected of young Master Changa, he actually bought this deity fetus. This is definitely a big matter that will shake the upper realm. With so many resources, I feel like he can totally buy an imperishable sect. I don't dare to imagine how a person can have so much money. What do you mean by rich and overbearing? This is rich and overbearing. He bought this deity fetus without even batting an eyelid. Many young people were also in high spirits. They stared at the tall and slender figure in front of them, and their eyes were full of undisguised reverence and passion. Many talented girls were also staring at Gu Changa with admiration and reverence. They couldn't wait to throw themselves at him. Young Master Changa, don't worry about cutting the stone. We have already sealed off the heaven and earth here. If the thing in the deity fetus wants to escape, we can trap it in the first moment. The white-bearded old man and the others waved their hands and flicked their fingers, sending out runes that enveloped the heaven and earth here. She begged for fresh flowers. Terrifying fluctuations of Taoist artifacts spread out, pressing down on everyone's heart like the evening drum and morning bell. There were formation patterns flashing in the sky, and thousands of divine chains of order intertwined and fell down like a soul-stirring waterfall. Taoist artifacts floated there, and just a corner of them exuded a majestic and vast pressure. They were simple and heavy, enough to crush all living things. Gu Changa nodded slightly, indicating that the stone-cutting masters didn't have to be nervous and could just cut directly. Boom! An unimaginable commotion broke out in this place, and it was extremely noisy. Almost in an instant, the market square was completely surrounded by people, and it was packed with people. In the distance, there were more divine rainbows flying over. They had all heard the news that Gu Changa bought the deity fetus at a high price and was going to cut it open. They wanted to see the grand scene. The deity fetus was wrapped in layers of deity fog, surrounded by multicolored light, and sat quietly among the many deity materials. Many strange phenomena were manifesting, and wisps of Taoist rhyme and spiritual opportunity surged into it, even forming a small vortex. As if it knew that it was going to be cut open, more intense deity light and Taoist rhyme spread out from it. Don't worry, young Master Changa. We'll be careful when cutting the stone. We won't damage it at all. The expressions of the few old men in charge of cutting the stone also gradually calmed down. They took a deep breath and began to show their special skills. Silver blades flew, and large amounts of stone fragments drifted down. Everyone stared at this scene without blinking, not daring to miss out on the slightest detail. Kacha. When the sound of the stone being cut rang out, everyone trembled, and the surroundings quietened down. No one said anything, and they were all focused on watching. Stone fragments rustled down. The stone-cutting masters were sweating profusely as they carefully cut off the layers of stone on the surface of the deity fetus. Everyone heard a wondrous Tao voice resounding in the void. It was as if a perfected immortal was sitting cross-legged on this deity fetus, chanting the immortal scripture for everyone. Strange phenomena appeared in the world. Golden lotuses descended from the sky, and clear springs surged from the ground. Pieces of sparkling deity light turned into petals, and fell around the deity fetus with extreme beauty. It's definitely a deity treasure. It contains unimaginable value. The sect masters of the great sects breathed rapidly, and they couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. They felt that the bottleneck of their cultivation was showing signs of loosening at this moment. The Tao attainment artifacts hanging around also trembled slightly at this moment. Wave-like ripples spread out, and a vast Tao voice resounded in the sky. Ordinary. Chapter 556. Everyone felt that they were about to become immortals. Their skin became sparkling and translucent. Dense immortal light intertwined and filled the air, drowning this place. As more and more stones fell, the light inside the divine fetus became even more dazzling. In the end, the light in this place became too bright. It was as if a blazing sun was awakening within. It was vast and majestic, turning into a smoke signal that directly penetrated outside of Kunwu City and into outer space. This scene was too shocking. Everyone couldn't help but take a step back. They felt that their eyes would be blinded by that light. They couldn't look directly at it. Even those who had achieved the Tao chose to close their eyes. They couldn't see what was hidden inside the dense immortal light. A heavenly book. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. While everyone else was closing their eyes, he was able to see clearly what was inside the divine fetus. It was a sparkling and resplendent ancient book. It quietly floated among the broken stones. It was unknown what material it was made of. It was filled with an immortal aura that had been through the vicissitudes of time. This vast fluctuation was caused by the words on the book. Its origin was clearly mysterious and extraordinary. Buzz. In the next moment, Gu Chang'e reached out and directly grabbed the heavenly book. All the light dimmed and became silent. This heavenly book was a little different from the heaviness he imagined. This heavenly book was very light, as if it was made of Daluo immortal gold. The edges were suffused with immortal silver light. Each word was as heavy as a star, containing obscure and profound mysteries. Immortal seal. Gu Chang'e recognized the two ancient words on the book. His eyes were a little strange. However, when he tried to open this heavenly book, he felt a terrifying power as majestic as the world Descend. It directly bounced his fingers away, and he couldn't easily turn the pages. A heavenly book was cut out of the divine fetus. At this time, everyone also noticed the silver heavenly book in Gu Chang'e's hand. They were extremely shocked. Many who had achieved the Tao were also shocked. They could feel that this silver heavenly book was extraordinary. Just the immortal aura alone was as if it had experienced countless eras. They even suspected that this was a real immortal scripture that recorded many heavenly arts and divine abilities in the immortal realm. It's not a living creature, but a heavenly book. His origin is absolutely unimaginable. This caused a huge commotion. Everyone stared fixedly at the heavenly book in Gu Chang'e's hands. It was difficult for them to conceal their burning desire. They were extremely envious and jealous. Even Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and Six Crown King, these type of proud and arrogant young supreme beings, right now, their breathing became a bit hurried, their eyes also a bit red, clearly incredibly envious. Jiang Chen was even more envious. He was so jealous that he almost ground his teeth into pieces, but he was trying his best to stay calm. Such an immortal treasure was taken away by Gu Chang'e right in front of him, and he could only watch. This item definitely has a lot to do with the pages of the Dayu immortal scripture. I have to think of a way. The expression of the great Yu celestial dynasty's eldest princess, Wuxia, turned solemn as she stared at the heavenly book without blinking. She knew that coming to the Deity Stone convention this time was definitely the right choice, and her heart was burning with anger. At this moment, almost everyone wanted to take a look at the heavenly book's true appearance, but it was in Gu Chang'e's hands, so no one dared to ask. This item was very important, and Gu Changa had spent 100 immortal crystals to cut it out. Even if they were tempted and wanted to take a look, they would probably have to pay a terrible price. Although the white-bearded old man and the others were also burning with eagerness, after taking the immortal spirit, they understood that this item belonged to Gu Changa. They glanced around slowly, and snorted coldly. Put away your petty thoughts. Don't tell me that you dare to covet something that belongs to young Lord Changa. Do you want to die? Several Tao achievers spoke, and their voices contained a special doctrine, rhythm and pressure. Many people, who were blinded by jealousy, were shocked, and they came back to themselves, their backs covered with cold sweat. If they had any other intentions, they probably wouldn't be able to leave this place alive today. Not to mention Gu Changa, even the few Tao achievers in front of them would not allow them to covet this item. Moreover, Gu Changa was not a kind person. If they dared to covet his item, they would not even know how to spell the word death. Even the sect masters and the older generation of legendary figures sighed in their hearts at this moment. They knew that if they wanted to take a look at the heavenly book, they would at least have to pay a price that would satisfy Gu Changa. However, they only thought about it. A divine treasure that cost 100 immortal crystals to cut out, even if they just wanted to take a look, it would probably cost a sky-high price that would make them feel despair. With their status, they might not be able to afford such a price. Someone cautiously asked Gu Changa through voice transmission, asking how they could take a look at the heavenly book. However, Gu Changa didn't seem to care at all. After looking at the heavenly book for a while, he kept it. He didn't care about the sound transmissions and the burning gazes of the sect masters. He knew that what happened today would definitely cause a huge uproar in the upper realm. Many forces and orthodoxies might have some devious thoughts. However, he did not care about that. Things like possessing a jade ring would not happen to him. At least in the current upper realm, no forces would dare to do so openly. Congratulations, young Lord Changa, for obtaining a copy of the heavenly book. You've allowed us to feast our eyes on it. You fulfilled a lifetime wish. After that, the crowd stepped forward to express their congratulations, not daring to mention the matter of viewing the heavenly book. Gu Changa's expression did not change much. He planned to study this heavenly book properly when he had time. The two words immortal bestowment made him feel that this heavenly book was not as simple as he thought. Now that the upper realm's rules are incomplete, it's difficult for many orthodoxies to produce immortals. In my opinion, this mysterious heavenly book might have recorded something related to this. Young Lord Changa is open-minded and generous. It's really a blessing for the current upper realm to obtain this heavenly book. It just so happens that many seniors are gathered here today. In my opinion, why don't young Master Changa be generous and let the seniors take a look at the heavenly book? If they can find a way to crack it, wouldn't it be a great contribution to the entire upper realm? I think all the cultivators would be sincerely grateful to young Master Changa. If I get this heavenly book, I'll definitely let all seniors have a look at it. However, at this moment, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Chen walked over with a smile on his face. He looked sincere, as if he really cared about her. He had planned to discuss Gu Changa. Anyway, since he had already offended him, he was not afraid that Gu Changa would hold a grudge against him again. And it was obvious that he was doing this for the sake of the world. At the same time, he was doing this for the sake of becoming an immortal. He was doing this for the sake of the greater good. He had implicated many seniors on the scene, including the leaders of the great sects, the older generation, and even a few achievements. After all, he was doing this out of the goodness of his heart. He was doing this for their sake. Then Jiang Chen showed a kind smile. He was waiting for Gu Changa's answer, as if he did not care about the consequences of this matter at all. However, upon hearing this, the whole market went silent. It was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. However, the crowd turned pale. They glanced at Gu Changa uneasily, as if they were afraid he would misunderstand them. The older generation who had been on good terms with Jiang Chen were also shocked. They hurried to stay as far away from him as possible. The leaders of the great sects also stared at Jiang Chen coldly. They were not young. Even their eyelashes were hollow. Of course they understood what this divine origin master was implying. He just wanted to take this opportunity to disgust Gu Chang'e. However, by doing this, he was going to implicate them as well. In the current upper realm, everyone knew how strong Gu Chang'e was. Even if you want to die, you shouldn't do this. Oh, are you teaching me how to do things? Gu Chang'e stopped. He glanced at Jiang Chen with interest. He really hadn't expected Jiang Chen to say such a thing to him at such a moment. Was he really clever? Or was there something wrong with his head? Was he blinded by jealousy? Ignorant kid. You're just a clown. You think you're smart. Who are you? How dare you teach young Lord Chang'e how to do things? The white-bearded old man beside Gu Chang'e also turned cold. He felt more and more that this Jiang Chen was not a good guy. Maybe there was something wrong with his head. He didn't waste time. He rolled up his sleeves. A great power gushed out and hit Jiang Chen. The smile on Jiang Chen's face froze immediately. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with pieces of his internal organs, and was sent flying. If the white-bearded old man had not controlled his power carefully, Jiang Chen would have exploded. Both his body and soul would have been destroyed. Chapter 557. Seeing this, the people in the market kept quiet out of fear. At this moment, even those from the ANS, who were not on good terms with Gu Chang'e, did not have the nerve to speak up for Jiang Chen. Because even they thought what Jiang Chen had done was too stupid. It was stupid, or he was thinking too much. He had no power or influence. At most, he had some inheritances of divine origin masters, but he wanted to instigate others to get Gu Chang'e's heavenly book. Wasn't this courting death? The others were not stupid. Who would take the risk of offending Gu Chang'e and stand up for him at this moment? This so-called righteousness was no different from stupidity. Little Chenzi, are you all right? Niu Tian hurried to help Jiang Chen to his feet. He could not help but ask him worriedly. He did not understand why Jiang Chen had spoken to Gu Chang'e like that either. Compared to the calm and steady Jiang Chen he knew, there was a huge gap between him and the usual Jiang Chen. He thought Jiang Chen had been blinded by hatred. That was why he had spoken to Gu Chang'e like that. Niu Tian did not know what had happened between Jiang Chen and Xiao Ruoyin. Jiang Chen thought it was a shame. He had not mentioned it to Niu Tian. I'm fine. Jiang Chen felt a sharp pain all over his body. He stood up with difficulty. He looked very embarrassed. He wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and shook his head. He felt extremely humiliated. Then he clenched his fists. Seeing Gu Chang'e, who had walked away with disdain and indifference, Jiang Chen became silent. He had not expected this at all. He had planned to annoy Gu Chang'e with this to avenge Gu Chang'e's loss of the woman he loved, but to his surprise, these people's reactions were totally different from what he had expected. In this world, morality was important. Obviously, he had been blinded by jealousy. He had been too naive. These people were more afraid of Gu Chang'e than he had imagined. Take a rest. The ominous stone of the 7 divine stones hasn't shown up yet. And she, Junior Warlock Immortal, and others walked over to express their concern for Jiang Chen. She had just witnessed what had happened, so she didn't interfere. And she knew clearly that if she attacked him forcefully, she would probably end up in the same situation as Jiang Chen. Teach Gu Chang'e how to do things. She didn't know where Jiang Chen had gotten his courage from. She figured no one would have the nerve to say such a thing except for Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was a hothead, he obviously had another plan. He had tried to disgust Gu Chang'e from the moral high ground. This was not something an ordinary person would dare to think about. He only has himself to blame. You are being foolish. The heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crown King, and the other young Supreme Venerables glanced at Jiang Chen and shook their heads slightly. It was obvious that they disdained him. Originally, they were suspicious of this divine origin master. After witnessing what had happened that day, he felt Jiang Chen didn't live up to his reputation. What he had done couldn't be described as just stupid. Even if he was blinded by jealousy, he would not say such words. In many people's eyes, what had happened was just a small episode. After this incident, Jiang Chen's image as a divine origin master was greatly damaged in many people's eyes. Especially in many people's eyes, what Jiang Chen had done had already offended Gu Chang'e. After offending Gu Chang'e, it would be very difficult for him to settle down in the upper realm from now on. He would be restricted in many ways. Those forces and orthodoxies who had planned to extend their olive branches to Jiang Chen started to hesitate. Compared to this, the news that the celestial fetus of the 7 divine stones had been cut open and that a mysterious heavenly book had been found spread across the upper realm at a terrifying speed. It caused a great disturbance. All the heavens of the upper realm were shocked by this news. Many orthodoxies and forces started to discuss it immediately. A mysterious heavenly book that had been cut out of 100 immortal crystals. How could it be a simple thing? If the person who had cut out the heavenly book was not Gu Chang'e, but someone else, endless bloodshed would have started already. During this time, some practitioners noticed a dreadful black demon cloud, shrouding thousands of miles, was approaching Kunwu City from the sea area where the demon mountain was. It was so dark that it covered the sky and the sun. It was surging violently. Many black thunderbolts were striking in it. Chaotic energy filled the air. All kinds of dreadful demons showed up. They had dense scales and flowing demon wings. It was quite frightening. Since the demon mountain had been established, it had taken in demons from all heavens of the upper realm. It had become a great force that many orthodoxies could not underestimate. Especially the master of the demon mountain, the red-clothed female demon who had been born in the demon burial abyss. She had killed so many people in the divine city that everyone was terrified of her. She was so dreadful that it would be difficult to find anyone in the upper realm who could rival her. That was why many people turned pale at the mention of the demon mountain. They were extremely scared of it. Now, this terrifying demonic cloud was rolling towards Kunwu City with a sweeping momentum. Many orthodoxies were shocked by this scene. They felt the demon mountain was going to intervene in this matter. After all, after the Divine Stone Convention, the Ji family would join forces with many orthodoxies to attack Kun Mountain to rescue their ancestor, Ji Xingqiu. Could it be that the demon mountain was going to interfere? Dong! Just when the major orthodoxies were speculating about this matter, a dull sound was suddenly heard from the depths of Kun Mountain not far from Kunwu City. That sound was like the sound of a huge drum, piercing through time and space. It was also like a beating heart. All the cultivators who heard this sound could not help but tremble in fear. They felt as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. Another strange sound came from Kun Mountain. Among it was a sky full of dark light that suddenly covered the sky. From afar, one would think that night had fallen. 650 It was the ominous stone that was carried out from Kun Mountain by the Huanxi Sacred Grounds ancestor. At the same time, a terrifying black fog spread out from the surface of the stone. It carried a strong demonic aura. Even the most powerful cultivators did not dare to approach it. It was the divine stone that received the most attention among the 7 great divine stones. The ominous stone had yet to appear in the world. It had always been suppressed by the Taoist instrument. However, at this moment, even the Taoist instrument could not suppress it. On the surface of the stone, there were countless strands of black demonic aura that intertwined with each other. It was so dense that everything within 100 miles of it turned into darkness. Such an unusual scene made the ancient existences who were usually in charge of guarding the stone extremely cautious. They did not dare to be careless. At the same time, at the Palace of Heavenly Immortals base in Kunwa City. In an extremely grand palace, a woman in white sat cross-legged on a cattail hassock. Her eyes were tightly closed. She seemed to be in pain and her brows were tightly knitted. In between her brows was an extremely ancient and profound rune. It was shining brightly, reflecting the mixed feelings of nothingness, fate, and time. Her entire person looked as if she was carved out of jade. Her skin was crystal clear, revealing a holy and otherworldly aura. However, there was also a sense of ancientness and immortality that came from the vicissitudes of time. Her aura was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Her expression was sometimes painful and sometimes calm. Numerous transformations appeared on his body at the same time. Chapter 558. Who am I? There was only silence in the palace, and only the brilliant light was intertwining. The white-clothed woman seemed to have woken up from an eternal slumber. Her expression was a little confused and blurry, but then it gradually became calm and clear. She felt that her mind was in a mess, like a muddle-headed chaos, filled with all kinds of strange and unusual scenes. I am the High Priestess of Destiny. I control the void of destiny, traverse the river of time, and deduce the path set by the immortal palace. I am also Shao Ruoyin. In the end, all the scenes converged, condensing into a point of light. The white-clothed woman calmed down, and there seemed to be thousands of streaks of light flashing in her eyes, which were many chaotic and majestic fragments. She softly muttered to herself, and the ancient rune between her eyebrows became even more dazzling, like a small blazing sun, and then gradually returned to silence. Her entire person looked more and more illusory. The surrounding space fluctuated, and there were billions of mysterious lines intertwining, surging from an unknown latitude. This was an inconceivable mysterious power that involved time, space, and even destiny. A large number of memory fragments appeared in the depths of her soul, like a dusty box that had been opened for a long time, and various scenes rushed out. Shao Ruoyin suddenly sighed softly, and stood up. Is this an ill-fated relationship? Or is it a predetermined karma that belongs to me? If the immortal palace had not collapsed, if the era had not collapsed. If nothing unexpected happened, she should still be in the fane of destiny, guarding her duties. But the immortal palace had collapsed, and even that era had become a taboo, buried in the river of time. Billions of eras had passed, and even she could not escape the predetermined karma and destiny. Just like fish can never leave the river, I can't escape the fate that belongs to me. She said words that only she could understand, and her expression was extremely complicated for a moment. In front of Shao Ruoyin, there were thousands and thousands of lines appearing. Some were shining with silver light, some were as black as ink, and some were as light yellow as gold. But no matter which one it was, they all emitted a dazzling light that illuminated the entire palace. Behind these lines of destiny, there was another person connected to her, and there was an inexplicable karma between them. She reached out, wanting to touch these lines. In the next moment, as her hand passed through them, these lines gradually became blurry. Then, they broke one after another and finally returned to nothingness, as if they had never existed. Destiny was void. All the threads of destiny she had come into contact with would eventually turn into nothingness. That was one of the miraculous aspects of fateless ones. Anything that had to do with destiny would be difficult to apply to them. It was even difficult to have any interaction with them. As long as Shao Ruoyin wanted to, she could make everyone in this world forget about her. It was as if she had evaporated from this world, and any traces of her existence would fade away. However, at this time, there was one thread of fate that was extremely thick. It was like the deepest night sky, and it didn't fade into nothingness like the other threads of fate. This string of destiny seemed to connect through the long river of time, following an unknown latitude, connecting to this era. Is that so? When Xiao Ruoyin saw this, she was not surprised at all. She sighed softly and withdrew her hand. Even for someone like her, when she had touched the string of destiny, she had felt a stabbing pain in her hand, a backlash that had caused black smoke to rise up from her hand. This wasn't karma that she could simply erase at will. Gu Chang'e. Is that his current name? Xiao Ruoyin murmured, her expression cold and tranquil, as if she didn't belong to this world. Scenes of what had happened during this period of time appeared in her mind, and then she frowned slightly. She naturally remembered everything that had happened before. Compared to the previous Xiao Ruoyin, the gap between her and the previous Xiao Ruoyin was not very big. The only difference was that she had awakened the memories of her time as the High Priestess of Destiny, as well as her fateless constitution. However, Xiao Ruoyin's 20-some years of memories weren't enough to guide her. She knew everything that had happened recently. She also knew that Xiao Ruoyin had made many choices in order to rely on Gu Chang'e. She also knew what Xiao Ruoyin had been thinking. After all, the two of them had always been the same person. Although she couldn't agree, what was done was done. She couldn't say anything. Gu Chang'e is keeping me by his side. He probably already knows my identity. He hasn't made a move against me yet. It seems that he's waiting for my constitution to mature. I can't let Gu Chang'e know that I've awakened the memories of the High Priestess of Destiny. Xiao Ruoyin frowned, thinking of a countermeasure. Many things that had happened recently flashed through her mind. She knew many things better than Xiao Ruoyin, including Gu Chang'e's terrifying origins. If it weren't for that string of destiny that couldn't be erased, she might not have been able to discover this problem so quickly. Since Gu Chang'e was the one who had caused her to reincarnate, his identity was naturally obvious. Xiao Ruoyin didn't doubt this. However, Xiao Ruoyin also didn't understand why such a powerful and invincible existence would end up like her in reincarnation. She didn't have the time to consider so many things now. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e had probably awakened his memories long ago. That was why he could reach such a terrifying level in a short 20 years. Xiao Ruoyin knew how terrifying Gu Chang'e was. Even though she had awakened the memories of her past life and the divine talisman imprint of the fateless body, she still couldn't compare to him. But if he wanted to compete with Gu Chang'e, it was still a far-fetched idea. It was impossible. He should be plotting for my essence, trying to take the final step to achieve the Tao. I can't let him succeed. It wasn't easy for the world to restore peace. Will he destroy it with a single palm strike? Xiao Ruoyin sighed softly, understanding all this. She really hadn't expected that she would face such a huge predicament after awakening her memories of her past life. Now it seemed that the only way was to drag things out or find a way to escape from Gu Chang'e. But no matter which way it was, it would be very difficult. Especially her nominal master Yan Ji, who was Gu Chang'e's informant, had always been around her. Gu Chang'e would notice if there was a slight mistake in her every move. Xiao Ruoyin didn't know this before. She even thought Yan Ji was doing this for her own good. But by then, she had figured it out right away. Gu Chang'e had an ulterior motive since he got in touch with her in the first place. Everything was a trap set up by Gu Chang'e. My naive and sweet image didn't work at all. Instead, I lost the big picture because of a little gain. I've been toyed with by him. The immortal boat of good fortune should be with Jiang Chen. I have to get it back. Only in this way will I have a chance. Then the energy emitted by Xiao Ruoyin started to change gradually. It went from vague to solid. In the end, it was exactly the same as before. There was no difference at all. Not until then did she walk out of the hall. She looked toward the market of Kunhua City, which was bustling with people. Apprentice Sister Ruoyin, are you going to see young Lord Chang'e? A disciple in charge of guarding the hall asked Xiao Ruoyin with a flattering smile when he saw her walking out of the hall. Xiao Ruoyin was struck dumb. Then she thought about it. She recovered her usual easygoing smile. She nodded and said with a smile, yes. At first, she was not used to the sky of the outside world. There were white clouds and blue sky. The sun was shining brightly. She was used to the cold and lonely divine palace of fate. She was not used to this scene. At the same time, in the depths of the market, all of the cultivators and living beings became very alarmed and uneasy, retreating backwards. Even the group of ancient existences stared ahead with solemn expressions, seeming to be very fearful. A large amount of black fog filled the air, and the surrounding scene instantly became pitch black. Many palaces, pavilions, and waterside pavilions were covered by the black fog. Large amounts of spiritual plants and ancient vines withered and died. The ominous stone sitting in the middle trembled slightly. A large amount of black fog gushed out from the cracks in the stone. Could it be that the strange movement in Kun Mountain just now alarmed this ominous stone? Why don't we cut it open and take a look? Otherwise, it can't go on like this. The former Huanxi sacred ground met with misfortune overnight because of this thing. I don't want to be contaminated with misfortune because of it. The surrounding practitioners and living creatures were talking among themselves. They stared at the ominous stone with fear. They did not expect that there would be such a strange movement. The black fog was contaminated with a strong demonic aura. It made people suspect that there was some kind of terrifying demonic creature in it. Who dares to cut the stone at this time? An old man's voice was trembling with fear. He kept retreating. When there was a strange movement in Kun Mountain just now, many people rushed out immediately and looked toward Kun Mountain. A black light rushed into the sky and covered the sun. It covered the sky for hundreds of thousands of miles, turning it pitch black. Kun Mountain, which usually looked like a fairyland, was now as gloomy as a ghost town. Demonic aura filled the sky and suppressed everything. What is inside? Why is Big Red so scared? Gu Xian stood behind Gu Chang'e and looked over curiously. However, he saw Big Red trembling beside his feet. It showed an expression of extreme fear for the first time. It was as if there was some kind of peerless monster hidden in that ominous stone. This place might not be peaceful soon. Ada, take Xian, Yin Mei and leave first. Gu Chang'e frowned slightly. He turned around and ordered Ada. As he spoke, he looked toward the sky outside Kun Wu City. He had a bad feeling. The thing inside the ominous stone gave him a very familiar feeling. However, this familiar feeling did not mean that it was safe. Just like him and Chan Hongyi, something big might happen in Kun Wu City soon. The area around the ominous stone was obviously the most dangerous. I'm not leaving. I want to stay here. Hearing this, Gu Xian quickly grabbed Gu Chang'e's sleeve. Seeing Gu Chang'e frown and look at her, she stubbornly looked back at him and muttered softly, "Unless you leave with me." She could see that the ominous stone was very dangerous. At this time, the best thing to do was to leave this place as soon as possible. She would not be at ease if Gu Chang'e did not leave. Don't be ridiculous. I'll be fine. Gu Chang'e understood Gu Xian's meaning. He gently shook his head and let go of her hand. At the same time, he ordered Ada again. Take Miss Xian, and the others away. Yes, master. As a quasi-emperor, it was naturally easy for Ada to take Gu Xian, and the others away from this place. Gu Xian, glanced at Gu Chang'e a little angrily. She was very dissatisfied that he had pulled off her hand. However, at this time, she obediently left and did not stay to cause trouble for Gu Chang'e. She rarely saw Gu Chang'e show such a cautious expression. The sect masters and family heads of the other large sects nearby also ordered the younger generation to leave at this time. They sensed the danger here. Only a few young supremes like Six Crown King, Wuxia, Golden Cicada Buddha, and Enshi chose to stay. The strong were bold and did not worry about their own safety. For a time, the crowded city became much quieter. The other large divine stones were also taken away by several ancient existences. Buzz. In the sky, the surrounding Tao attainment artifacts trembled. Strands of Emperor Realm precepts descended in an attempt to suppress the ominous stone. However, when they were about to land on the surface of the ominous stone, they were suddenly blasted away and dispersed like ripples. The terrifying momentum still swept in all directions like a wave. The other ancient existences hurriedly took action to neutralize it. Otherwise, just the aftermath alone would cause unimaginable damage. Could the thing in this ominous stone surpass the Emperor Realm? A sect master of a large sect spoke. Golden runes flickered in his eyes as he tried to see through the cracks of the stone. However, in the next moment, a ray of black light suddenly rushed out. It was faster than lightning and directly rushed into his eyes. His entire body let out a miserable cry and instantly exploded. His body and soul were destroyed, turning into powder. Nothing was left. This scene made the expressions of the people who were still in the city turn serious. They felt a chill on their backs and became even more cautious. A ray of black light easily killed a sect master of a large sect who was at least in the supremacy realm. If there was some kind of divine weapon hidden in this ominous stone, its level was definitely above the Emperor realm. The surrounding Tao attainment artifacts could not suppress it. Although it wasn't fully recovered, it still showed how strange and terrifying this thing was. Rumble. Right at this moment, in the sky to the east of Kuan-Wu City, a mighty black demonic cloud swept over, covering the sky and covering the sun. A huge and terrifying demonic shadow wandered about. Its colorful feathers flowed, and its demonic wings shook the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. Someone from the demonic mountain came. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many sect masters changed drastically. All the cultivators in Kuan-Wu City also became uneasy and panicked because of this black demonic cloud that swept over. Chapter 559. Dark demonic clouds descended above Kuan-Wu City, covering the sky and the sun in a menacing manner. Many ferocious demons appeared in the clouds. They had strange appearances. Some had black wings, some had horrifying horns on their heads, and some had green faces and fangs. They were all covered in blood. May I know why the demon mountain has come to Kuan-Wu City? An old man flew into the sky with a solemn expression and asked. Many people recognized him. He was an elder of Kuan-Wu City, and his cultivation level was in the supreme realm. However, when they heard this, the devil clouds in the sky still surged. Many great devils were extremely cold, standing there like shadows. They didn't utter a single word, like ice mountains and iron walls. The atmosphere in the entire Kuan-Wu City became extremely oppressive and silent. Many cultivators and living beings looked at the scene in horror. They were very worried and fearful. Although many orthodoxies and sects from the upper realm were gathered here, and there were many enlightened cultivators guarding the place, they still felt uncertain. The terrifying power of the red-robed female demon had long shocked the upper realm. Now, many great demons under her command were equally terrifying. Among them, there were also existences who were not inferior to the enlightened cultivators. They had once wreaked havoc everywhere with monstrous ferocity, giving the imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies headaches. What? Could it be that the Devil Mountain thinks that it can contend against all of us by itself? At this moment, an enlightened cultivator snorted. He was a little dissatisfied. He waved his sleeve and appeared in the sky, looking at the people in the demonic clouds. Above his head, a blurry small green cauldron floated up and down. Strands of light fell from it, and the Emperor's aura filled the air. It was breathtaking. Hee, brother, what's with your attitude? We've traveled hundreds of millions of miles to come here. Is this how you treat us? Seeing this, a cold sneer sounded in the demonic clouds. A hunched old Taoist in a green robe with dragon horns walked out. His eye sockets were sunken like dried tree bark. His eyes were bright like two green torches. However, there was a terrifying aura around him. Taoist Master Qing Long. I didn't expect him to join the Demon Mountain. The moment they saw this person, it caused quite a commotion in Kunwu City. Many of the older generation's existences had solemn expressions. They seemed to be extremely fearful. Taoist Azure Dragon was a Tao-enlightened being. 3 million years ago, he stole a supreme treasure from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and was hunted down by the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Along the way, he killed countless cultivators from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. In the end, it was still Heavenly Emperor Mountain's ancient ancestors who revived, all of them taking action to suppress him, sending him into the endless sea abyss. This person was extremely ferocious and had killed countless people in his life. The number of enemies he had provoked was uncountable. He could be said to be an extremely famous great devil in the upper realm. Old Taoist Azure Dragon, what do you mean? The Tao attainment cultivator who had just appeared had a dark expression on his face as he asked directly. We came to Kunwu City to cut the stones, of course. Do you not welcome us? Old Taoist Qing Long sneered. Several figures with terrifying auras walked out from behind him. They were very blurry and were shrouded in demonic fog. Only their cold eyes could be seen. Clearly, the people behind him were not weaker than him in terms of cultivation. This scene made the hearts of everyone in Kunwu City tighten, and they became more and more uneasy. The Demon Mountain had actually come here to cut the stone. If you want to cut the stones, of course, we welcome you. However, I hope you won't act recklessly. Otherwise, don't blame us for not showing mercy. The Tao attainment cultivator who had just spoken said with a relaxed expression. As long as the Demon Mountain did not come with evil intentions, he could accept it. The other Tao attainment's cultivators also looked at each other and nodded. Although they felt that the Demon Mountain's intentions were not so simple, they did not stop him. From the looks of it, the Demon Mountain had brought a lot of great devils this time. If a conflict broke out, they might not be able to stop the Demon Mountain. Boom! Soon, the demonic clouds in the sky descended into the depths of Kunwu City. Many great devils appeared. Their eyes were as cold as knives, and they carried a terrifying aura that could shake one's soul. However, in the center area, it was still blurry and dark. Vaguely, one could see a carriage being pulled by 4 supreme being demonic flood dragons as it slowly landed in the market. The old Taoist Qing Long from before also had a respectful expression as he stood around the carriage. Other than a few Tao attainments cultivators, the rest could not see the scene clearly. Chan Hongyi. Gu Chang'e could sense a familiar presence in the carriage. A cold, icy gaze pierced through the thick demonic mist and landed on him. He knew it was definitely Chan Hongyi sitting in the carriage. However, given how cautious she was, it was very likely that it was only a duplicitous clone. It was not her real body. I wonder how she has recovered. If it's just a duplicitous clone, it's far from enough for me. Gu Chang'e looked calm. Walking with the other Tao attainments cultivators, he followed the Demon Mountains group toward the ominous stone. In fact, many people had guessed that the Demon Mountain's target was probably that ominous stone. However, it was not a good time to ask. Some people also wanted to see what the Demon Mountain was up to. After all, even a doctrine attainment artifact could not suppress that ominous stone. Why do I have a feeling that something even more dreadful is hiding in the depths of the demonic clouds? Could it be the master of the Demon Mountain? Following in she and others, Jiang Chen could not help but look toward the dreadful demonic clouds. He whispered to Niu Tian, who was next to him. It's possible. She's a peerless criminal. Even the whole upper realm is helpless against her. Niu Tian nodded. He was extremely cautious. It's said that there is a grudge between her and Gu Chang'e. In the Divine City, it was Gu Chang'e who led the group to besiege and kill her. Do you think she will take revenge on Gu Chang'e? Jiang Chen lowered his voice. He couldn't help but be excited. He really wanted to see such a scene happen. It's unlikely. If they fight here, it won't be good for her. Besides, Gu Chang'e is so strong now. He won't necessarily be afraid of the Demon Mountain's master. Niu Tian thought carefully. In the end, he shook his head. Gazing at the white-clothed man who was walking in the front with many Dao attainments, he sighed to himself. It was really hard to eat and sleep well after offending such a great enemy. It was really desperate. Fortunately, Gu Chang'e did not know his and Jiang Chen's true identities yet. Otherwise, how could he let them live in this world? It said that only young Lord Chang'e and the Demon Mountain's master survived in the Divine City. The rest of the ancient existences who rushed there all died there. What happened at that time? Was it really as the rumors said, that both of them were seriously injured? The Grand Princess of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, Wuxia, was also trying to see through the figure in the demonic clouds. She did not believe it. The Divine City was very far away from the 8 Desolates' 10 fields. Even if the space was broken and they fell into the space tunnel, Gu Chang'e could not have shown up near the boundary monument sea. She had been suspicious when she had heard the rumor. She did not believe it. She had a feeling that Gu Chang'e and the red-clothed female demon had reached a consensus. My master will take this ominous stone. Just as everyone was having different thoughts, the group from the Demon Mountain came to a stop at the place where the black fog continued to spread out. Pointing at the ominous stone in the front, the old Taoist master Azure Dragon said calmly. The ominous stone was not big. It was only slightly bigger than a fist. It was full of cracks and looked as black as ink. Strands of black fog gushed out from within, drowning the entire area. The ominous stone used to be half a man's height. It was said that it was even bigger when the ancestors of Huanxi carried it out of Kun Mountain. However, it had been falling out of the rock layer over the years, so it had become smaller. So, it looked like it was only a little bigger than a fist. Lying in the front quietly, it gave off a terrifying energy. What do you want to trade for it? The attainments on the scene were not surprised. Then they stared into the depths of the demonic clouds and asked in a deep voice. The ominous stone represented misfortune. It had even led to the destruction of the Huanxi Holy Land. But it was not cheap. It had been in Kunwu City all these years. It took a lot of manpower and resources to suppress it. Chapter 560. In the deepest part of the market, the ominous stone laid there quietly. Rays of light intertwined and filled the air, revealing a frightening black color. At this moment, there were even black lights that could easily kill the hierarch of the major sections. They buzzed and slashed down from the void, causing everyone to be extremely cautious. What do you think we need to exchange for this ominous stone? Taoist Qin Long asked faintly. His eyes were as bright as a divine lamp, revealing divine light. This ominous stone was brought to Kunwu City by Taoist Chu Wei, who escaped from the Huanxi sacred ground. However, he passed away 80 million years ago. Today, his descendants can only be found in Shishing Heaven. He once told us that if anyone wanted this ominous stone, not only would they have to take care of his descendants, they would also have to offer this item to his ancestors at the ruins of the Huanxi Holy Land. Furthermore, he also promised that the rest of the items exchanged for this stone would all belong to us. After looking at each other for a while, the few Taoists present spoke one after another, mentioning Chu Wei who brought this ominous stone back then. Many people still had some impressions of this person. He was the young master of the Huanxi sacred ground. However, after encountering misfortune in the Huanxi sacred ground, he went crazy and passed away in one of the mountains. If the master of the demonic mountain wants this ominous stone, then please show your sincerity. The white-bearded elder stared at the depths of the demonic cloud and said in a deep voice. He knew that there was a high possibility that the red-robed female demon was sitting there, but she did not show herself. Show my sincerity. Taoist Qin Long smiled faintly and said, what you said is not a problem. As long as the master behind me says it, I believe that in the upper realm, no one would dare to make things difficult for the descendants of Taoist Chu Wei. What else do you want to say? Just say it. Hearing this, everyone's expression softened. They felt that the red-robed female demon was not as ferocious and difficult to get along with as the rumor said. After a brief discussion, the white-bearded elder said, "If that's the case, if you can take out 100 immortal crystals, then you can take this ominous stone." When Gu Chang'e cut the divine fetus, he already took out 100 immortal crystals. Thus, after some thought, they felt that this ominous stone, which was as mysterious as the divine fetus, should also be worth this much. The expressions of the other sect masters and the older generation changed slightly when they heard the number. Young Master Chang'e may be able to take it out, but the demon mountain might not. Many young supreme beings glanced at each other. They felt that after the ancient existences said these words, the atmosphere on the side of the Devil Mountain became slightly stagnant. This made many people feel uneasy. They felt that none of these devils were easy to get along with. Even for the master of the Devil Mountain, that red-robed female devil, after she was born, she had also committed many massacres. There were quite a number of supreme beings who had died in her hands. 100 immortal crystals. The smile on Taoist Qin Long's face suddenly disappeared. He frowned and became a little suspicious. If it wasn't for the fact that the white-bearded old man and the others didn't seem to be joking, he would have suspected that they were toying with him. 100 immortal crystals. What did that mean? They really dared to demand an exorbitant price. The faces of the other great devils behind him also darkened. A murderous and terrifying aura swept over. It was as if it was autumn and winter, and all living things were about to wither. Do you all think that the Devil Mountain is easy to bully? Or do you all think that I don't know what 100 immortal crystals mean? Now that the upper realm is so big, why don't you all tell me who can calmly take out 100 immortal crystals to cut this stone? Not to mention 100 immortal crystals, even if it's 10 immortal crystals, I don't think anyone can take it out. Taoist Qin Long's face was a little displeased and cold. He slowly glanced at the white-bearded old man and the others, and his words were even colder. He didn't believe that anyone could take out 100 immortal crystals at this time, let alone use them to cut the stone. This was simply a fantasy story. He even suspected that these supreme beings in Kunwu City were making fun of them. Taoist Qin Long, if you think it's inappropriate, then don't cut it. We didn't force the Devil Mountain to cut this ominous stone. Hearing this, the white-bearded old man's tone was not polite at all. The rest of the people's expressions also became a little strange. Before this, they did hold the same attitude as Taoist Qin Long, thinking that it was impossible for anyone to take out 100 immortal crystals. In the end, Gu Chang'e showed everyone what it meant to be really rich and imposing. Wuxia, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others couldn't help but look at Gu Chang'e, who was in front of them with a calm expression, and felt very strange. They were afraid that Taoist Qin Long didn't think about this at all. As for what you said, please forgive me for not agreeing. Just now, young Master Chang'e just spent 100 immortal crystals to cut the divine fetus of the 7 great divine stones. Everyone in Kunwu City saw it with their own eyes. How can it be false? The white-bearded old man continued with a bit of mockery in his eyes. What, Gu Chang'e? As soon as he said that, the expressions of the people from Demon Mountain changed. Taoist Qin Long also became a little surprised and looked at Gu Chang'e in disbelief. He naturally recognized Gu Chang'e. But he never thought that before they came here, Gu Chang'e had already spent 100 immortal crystals to cut a divine fetus. The expressions of the people present told him that this should not be a lie. Gu Chang'e, you really took out 100 immortal crystals to cut that divine fetus? Taoist Qin Long's expression was full of deep shock, and his breathing was a little difficult. 100 immortal crystals. I can still take it out if I squeeze it. Gu Chang'e glanced at him casually and said casually. As he spoke, he kept feeling that Chan Honi's eyes were looking at him from the depths of the demon cloud. He was very casual and didn't look at her across the void. He, my words are right here. If you want to cut the ominous stone, then take out 100 immortal crystals. The white-bearded old man and the others sneered. They could already see that there were not many supreme powerhouses from Demon Mountain this time. In Kuan-Wu City, powerhouses from various orthodoxies had gathered. There were even several Dao attainment artifacts. Naturally, they were not afraid of the people from Demon Mountain. Besides, Gu Chang'e was also here. His current strength was unfathomable. 100 immortal crystals, Daoist Qin Long and the others' expressions turned ugly. They were not as proud and calm as before. They looked at each other with murderous intent in their eyes. They were great devils who wreaked havoc. In the past, they would just rob whatever they wanted. Now that they couldn't afford so many immortal crystals, why not just rob? All of a sudden, a terrifying murderous intent emerged and swept over like the coldest of winter. Everyone's expression changed slightly and they all became vigilant. It seems that the huge demon mountain can't take out 100 immortal crystals now. The white-bearded old man and the others looked at each other. Divine runes appeared in their palms under their sleeves. The precepts of Tao disappeared, and their bodies began to emit powerful and terrifying auras. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Everyone became serious and began to take out their artifacts. Qi and blood appeared on the bodies of some of the elders. The top of their heads shone brightly like stars. It was a sign that their spiritual power was extremely strong. Demon Mountain can't take out 100 immortal crystals now. However, just as the atmosphere was about to explode, a cold and calm voice suddenly came from the depths of the demon cloud. The voice was very pleasant, like the sound of nature. In a trance, it seemed that a peerless beauty who brought calamity to all living things was sitting there. However, everyone felt a terrifying chill. Even the Tao attainment experts felt their divine souls trembling. The female devil in red, she's really here. The white-bearded old man and the other Tao attainment experts' expressions changed slightly. They became even more serious and didn't dare to relax at all. She begged for fresh flowers. It's her. The expressions of the sect masters changed drastically. Their scalps were numb, and they felt that their divine souls were about to be frozen and cracked by the voice. The young supremes like Six-Crowned King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Heaven Demon Monarch, and then she almost suffocated. A mouthful of blood rolled in their throats. Their divine souls shook, and they almost couldn't stand steadily. It took them a long time to recover. However, their faces were unusually pale, as if they had lost all their blood. Only the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's eldest princess Euphia's glabella shone slightly. There was a mysterious rune flickering. She was fine. Except for Gu Chang'e, the others didn't notice this abnormality on Euphia. At this moment, Chan Hongyi's voice came from the depths of the demon cloud again. However, Gu Chang'e, since you can take out 100 immortal crystals, it shouldn't be difficult for you to lend me another 100 immortal crystals. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Even old Daoist Qin Long and the others were extremely shocked and puzzled. Then they realized that the female devil in red was talking to Gu Chang'e. Do they know each other well? They became even more puzzled. Why would the female devil in red talk to Gu Chang'e like this? Shouldn't they have a grudge against each other? Why did it seem like they knew each other? The ferocious female devil in red had taken the initiative to ask Gu Chang'e to lend her immortal crystals. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. How is this possible? Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and the others were also extremely shocked. They do know each other. Euphia, who had been doubting, was even more sure now. Oh, so why do you think I can take out another 100 immortal crystals? Gu Chang'e hadn't expected Chan Hongyi to ask him to lend her immortal crystals. His expression changed slightly, but he recovered quickly. He asked casually. You don't need to know that, Chan Hongyi's calm voice came. Then why should I lend them to you? Gu Changa smiled lightly. You will. Chan Hongyi's voice was as calm as ever. Gu Changa shook his head slightly. If I lend them to you, how are you going to pay me back? You owe me. How are you going to pay me back? Chan Hongyi was sitting in the carriage. Her red clothes were as red as blood. Her expression was as cold as ice. Her rhetorical question made people tremble with fear. The two's words, which didn't make sense and sounded like riddles, never stopped being shocked. Why did they feel like there was a secret between Gu Changa and the female devil in red? Could it be that Gu Changa had reached some kind of agreement with the female devil when he was hunting her in the divine city? At this moment, people were so confused and shocked that they could only guess in this way. 100 immortal crystals. If you want them, I'll lend them to you. But I'll give them to you now. Do you dare take them? Just as everyone was making guesses, a voice suddenly rang out. Gu Changa smiled slightly. A sealed jade jar appeared in his palm again. Those who saw him cut the divine fetus couldn't help but hold their breaths. They knew what was inside the jade jar. Then, Gu Changa walked forward unhurriedly. It seemed like he was going to personally hand the jade jar to Chan Hongyi. Seeing this, people from Demon Mountain were also shocked. Even Taoist Qing Long, who was standing at the front, retreated. He seemed to be quite afraid. He naturally knew how terrifying Gu Changa's strength was. Although he had been famous for many years, he was definitely not Gu Changa's match. The other demons from Demon Mountain also retreated. They couldn't help but make way for Gu Changa. Chan Hongyi, who was sitting in the demonic cloud, was silent for a moment. She didn't expect Gu Changa to do this. She didn't say anything. Her cold and emotionless eyes reflected Gu Changa's figure as he approached her unhurriedly. She seemed indifferent. Fan. Chapter 561. At this moment, everyone in the market was in a state of extreme shock. Even the white-bearded elder and the other Tao enlightened cultivators were dumbfounded and in disbelief. Not only did Gu Changa agree to lend her 100 immortal crystals, but now he was going to personally give them to her. Although many people were shocked by Gu Changa's wealth to be able to take out another 100 immortal crystals, they were shocked. But even more people were shocked by the woman in red's attitude. Compared to Gu Changa's aggressive attitude, the ferocious woman in red was extremely silent at this moment. They couldn't help but wonder what had happened between the two of them during the siege in the divine city. From the conversation just now, it was obvious that the woman in red was very familiar with Gu Changa. Quite a few creatures have died at the hands of the red-robed female devil. Gu Changa really has guts. Isn't he afraid that the woman in red will suddenly become violent? Many of the legendary figures of the older generation were watching all of this solemnly. Brother Gu is not a reckless person. He is definitely not worried that the woman in red will suddenly attack. Heavenly Phoenix Maiden guessed softly. She felt that Gu Changa was even more mysterious. His actions were unpredictable and difficult to guess. The demonic clouds in front of them were extremely dim and chaotic chi lingered. A black carriage stopped. For black demonic flood dragons with scarlet eyes were letting out ferocious roars. But facing Gu Changa's arrival, they were still extremely uneasy and fearful and kept retreating. Buzz! Suddenly, a ray of crimson light that was as red as blood leaked out from the carriage. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, the 4 demonic flood dragons trembled on the ground and did not dare to continue moving. Why bother? They are just ferocious beasts. Gu Changa smiled faintly and walked towards the carriage. He was not worried that Chan Hongyi would attack him. You don't have to come over. Just give me the immortal crystals here. Chan Hongyi also spoke indifferently. Her eyes were deep and cold, revealing her ruthlessness. In front of the curtain of the carriage, a hand as white and delicate as jade stretched out. It shone brightly and signaled to Gu Changa to hand the jade jar to her. I've already come all the way here. Red coat, are you not even willing to see me? However, Gu Changa didn't seem to notice her outstretched hand. He lightly shook his head and continued to walk towards the carriage. His words carried some regret. The poison you gave me last time was really painful. As he spoke, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing this, Chan Hongyi, who was in the carriage, suddenly felt a wave of cold air assault her. She did not say a word. Her eyes were cold and emotionless. She directly raised her hand and slammed it down, choosing to strike first to gain the upper hand. The one who rushed to Kunwu City was just a spiritual body, not even an avatar. Otherwise, with her temperament, she wouldn't have spoken so nicely to those ancient existences outside. She would have snatched the ominous stone long ago. Boom! Seeing this scene, Gu Changa was not surprised. He smiled faintly and slammed his palm forward. The laws of order lingered and intertwined in the void, using the same method to resist Chan Hongyi. He knew that Chan Hongyi had not recovered to her peak, not even 1/10,000th of her peak. Not to mention that the person here was not her. In just an instant, the place exploded. Terrifying cracks appeared in the void, blurring and chaotic. All the laws of order seemed to be broken. Astral chi rushed into the sky and swept in all directions. The terrifying aura mixed with the Emperor Realm laws almost rushed out of the realm. The entire Kunwu city was trembling. The people from the Demon Mountain in the city, as well as the white-bearded old man and the others, looked at all this in shock. They quickly moved to block the aura that rushed out. Otherwise, it would be a great disaster for the entire Kunwu city. They never expected that Gu Changa would suddenly fight with the red-robed female demon. They thought that the two would reminisce about old times and so on. This also put a big question mark on their previous suspicions. If the two of them were very familiar with each other, why would they suddenly make a move? It was as if they were facing each other with life and death. At this moment, demonic fog filled the sky and drowned out all directions. Chan Hongyi appeared in the carriage. Her red clothes were as red as blood, and her eyes were cold as she fought with Gu Changa. Although she was a spiritual body, her strength was far beyond that of an ordinary Tao enlightened cultivator. The terrifying murderous aura turned into all kinds of ancient runes that condensed in the void. Then, like knives, spears, swords, and halberds, they slashed toward Gu Changa. This place became incomparably dazzling. All kinds of extremely ancient, and even long-lost divine powers and ancient heavenly techniques were displayed. However, with the demonic fog blocking them, the people outside could not see anything clearly. They could only feel that the aura here was extraordinarily turbulent and terrifying. Are you sure you want to fight with me? Don't forget that everything you know was taught by me. Gu Changa raised his hand and easily wiped away the many divine powers in front of him. His expression did not change at all as he shook his head slightly. Hearing this, Chan Hongyi's figure descended from the sky and stopped attacking. She looked coldly at Gu Changa without saying a word. Just now, she felt that Gu Changa was going to attack her, so she made the first move to gain the upper hand. Compared to the last time in the Divine City, Gu Changa's strength was clearly more terrifying now. Moreover, she could not figure out Gu Changa's current trump card, so she was not confident that she could deal with him at this time. Give me the immortal crystals. Chan Hongyi said. Just now, you wanted to kill me, and now you're asking me for immortal crystals. Gu Changa's gaze fell on her face as he said with interest, don't you think it's a bit wrong to do this? Or have you always felt that this was the right thing to do? Chan Hongyi said coldly. I will naturally return what I borrowed from you. Gu Changa shook his head and smiled, no need. When have I not given you anything you want? Saying this, he suddenly grabbed Chan Hongyi's hand. When she was about to subconsciously withdraw her hand, he gave her the jade jar containing the immortal essences. I don't have immortal crystals, but there are quite a few immortal essences. After you exchange for this stone, you can keep some for yourself. Then, without waiting for Chan Hongyi's reply, Gu Changa's figure had already left the demonic fog and walked outside. Chan Hongyi lowered her eyes and looked at the 4-9 crystal jade jar in her hand. The warmth of Gu Changa's hand still lingered on it. "When have you not given me?" She muttered this sentence as a flash of emotion passed through her eyes. Then, they returned to being cold and emotionless. "Young Master Changa, what happened just now? Why did you suddenly attack? Are you okay?" Outside the demonic fog, the white-bearded old man and others had been waiting anxiously. Seeing Gu Changa come out, they could not help but feel relieved. They could not help but ask. Seeing Gu Changa's expression and energy not change much, Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and Shi, and others were a little disappointed. They had wanted to see Gu Changa suffer a loss at the hands of the red-robed female demon. But things did not go as they wished. Gu Changa was obviously fine. It did not even look like he had attacked. The old Taoist master Azure Dragon and others from the Demon Mountain were also confused. The two had been fighting, but they had suddenly stopped. They could not understand why. Chapter 562. It's nothing. It's just a small conflict. Gu Changa smiled and shook his head. Seeing this, although there were many doubts and puzzles in everyone's hearts, at this time, they could only choose to suppress it in their hearts and not ask anymore. At this moment, a jade jar flew out from the depths of the demonic clouds and landed in Daoist Qing Long's hand. "Cut that stone open." Chan Hongyi's voice was heard. Seeing this, the crowd immediately understood that Gu Changa had lent 100 immortal crystals to the red-robed female devil. Why did the two of them fight just now? "Yes, Master." Daoist Qing Long said respectfully. He did not dare to look at what was in the jade jar and passed it to the white-bearded old man. "Young Master Changa is so generous." The white-bearded old man and the others naturally knew what was in the jade jar. Their eyes were burning with desire. After receiving the jade jar, they checked it like before and nodded in satisfaction. Only then did they pass the ominous stone to the people from the Demon Mountain. The ominous stone, Daoist Qing Long's expression was slightly fearful. He looked at the black stone in front of him and did not waste any time. He tried to cut it open. At this moment, the crowd was also curious and looked over. They wanted to know what was hidden in the ominous stone. Soon, a silver knife appeared in Daoist Qing Long's hand. It seemed to be made of immortal silver gold. It buzzed and was very sharp. He waved his sleeve and sealed the surrounding void. Then, he began to carefully cut the stone. Back then, he was also one of the people who mingled in the major stone gambling dens. Naturally, he was familiar with the method of cutting stones. Not long after, the stone fragments fell one by one. They were mixed with dense black light as if they were corroded by the ominous qi. The black light that gushed out was even denser. Even the demonic qi that filled the air flooded in all directions with a terrifying corrosive aura. Ordinary cultivators did not dare to get close. Buzz! With a crisp cracking sound, the silver knife in Daoist Master Qing Long's hand seemed to have come into contact with something. Fine cracks appeared on its surface, and then it broke apart. "The thing in the ominous stone is out." A great sect master's eyes narrowed as he stared at the ominous stone, only to see a dense black light emerging from within. Everyone looked over, unable to take their eyes off him, as if they were afraid that they would miss something. The dense black light turned into a ball of light. A palm-sized wooden comb floated silently in the air. It was unknown what kind of wood it was made of, but it was tainted with an extremely dense and ominous aura. The edges seemed to be a bit damaged. There were some bloodstains that were extremely ancient. What, the thing inside the ominous stone is actually a wooden comb? This scene shocked everyone. It was simply unbelievable. Even the Azure Dragon founder, who was cutting the stone, was stunned. The movements of his hands stopped. In their opinion, the thing hidden within this ominous stone was definitely a peerless vicious object that would bring misfortune to all living beings and cultivators. That was why he was so cautious. But who would have thought that it was actually a somewhat broken wooden comb? This was completely beyond everyone's expectations. This wooden comb is extremely old. Judging from its age, it has definitely surpassed many eras. The bloodstains on it are the source of the misfortune, many legendary figures of the older generation said cautiously. They felt that this wooden comb was not simple at all. It was intertwined with natural Tao and principles. In some aspects, it was even rarer than natural objects. Most importantly, the bloodstains on the wooden comb were very likely from a certain supreme existence. A trace of blood was the reason why the Huanqi sacred ground was encountering misfortune. Just how terrifying was that supreme existence? Just as everyone was feeling shocked, the wooden comb suddenly left the stone and turned into a ray of black light, flying toward Chan Hongyi, who was in the depths of the demonic clouds. Does this wooden comb belong to the red-robed female devil? Is it her original item? This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked, and tempestuous waves arose in their hearts. So it's this item. Gu Chang'e shook his head gently. He naturally recognized this wooden comb. To be precise, this wooden comb came from him. He had personally given it to Chan Hongyi. However, the memory fragments were too chaotic, and he could not remember clearly when he had given it to her. It seemed to be the first gift he gave her after she killed the bandits. Long time no see. In the depths of the demonic clouds, Chan Hongyi looked at the slightly damaged wooden comb in her hand. Her eyes flashed with a look of preciousness as she carefully put it away. As she spoke, she looked outside and seemed to see Gu Chang'e looking at her. "Master, why are you so cruel?" She murmured these words softly from the corner of her mouth. That immortal king who died in Kun Mountain might be related to the red-robed female devil. Could she have killed him? The red-robed female devil's strength at her peak is unimaginable. The white-bearded old man and the others looked at each other and saw shock and fear in each other's eyes. They were all guessing who the bloodstains on the wooden comb belonged to. After all, an immortal king had died in Kun Mountain. Although it was a long time ago, it could be investigated and conclusive evidence could be found. Soon, the red-robed female devil's arrival in Kunwu City with the demonic mountain caused quite a stir. The news of the ominous stone being cut instantly shook the entire city. Many of the ancient cities in the vicinity heard the news immediately. The various orthodoxies and forces in Kunwu City also quickly spread the news of what had happened. In this divine stone convention, a piece of the immortal fetus was cut open. The stone of misfortune, which represented misfortune, was also cut open. This was beyond many people's expectations. Most importantly, both stones were cut by Gu Chang'e at a cost of 100 immortal crystals. The red-robed female devil even personally borrowed immortal crystals from Gu Chang'e to cut the stone in front of everyone. This news caused a stir that was not any smaller than the previous news. Many orthodoxies were guessing the relationship between Gu Chang'e and the red-robed female devil. All kinds of theories were spread, and the most agreed upon one was that during the battle at the Divine City, Gu Chang'e and the red-robed female devil might have reached some kind of agreement. This also explained why the red-robed female devil treated Gu Chang'e differently from the others. This caused no less discussion than the heavenly tomes being cut out of the immortal fetus. Of course, they were interested in what was recorded in the heavenly tomes. That was the matter of the orthodoxies. Ordinary cultivators knew that this matter had nothing to do with them, so they were very gossipy and guessed the unknown relationship between Gu Chang'e and the red-robed female devil. After all, the world was not short of gossipy people. Gu Chang'e was now the top person of his generation in the upper realm, the leader of the upper realm, and other titles. His every move would cause a stir. This time, his negotiation with the red-robed female devil was seen by many as a love-hate relationship. One was a sky pride of the era, the other was a peerless demon from an unknown era. It was said that she was so beautiful that she could bring disaster to the world. Once this topic was spread, it seemed like it could not be stopped. This was especially the case for the group of young existences, who were all very interested in it. In the palace, the heavenly tomes cut out from the immortal fetus appeared in Gu Changa's hand. On the silver pages, there was a brilliant light, and ancient words appeared one after another. He did not care about the various rumors and discussions in the outside world. After Chan Hongyi took back her wooden comb, she left with the people from the Demon Mountain. They did not stay in Kunwa City any longer. This made everyone in Kunwa City let out a long sigh of relief. In these few days, the unusual situation in Mount Kun became more and more serious. The Ji clan gathered the experts of various orthodoxies and prepared to attack Mount Kun. If Gu Changa guessed correctly, the Ji clan would attack Mount Kun in 3 days. This was also an opportunity for him. After that, Gu Changa tried to flip the heavenly tomes and open it. However, like before, it was to no avail. An abundant amount of energy surged out and almost knocked the heavenly book out of his hand. Even with his current realm, it was difficult for him to open it. After studying it for a while, he softly muttered the words on it. He vaguely felt that he had seen this heavenly tomes somewhere before. Immortal seal, however, there was another point without a doubt. Not only did this heavenly tomes hide a certain secret, but it could also be used as a sealing treasure. If Gu Changa guessed correctly, the 2 words, immortal seal, should be immortal words. He could use these 2 immortal words as an attack method. The sealing power contained in it was not simple. Of course, with his current strength, he did not really need to use such a method. Young master, according to your instructions, I've found a few famous figures who have studied the language of the hidden immortals. They're working through the night to translate the sword technique. At this moment, Yin Mei walked in from outside the palace. Gu Changa came back to his senses. He nodded and asked, "How's the progress?" "In about 3 days, they should be able to translate the sword technique by 660 words, replied Yin Mei. Gu Changa nodded slightly. Of course, he would not take out the complete sword technique. He would only cut out a part of it and let the others translate it. He would then integrate it in the end. "Oh right, have you arranged for the assassins of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion?" Then, he thought of another matter and narrowed his eyes. "Reporting to young master, I have already informed by Lien her of this matter. She has arranged for 5 Great Sage Realm and 1 Quasi-Supreme Realm Assassin to take action today," Yin Mei replied respectfully. "The guardian behind the Little War Immortal is only a Supreme. I've already arranged for people to hold him back. In just half an hour, the Little War Immortal will be dead for sure." Gu Changa nodded. "Don't leave any traces. I trust you." By then, all the orthodoxies in the upper realms were very scared of him. As a result, he could not kill the Little War Immortal openly. Otherwise, it would be a good excuse for other forces to gang up on him. However, it would be much easier for him to arrange for assassins to kill the Little War Immortal secretly. Judging from what had happened at the Divine Stone Convention, the Little War Immortal had obviously known Su Chinga's identity. For Gu Changa, it would be better to get rid of such a hidden danger as soon as possible. After the Divine Stone Convention, all races would relax a little bit. The Little War Immortal would not expect Gu Changa to kill him. As to the Fighting Immortals mansion behind the Little War Immortal, Gu Changa had plenty of ways to get rid of them. Then Gu Changa sent people to find Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuyue. Jiang Chen could still play a role in this attack on Mount Kun. Given Ji Yaoxing's character, he would never let go of such a good opportunity. Gu Changa could also give it a try to see whether he could take the immortal boat of fortune from Jiang Chen. After all, the weapon spirit of the immortal boat of fortune had almost recovered after such a long time of nurturing. Soon, footsteps came from outside the palace. Ji Chuyue and Ji Yaoxing, who looked anxious, arrived. For the whole Ji clan, Gu Chang'e was their savior. Without Gu Chang'e's call, the other forces would not have helped the Ji clan in rescuing their ancestors. Therefore, when Ji Chuiyue learned that Gu Chang'e had something to discuss with them, she had to bite the bullet and come, no matter how reluctant she was. Chapter 563. In the palace, celestial mist lingered. Gu Chang'e was in a luxurious robe, sitting on the main seat, exuding a noble and mysterious aura. When Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiyue came in, he was drinking quietly with a lazy smile on his handsome face. "Greetings, young Lord Chang'e." Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiyue just looked up at Gu Chang'e, then cupped their hands and greeted respectfully. "Brother Yaoxing, Miss Chuiyue, please sit down." Gu Chang'e glanced at them, smiled slightly, and gestured for them to sit down. The two of them didn't know why Gu Chang'e called them here, but they didn't dare to disobey Gu Chang'e's good intentions. After they sat down, Yin Mei walked over and poured wine for the two of them. The rich and mellow aroma of the wine filled the air, swaying in the bronze wine cup. Strands of multicolored light intertwined. "Thank you for the wine, young Lord Chang'e." "Young Master Chang'e, why did you call me and my sister here today?" Ji Yaoxing raised his cup and toasted Gu Chang'e, then asked respectfully. Ji Chuiyue, who was next to him, was wearing a light yellow dress. Her face was as bright as the moon, delicate and fair, and her hair was soft and beautiful. At this moment, she also imitated her brother and toasted Gu Chang'e. The two of them were more or less anxious. As the saying goes, being with a king is like being with a tiger. Beside Gu Chang'e, they even had to think for a long time before saying a word. It was obvious that they were nervous. The news of Gu Chang'e fighting against the red-robed female demon in this Godstone convention had spread everywhere. Many people felt that even if he didn't use the supreme treasure he obtained in the 8 Desolation 10 regions, he could still fight against those who had achieved the Tao. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiyue were even more afraid of him. "Brother Yaoxing, don't be nervous. In fact, I called you two here to discuss the matter of rescuing your ancestor." Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. Hearing this, the two of them calmed down slightly. They weren't as nervous as before. Ji Chuiyue also let out a long sigh of relief. She actually couldn't understand why Gu Chang'e would help their clan without asking for anything in return. Could it be that after rescuing their ancestor, they would be able to resolve the calamity of the absolute in heaven? Or was there some other reason? Our Ji clan will never forget young Master Chang'e's kindness. Regarding the matter of rescuing our ancestors, we'll have to trouble you, young Master Chang'e. After the few ancestors of our clan had a discussion, we've decided to take action in 3 days. At that time, all the forces will gather at the foot of Kun Mountain and use the Tao-achieving weapons to open a path. Ji Yaoxing didn't beat around the bush. He told them everything about their clan's current plans without hiding anything. Gu Chang'e nodded and smiled as he drank. "That's a good idea. Since it's 3 days from now, I'll definitely bring the experts of the Gu clan and do my part to save Senior Ji Xingqiu." Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiyue couldn't help but show gratitude on their faces. They raised their glasses to propose a toast to Gu Chang'e. No matter what Gu Chang'e's purpose was, he had really helped them a lot in helping the Ji clan's ancestors. "In fact, I know how dangerous Kun Mountain is. I don't think we'll be able to save Senior Ji Xingqiu if we go there recklessly. Brother Yaoxing, do you remember that guy called Jiang Chen in the Purple Mountain? He actually has the inheritance of a divine origin master. He has an instinct to seek luck and avoid danger in all kinds of dangerous places. If we can find him this time, I think he'll be of great help." Then Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. She suddenly mentioned Jiang Chen, implying something. "Young Master Chang'e, do you mean Jiang Chen, the guy who rushed into the Purple Mountain?" Ji Yaoxing was shocked, but he put on a puzzled look and asked. Ji Chuiyue didn't expect Gu Chang'e to mention Jiang Chen either. Somehow, she was worried about him. She remembered Jiang Chen had always wanted to take revenge on Gu Chang'e. She knew Jiang Chen had disguised himself as a divine origin master and stayed within she, the young lady of the Yin clan. Besides, what worried her most was that her brother, Ji Yaoxing, knew Jiang Chen's true identity. It's him indeed. He didn't die in the Purple Mountain when it collapsed. Then he showed up in the Great Void Divine Tomb. He triggered the formation there and killed many leaders of the great sections. Then he stole the Great Void Divine Personality, which caused a great disaster. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly, smiling. He made Jiang Chen the scapegoat in a few words. Of course, what he said was also the consensus of all the orthodoxies in the upper realm. After all, many people were still looking for Jiang Chen's whereabouts so that they could take revenge for their leader. I see. As long as we can find this guy, we'll have more confidence in our plan to rescue our ancestors. Ji Yaoxing nodded. He looked serious. He understood what Gu Chang'e meant. He didn't doubt Jiang Chen's ability at all. He had killed so many leaders of the great sects in the Great Void Divine Tomb with his low cultivation. How could an ordinary person compare to this kind of means and courage? Gu Chang'e nodded, smiling approvingly. Brother Yaoxing, it's good that you understand me. This time, we'll be able to rescue your ancestors mostly because of that divine origin master's disciple. He had eyes everywhere in Kunwu City. As long as he wanted to investigate, he could find out that Ji Chuiwe had visited Jiang Chen not long ago. In this way, Ji Yaoxing had probably known Jiang Chen's true identity a long time ago. Gu Chang'e had told him this because she wanted him to catch Jiang Chen and take him with him when the time came. In order not to alert the enemy, Gu Chang'e had to pretend he didn't know who Jiang Chen was at the moment. Otherwise, if Jiang Chen entered Kun Mountain because he was frightened and didn't want to do anything, Gu Chang'e's plan to deal with the Ji family's ancestors would be ruined. Then Gu Chang'e told Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiwe something else. Then he looked tired. He waved his hand and asked them to leave. It's time to expose the fact that Jiang Chen has the demon seed. He looked at the back of the Ji family's brother and sister as they left, and lightly tapped his wine cup. In terms of cultivation, Jiang Chen was much weaker than the inheritor of the demon method. However, this didn't stop Gu Chang'e from misleading the public. He made the situation even more chaotic. At the same time, on a street in Kunwu City, after Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiwe bade farewell, they headed back to the encampment with heavy expressions. They seemed to have a lot on their minds. Brother, are you really going to expose Jiang Chen's identity? Ji Chuiwe couldn't help but ask worriedly. Glancing at her, Ji Yaoxing shook his head. Do you have a better idea? Do you have the heart to see our ancestors suffer in Kun Mountain for an outsider who has nothing to do with you? Ji Chuiwe was speechless. She couldn't find a reason to refute him. There is no room for negotiation in this matter. When it comes to rescuing our ancestors, we can give up anything, even this friend of yours. Ji Yaoxing's words were cold. Besides, do you think it was a coincidence that Gu Chang'e suddenly mentioned this? Or does he already know something? Ji Chuiwe felt a chill down her spine. She was scared. Ji Yaoxing sighed. For the sake of the family, sister, what you should do now is to do what Ji Qingxian did. Brother, do you want me to please Gu Chang'e, too? Ji Chuiwe opened her eyes wide. She couldn't believe it. At this moment, Ji Yaoxing felt like a stranger to her. It's not my idea. It's my father's idea. You're as pretty as Ji Qingxian, but she's not as good as you in the Ji family. Your conditions are much better than hers. For you and me, the engagement is not something that we can decide. We don't have the right to choose. Ji Yaoxing sighed softly. He couldn't bear to see Ji Chuiwe's pale face. So, all of you want me to be Gu Chang'e's concubine? Ji Chuiwe was pale. She clenched her fists. It's fine if that's the case. But it seems Gu Chang'e won't like you. Ji Yaoxing sighed. You should know that even without Gu Chang'e, your future husband will be a young hero from another force. I know you have a good impression of Jiang Chen, but he's just a poor guy with no power or influence. Besides, he offended Gu Chang'e. It was the first time Ji Chuiwe had heard such cruel words from her brother. She shivered. Her face turned pale. She couldn't accept it. But she knew this was the reality. In the northwest corner of Kuan-Wu City, in a quiet yard. And she, Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, Junior Warlord, and others were there. They were talking and laughing. They looked very natural. There were all kinds of delicacies on the table. Many pretty maids were waiting on them. This is the kind of life a cultivator should have, Yi Fujian said. Looking at the table full of delicacies, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He recalled how hard he had been living these days. The meat of the fierce beasts in front of him cost at least 10,000 spiritual stones. He didn't even have the nerve to look at them. Even the maids waiting on him were pretty and lovely. He was envious of such a life. Only the descendants of ancient immortals or supreme sects like Shi and Junior Warlord could enjoy such a life easily. They were born with the resources and methods that average practitioners would spend their whole lives looking for. Brother Jiang, if you want, as a divine origin master, it'll be easy for you to get all of this. Junior Warlord smiled gently. There was an elegant smile on his handsome face. Golden cross symbols flashed in his eyes from time to time. Judging from his energy, he had almost recovered. He hadn't suffered a serious injury to his origin, as people had speculated. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Brother Warlord, you flatter me. I know my level very well. Then he drank a few glasses of wine. He flushed. Seeing such a feast, he couldn't help but think of Xiao Ruoyin again. He felt very depressed. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Little Chenzi, why do you keep thinking about her? After the Holy Stone Convention, Niu Tian had asked Jiang Chen about Xiao Ruoyin. He had learned something from the indirect inquiry, so he couldn't help but persuade him. He seemed to care about him a lot. Niu Tian, you don't understand. Until now, I finally understood why she left so decisively. After all, she was with Gu Chang'e. Her life was much more luxurious than what she had here. How could she give it up? Jiang Chen's eyes turned red. He clenched his fists. His voice was low and hoarse. He didn't want to give up. Thinking about it, Xiao Ruoyin had been walking in a weird way and speaking in such a secretive way. What did that mean? It was ridiculous that he had been so naive to think she had really sprained her ankle. Xiao Ruoyin isn't the kind of person who despises the poor and favors the rich. I think she must have had some difficulties. Maybe she didn't have a choice. Niu Tian sighed when he saw Jiang Chen's heartbroken look. And she, who had been silent, also showed a surprised look. She kind of understood what had happened. It turned out Jiang Chen had been robbed of his love by Gu Chang'e during this period of time. The woman he loved had been robbed by Gu Chang'e. In this way, it would be a better chance for her to draw Jiang Chen to her side. However, when she was about to comfort Jiang Chen, she suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Outside the courtyard, a murderous aura suddenly shrouded the area, bringing with it a bone-chilling murderous aura. It abruptly enveloped the area. That's not good, there's an assassin. Little Warlord sensed something was wrong immediately. He turned pale and stood up. Chapter 564. A cold murderous aura swept in from outside the courtyard. It was as if winter had arrived, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness that made one's divine soul tremble. The people in the courtyard did not need Little Combat Immortal's reminder to know that an assassination was coming. Their expressions changed drastically as they took out their weapons. Whoosh! 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 Many figures rushed out from the originally quiet courtyard with weapons in their hands. They stared at their surroundings vigilantly. These were the people from War Immortal's Manor and the clan. Although there were good and bad people, the strongest among them had reached the Great Saint realm. Most of them were only at the Sage realm or the Divine King realm. Boom! A black light suddenly swept in from outside the courtyard. Like a fog, it instantly shrouded the place, leaving only a gloomy gray. Several figures in gray walked in from the void outside the courtyard. Their expressions were cold and emotionless as they walked in from the void outside the courtyard. The black longswords in their hands were made of unknown materials. They were extremely sharp and filled with murderous aura. One could even see the blood-red radiance emanating from them. They wore black cloths on their heads, revealing only their eyes. Their bodies were secretly emitting a terrifying aura. Moreover, their aura was even more terrifying. Several great saints appeared, and among them, there were even quasi-supreme existences. Protect the young lord. Protect the young lady. Seeing this, the expressions of the experts from War Immortal's Manor and the clan changed drastically. After they appeared, they were filled with murderous aura. They stared at the courtyard and shouted in a low voice. They could not understand why someone would choose to assassinate them at this time. One should know that it was broad daylight in Kuan-Wu City, where many supreme experts from various orthodoxies had gathered. Once there was a commotion, it would definitely alarm the other experts. This group of assassins was extremely daring. Their actions were tantamount to committing murder in public. They did not care about the risk of being exposed at all. Who are these assassins here to kill? Who among us is targeted by them? And Shi's expression was gloomy. She clenched her jade-like hands and could not help but ask. It was supposed to be a perfect banquet, but her mood was ruined by the sudden intrusion of these assassins. Moreover, she wanted to know who had offended them and sent Assassin 667 to kill them. In this world, not many forces could send so many powerful assassins at once. Even the assassin organizations Buddha and Hell wouldn't do. Jiang Chen and Niu Tian were also very serious. If this guy had come to kill them, he was overestimating them. They were far from being a match for any one of these assassins. They're targeting me. They're here to kill me. The little War Immortal said with a solemn expression. He felt that the killing intent was locked onto him. This caused him to feel even more uneasy. He couldn't figure out when he had offended someone to actually send so many powerhouses to assassinate him. Kill you? Did you offend someone? And she asked, puzzled. Little War Immortal shook his head and said in a low voice, I don't know who I offended. Also, my Tao protector seems to be held back by someone. I can't contact him. In fact, he had a faint guess in his heart, but he did not dare to imagine that the other party would be so unbridled. Kill. Immediately, several assassins quickly took action, rushing towards Little War Immortal and the others, surrounding them. They all took action, all types of precious techniques and divine abilities crushing down. One magic artifact after another appeared, including a magic lamp, an ancient cauldron, a stove. They covered the whole area and were extremely powerful. In just a second, the strong men of the Ansas and the War Immortal's mansion all started to cough up blood. They were no match for the other party at all. In terms of cultivation strength, it was very difficult for the people here to contend with these assassins. Even if they tried their best, they would still die quickly. Protect the young lady. A strong man of the Ansas shouted in anger, trying to transmit his voice so that the others would hear him. However, an assassin stared at him and disappeared from where he had been. He was like a black lightning bolt. The black sword in his hand flashed over quickly and penetrated the center of his forehead. He died immediately. And she, Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and the others turned pale when they had seen this. They hurried to use all kinds of methods to protect themselves. In an instant, a big fight broke out in the yard. Many people coughed up blood and died. Heads rolled down. The smell of blood was pungent. This place was shrouded in a black fog to prevent the energy from leaking out. Unless a quasi-emperor attacked, it would be very difficult to crack this barrier. This made the Ansas and the War Immortals mansion even more desperate. After all, their grand ancestors were not here. They went back to their sects after the Divine Stone Convention ended. And Shi's granduncle, and Wang Shan, also went back to his family. He did not stay in Kunwa City any longer. He was worried that the Ji family's attack on Mount Kun would bring disaster to Kunwa City, so he wanted to avoid it. Are we all going to die here today? The young war immortal was unwilling to accept this. He shouted in anger. The golden cross-shaped crack in his eyes emitted a dreadful power. He gave off a strong cyan light. He exerted a secret method. His roar shook the world like thunder. He dashed forward like an eternal furnace. He was full of energy and energy. His fists seemed to have turned into matchless sacred mountains. They crashed down with a rumbling sound. None of the assassins dashing toward him could match him. Some of them even collapsed under the fist print. They could not approach him at all. The War Immortal's formula is really extraordinary. Unfortunately, you still have to die today. Seeing this, the would-be supreme venerable assassin moved his eyes slightly. He dashed forward, but his voice was still cold and emotionless. He only slashed out with his sword. The void cracked. Many of the experts from the infamily and War Immortals manor exploded and turned into powder. They could not even block a single slash. This was the power of a would-be supreme venerable. Unless they were at the same level, no one could block it. Who sent you to kill me? The young War Immortal shouted angrily. The gray-clothed assassin said indifferently. Don't you know who you have offended? Who did I offend? The young War Immortal's eyes were a bit red. He searched through his memories. Finally, he stopped at the Divine Stone Convention. He saw Gu Changa's casual and contemptuous face. At this moment, he was almost sure that the person who sent the assassin was definitely related to Gu Changa. Think about it on the road to the Yellow Springs. The gray-clothed assassin said coldly. He attacked again. His terrifying power crushed down. The others exploded into powder. The young War Immortal was invincible among great saints when he exerted his peak strength, but he was still no match for a would-be supreme venerable. Under this attack, his fist was cracked. His whole body was covered with sword marks. He was bleeding. He roared angrily. Blood suddenly flowed out of his golden cross-shaped eyes. With a cracking sound, it was as if some kind of shackle had been broken. At this moment, the young War Immortal's whole body was burning, as if he could not feel any pain. He had turned into a peerless War Immortal. He could fight against anything. His practicing body was peerless. A golden whip appeared in his hand. It looked like the whip of immortals in ancient myths. He kept fighting with the would-be supreme venerable assassin, regardless of his own life. And Shi, Jiang Chen, and the others were also helping him. They threw out many divine talismans and ancient methods, trying to help the young War Immortal. If the young War Immortal died here, they probably would not be able to survive. Buzz! The air was shaking. A giant golden cauldron suddenly flew out of Anshi's spiritual altar. It was intertwined with rules and principles. It was even emitting the brilliance of the immortal doctrine. The whole world was shaking. It fell toward the assassin with a boom. For a moment, the fluctuations here suddenly became incomparably terrifying. Even the quasi-supreme assassin's expression changed drastically. That's not good, all the buildings and palaces here had been sunk. The whole place was in ruins. It was really shocking. Jiang Chen's glabella lit up. A vague shadow of a bronze immortal boat showed up. It dispersed the black fog shrouding this place. The terrifying aura instantly startled the entire Kuan-Wu city. Streams of powerful divine sense swept across the area in astonishment. Who is causing trouble here? A Tao fulfillment cultivator coldly snorted and extended his giant palm. That's not good. The gray-clothed assassin turned pale, but he was decisive. He chose to explode himself without any hesitation. A dreadful fluctuation exploded in an instant, as if many stars had exploded. The young war immortal, Jiang Chen, and the others were sent flying. Covered with blood and seriously injured, they fell onto the ground. Oh, it was a failure. In the palace, Gu Chang'e, sipping tea leisurely, shook his head slightly. He looked a little surprised. Young master, please punish me. I underestimated the young war immortal. Although his accomplished doctrine was delayed, in the end, he exerted an extremely weird method to kill the would-be Supreme Venerable. That led to the failure of the assassination. If I had sent more people, I wouldn't have made a mistake. And the formation pattern was cracked. That's why the other accomplished doctrine in Kuan-Wu City were alerted. Yin Mei stood in front of him. Her small face was as white as jade. She begged for forgiveness and was about to kneel down. Gu Chang'e thought for a while. Then he waved his hand to ask her to stand up. He said, "It's okay that it was a failure. It's not your fault. I didn't expect the young war immortal to be so strong. In my opinion, this should be a 90% certainty." He didn't blame Yin Mei. The young war immortal was very close to Jiang Chen and Niu Tian. He was more or less affected by the energy of the Son of Luck. It was reasonable that he had exploded at such a critical moment. However, since the assassination had failed, he had to figure out a way to clean up the mess. After all, it had caused a great disturbance. The young war immortal and others might suspect him, but Gu Chang'e wasn't worried that he could provide any evidence. Besides, if he wanted to get rid of the young war immortal secretly next time, it would be troublesome. Young master, I'll arrange more people. I don't believe we can't kill the young war immortal. Yin Mei nodded. She wasn't willing to accept the fact that she hadn't finished Gu Chang'e's task of killing the young war immortal. Although Gu Chang'e didn't blame her, it was also because she hadn't done a good job. Don't do that for the moment. After this incident, the young war immortal will learn to be smart. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. Yes, young master, Yin Mei said, lowering her hands. Do I have to do it myself? Gu Chang'e thought for a while. He didn't consider asking Ada, who was a potential emperor, to do it. After all, the young war immortal had been attacked by the inheritor of demonic methods first. Then he had been assassinated all of a sudden. Nowadays, all the orthodoxies were keeping a close eye on their inheritors, fearing accidents. Even Gu Chang'e couldn't guarantee that Ada wouldn't leave any traces. If he did it himself, he could get rid of the young war immortal secretly. However, it was really risky. Many people in Kunwa City were keeping an eye on him. Gu Chang'e didn't want the upper world to attack him. He had to wait for the right time. I'm in the limelight now. Many things aren't easy to do on the surface. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. He put down the teacup. If people found out he was going to kill the young war immortal, it would affect the entire upper world greatly. This would cause a huge upheaval in the upper world. Many orthodoxies wouldn't allow him to do so. Since Gu Chang'e could kill the young war immortal for no reason, he could also kill the inheritors of the other orthodoxies. When that happens, they would have an excuse to attack him and the Longevity Gu clan. After all, Gu Chang'e still couldn't dominate the entire upper world. He's lucky this time. I wonder if he'll enter Mount Kuan. If he does, I'll kill him myself. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. He didn't take this to heart. A young war immortal wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if he told the war immortal's manor behind him about Su Ching'e's identity, it wouldn't do anything in a short time. After all, without evidence, what was there to believe? Unless the young war immortal could capture Su Qingge. How can a young war immortal hinder you, young master? As long as he's out of Kunwa City, killing him will be as easy as crushing an ant. Yin Mei nodded. She lifted the teapot and filled Gu Changge's cup. Gu Changge smiled and pulled her into his arms. His smile was a little strange. But you did remind me. After this incident, it's a good excuse for me. Yin Mei, spread the word that I'm inviting all the young skyprides in Kunwu City to Stargazing Pavilion. We're going to attack Mount Kun the day after tomorrow to rescue Ji Xingqiu. Oh, I mean the Renzu. I'd like to see who dares to not give me face. Chapter 565. Rescuing the ancestor of the Ji family, Ji Xingqiu, was a small matter of the Ji family. However, on a larger scale, it was a matter of great importance to the safety of the entire upper realm. As the ancestor of humanity, Ji Xingqiu was extremely powerful. He was trapped in Mount Kun for so many eras, but he did not die. If he could escape, he would definitely be able to solve the problem of the Yin terminating heaven. Not to mention the fact that Ji Xingqiu had helped all the orthodoxies. Under this premise, as long as Gu Changge asked the younger generation to discuss rescuing Ji Xingqiu, no one would be able to refuse. After all, this was a matter of great importance to the safety of the upper realm. He took the lead and set an example. Yes, young master. Yin Mei understood Gu Changge's intention and quickly went to give the order. Coincidentally, Kunwu City was filled with the skyprides of various orthodoxies. She felt that no one would dare to refuse Gu Changge's invitation. Even Little War Fairy and the others who had just been assassinated felt the same. After Yin Mei left, Su Qingge, who had been waiting outside the palace, finally walked in. Greetings, young master. She could not hide the complicated feelings in her heart and bowed. Gu Changge was not surprised by her arrival. However, he still had a slightly surprised look on his face. He smiled and said, "Qing Xian, what's the matter?" Su Qingge was actually very confused as to why Gu Changge ordered someone to assassinate Little War Fairy. Logically speaking, as the inheritor of demonic techniques, she should be worried about her identity being exposed. Judging from Gu Changge's character, he would not do something meaningless. In other words, he ordered someone to assassinate Little War Fairy with a purpose. However, after thinking about it, Su Qingge could not figure out the reason. Could it be because of Little War Fairy's abnormality during the Divine Stone Convention? However, she was now Ji Qingxian, so she did not know how to ask. Young master, I accidentally overheard some things between you and the heavenly maiden Yin Mei. Su Qingge carefully considered her words and said. Of course, she didn't hear it by chance. She had analyzed and guessed that it was definitely Gu Changge who had sent people to assassinate the Little War Immortal. Oh, what did you hear? Gu Changge was interested and asked knowingly. I heard that young master sent someone to assassinate the Little War Immortal, but please rest assured, I will definitely not tell anyone. Su Qingge replied. It seemed that she was worried that Gu Changge would bear grudges against her, so she hurriedly promised. So what if he heard? Gu Changge smiled faintly. Are you confused as to why I killed him? Confusion appeared on Su Qingge's beautiful face. She nodded and said, yes. The reason I want to kill him is naturally because he knows something he shouldn't know. The smile on Gu Changge's face disappeared as he said indifferently. Things I shouldn't know. Su Qingge felt a chill in her heart and a sudden chill came from her back. She raised her bright eyes and looked at Gu Changge's calm face. For some reason, she felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words. Did the Little War Immortal know something he shouldn't know? Did that mean that he knew the true identity of the inheritor of the demonic art? Otherwise, what other possibilities could there be? As the leader of the younger generation in the upper realm, Gu Changge didn't want to kill the inheritor of the demonic art after knowing the identity of the inheritor of the demonic art. Instead, he helped him cover up his traces and flaws. Su Qingge was very smart. Other than this possibility, she couldn't think of any other explanation. If Gu Changge had already known her true identity, then it seemed that Gu Changge had already known about her exchange of identities with Ji Qingxian. It was just that he had been pretending not to know. For a moment, Su Qingge's head was buzzing as she thought of all these possibilities. Her heart was in a mess. "Young master, you know everything?" After a moment of silence, Su Qingge calmed herself down and asked with a slightly trembling voice. She didn't expect that she would get so much information when she met Gu Changge today. Then, what was the point of pretending all this time? "What do I know?" Gu Changge smiled faintly and asked in return. "I remember you once said that if you knew the identity of the inheritor of the demonic art, you wouldn't let them live in this world." Su Qingge's eyes were slightly red and her voice was trembling. She thought of the time in the Immortal Academy when she almost exposed her identity and was questioned by the elders. However, Gu Changge chose to believe her without any reason. From then on, she decided to hide her identity as the inheritor of the demonic art forever and never let Gu Changge know. Even until the moment of her death. Because she didn't want to see Gu Changge's disappointed expression. However, she didn't expect that in the end, not only did Gu Changge know her true identity, but he also thought of ways to cover up her tracks and solve the problem of her identity being exposed. This was no longer something that could be described as simple kindness. When Gu Changge heard this, he shook his head lightly. He knew that Su Qingge was going to tell him the truth. After all, she was so smart that she could guess all the reasons from the assassination of the little Zhanxian. It was meaningless to keep hiding it. "It seems that you still remember this sentence." Gu Changge's face was calm and casual, but the light in his eyes suddenly became somewhat deep. Su Qingge lowered her eyes and said with pain and guilt, "I'm sorry that I let you down." She didn't know whether Gu Changge was angry or sighing. "Do you want me to kill you now?" Gu Changge asked faintly. When Su Qingge heard this, she felt a little bitter and relieved inexplicably. She knew that her guess was right. From the beginning to the end, Gu Changge was just playing along with her. "If you want to kill me, you won't let me live until now." Su Qingge took a deep breath to calm herself down and answered. "Oh, you are so confident. You should know that there are many people who want to kill you now. Do you think I'm different from them?" Gu Changge asked with interest. "I didn't kill you before because you were Ji Qingxian. But now you are the inheritor of the demonic arts, Su Qingge." Hearing this, Su Qingge shook her head. Her eyes were a little red. She lowered her head and said, "You are different from others. Others will kill me, but you won't." Her tone was very persistent, without the slightest emotion. If Gu Changge wanted to kill her, why would he cover up her traces and send people to assassinate the little Zhanxian? "Do you think I don't want to kill you?" Gu Changge smiled faintly. He suddenly reached out his hand and pinched her white and delicate neck. Su Qingge was not worried at all. She shook her head and said softly, "If you really want to kill me, I won't have any complaints. Maybe it's the best ending for me to die in your hands." She begged for fresh flowers. She was telling the truth. All these years of hiding had made her very tired. If she could die quietly like this, it would be a kind of relief. "Well, I'm not a cold and heartless person. You came with me from the lower world. I can't shirk the responsibility that you became like this." Gu Changge seemed to sigh softly and let her go. "Whether you are the inheritor of the demonic arts or an ordinary cultivator, it's all the same to me. No matter what my identity is, I've always been your maid. This has never changed." Su Qingge's eyes were a little red. She knew how much Gu Changge had to sacrifice to spare her life. After all, once her identity was exposed, Gu Changge would be greatly implicated, which would have a great impact on him. The whole Kunwa city was in an uproar because of the assassination of the little Zhanxian. The news that Gu Chang'e planned to invite many young geniuses to a banquet at Star Picking Tower the day after tomorrow to discuss how to rescue the human ancestor, Ji Xingqiu, also spread like wildfire, causing a huge sensation. Many cultivators and living beings were shocked. They didn't expect Gu Chang'e to really plan to attack Mount Kun with the Ji clan to rescue Ji Xingqiu. This made everyone admire him, but at the same time, they felt that this matter was not simple. After all, Gu Chang'e's action was equivalent to inviting the descendants of the various clans to go together. However, it went without saying how dangerous Mount Kun was. Even the supreme beings had to be careful. If the other young supreme beings stepped into it, wouldn't it be equivalent to courting death? Gu Chang'e personally invited us, and he's still standing on the righteous side of rescuing the human ancestor. Even if we don't go, we have to go. If we don't go, it's more or less unreasonable. He's directly putting everyone on the fire to roast. Many of the famous figures of the older generation couldn't sit still. If they refused, it would not only affect the momentum of the many young geniuses who were showing off their abilities. It was more likely that it would frustrate their Dao hearts. Although the trip to Mount Kun was dangerous, Gu Chang'e, as the leader of the younger generation, had already taken the lead and disregarded life and death. If the others chose to retreat in fear, what would that mean? Six-Crowned King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Heavenly Demon Lord, Little Saint King, Golden Cicada Buddha. Many young supreme beings received the invitation and became extremely silent. From the perspective of the righteous side of the upper realm, they had no reason to refuse. Damn it, Gu Chang'e is planning to force us to go to Mount Kun. His intentions are terrible. Little War Fairy, and she, and the others also received the invitation, and their expressions became extremely ugly. They thought that after surviving this disaster, they would regain a period of peace. However, who would have thought that Gu Chang'e would set a second trap? In order to prevent Little War Fairy from refusing because of her injuries, Gu Chang'e even specially ordered someone to send over healing pills to express his concern for Little War Fairy after she was assassinated. Such an action was tantamount to slapping them in the face, making them feel humiliated. The person who tried to assassinate me was definitely sent by Gu Chang'e. Now, he's even pretending to be kind and send over healing pills. How hateful. Even with Little War Fairy's indifferent state of mind, her face was pale at this moment. She clenched her fists and touched her injuries again, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Ordinary. Chapter 566. In the palace, the Little War Immortal turned blue and then turned pale. He was so angry that his eyes looked like they were going to shoot fire. Clenching his fists, he took a deep breath after a good while. What should we do? Don't we have a choice to refuse? Gazing at the invitation in front of her, and she asked with a sullen expression. Of course, she didn't want to get involved in this trip to Mount Kun. No one knew what they would run into there. Besides, the sects didn't have anything to do with the JAS. Even if they wanted to save Ji Xingqiu, it had nothing to do with them. Why should she get involved in this at such a critical moment? We can only take one step at a time. If we refuse, Gu Chang'e will have an excuse to attack us. We can't let him succeed. The Little War Immortal said in a deep voice, glancing at Anshi, Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and the others. His words silenced Jiang Chen and Niu Tian. As a matter of fact, they had already planned to leave. However, at such a critical moment, Gu Chang'e probably wouldn't let them leave safely. I've always been curious. Why is Gu Chang'e always against you? And she suddenly asked after a moment of silence. Because she recalled the shock on the Little War Immortal's face at the Divine Stone Convention. Although the Little War Immortal had brushed it off casually, her instinct told her it wasn't so simple. It's a big deal. You have to promise me that you won't tell anyone else. Otherwise, Gu Chang'e will definitely try his best to kill us if we alert him. By then, his methods will definitely be more horrible and crazy than the assassins he sent this time. The little war immortal looked unprecedentedly serious. He asked everyone in the palace to leave as he spoke, leaving only Jiang Chen and the others. In his opinion, everyone here had a grudge against Gu Chang'e. They would learn about this sooner or later. Seeing the little war immortal so serious, and she and the others also became serious. They pricked up their ears to listen carefully, afraid they would miss a word. "Don't worry. We won't tell anyone else," and she nodded and promised. The little war immortal took a deep breath. Then he told them how he had been attacked by the inheritor of the demonic method. Thanks to the Doctrine Protector's timely appearance, he was saved. However, he was also heavily injured because of this, his source almost shattering. During that incident, he had used his innate eye ability to see the true face of the inheritor of the demonic arts. "You're saying that the inheritor of the demonic arts is actually someone close to Gu Chang'e?" Hearing this, and Shi's expression changed drastically. She suddenly understood many things. Her expression became very pale, and she even felt a chill run down her back. She was terrified. She could feel her voice trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Chen and Niu Tian hadn't expected to hear such shocking news, either. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. Their eyes were wide open, and their scalps were numb. Yes, the inheritor of the demonic arts is actually one of Gu Chang'e's people. I can guarantee that. And it's that maid who has always been by Gu Chang'e's side. Little War Immortal took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He knew how incredible this was and how many people were involved. Once this news spread out, it would definitely cause a great disturbance in the upper realm, and the consequences would be unimaginable. I see. No wonder the inheritor of the demonic arts escaped from Gu Chang'e so many times. That's why. It took Shi a long time to calm herself down and figure out all the rumors she had heard. She couldn't help but feel scared. If the little war immortal hadn't told her, she wouldn't have had the nerve to think that way. What was Gu Chang'e up to? The inheritor of the demonic arts, who could frighten the upper realm, was actually his maid. And Shi's face turned a little pale. She suddenly regretted being Gu Chang'e's enemy. It was hard to guess what such a person was thinking. Don't tell anyone about this. Before we have enough evidence, if Gu Chang'e knows about this, we'll definitely be killed. The little war immortal warned them again in a low voice. Sometimes, the more one knew, the better. He even regretted that he hadn't kept calm at the Divine Stone Convention and showed his unusual behavior. And she nodded. She knew this was a big deal. If it was leaked, it would bring them a great disaster. Before they had enough evidence, even if they told anyone about this, it wouldn't work. Very few people would believe them. We got it. Jiang Chen and Niu Tian glanced at each other. They both fell silent. Jiang Chen thought of Xiao Ruoyin immediately. He felt a chill down his spine. His hands and feet were as cold as ice. Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts master. This was totally beyond his imagination. So, where did the inheritor of the demonic arts come from? He was a little scared. He suddenly thought of the black-robed old man who had given him the demonic arts. This was too dreadful. Didn't all the disasters the inheritor of the demonic arts had caused over the years happen under Gu Chang'e's watch? Or with his acquiescence? Young miss, this is bad. Miss and Yen intercepted the drop of Hidden Immortal's genuine blood you sent to the Ancestral Star to get. At this moment, a servant of the Yin race outside the hall suddenly came up in a panic. He reported in a trembling voice. What? And she turned pale. Her eyes opened wide. It was the first time she had been frightened by Yen. She couldn't believe it. How dare Yen? How did she do it? And she almost gnashed her teeth in anger. This younger sister, who she had never taken seriously since she was a child, had intercepted her drop of Hidden Immortal's genuine blood. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. This kind of behavior was tantamount to making her already bad situation even worse, making it even more difficult. According to the rules of the Yin race, an Yen was certainly qualified to fight for the drop of hidden immortal's genuine blood in the ancestral star. However, and she hadn't expected an Yen to take advantage of her absence to do such a thing. She had intercepted her item on the way. She flew into a rage. She wished she could go back to the race right away to solve this problem. However, the matter in front of her made her unable to leave. When the matter in Kunwu City is settled, I will make that damn girl regret it. And she's face was extremely gloomy and ugly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The entire Kunwu City was in an uproar because of the Ji family's imminent attack on Mount Kun. Zhai Xinglu was located in the northernmost corner of Kunwu City. It was named after the meaning of being able to pluck the stars. The entire Zhai Xinglu was extremely grand and ancient. It was built with immortal stones. The pavilion was brilliant, and the light of treasures flickered. Immortal mist rose everywhere. It was incomparably gorgeous, as if an ancient immortal building was located in the mortal world. As the place where Gu Chang'e had invited many young supremes, it was particularly lively today. At the entrance of Zhai Xinglu, many cultivators were welcoming guests. Even many of the older generation powerhouses had come to join in the fun. Although the top young generation of the entire upper realm had not gathered today, most of them had come. Every young prodigy had precious splendor flowing on their bodies. They walked like dragons and tigers, and the top of their heads was filled with sparkling light. Their spiritual power was very strong. Behind them were many attendants or followers. After all, to be invited by Gu Chang'e meant that they were at least the successors of the imperishable great sections. Their identities were indescribable. In the future, they would be the best candidates to lead the imperishable great sections. Their futures were limitless. The heavenly phoenix maiden is here. Suddenly, a series of exclamations sounded outside Zhai Xinglu. Not far away, a divine rainbow descended from the sky. It was as if a divine phoenix had spread its wings, dazzling and astonishing. A tall young woman walked over. Her red hair was like fire, and she had a cold and noble aura. It was the ancient freak, the heavenly phoenix maiden. After she arrived, she was quickly led into the building by the servants outside. Behind the heavenly phoenix maiden, the other young supremes, such as Six Crown King Junyao, Golden Cicada Buddha, Sky Demon Monarch, and others also crossed the void and came one after another. They were followed by many followers, looking extremely formal and cautious. To be honest, not many people were willing to attend today's banquet. However, if they did not come, it would be not giving Gu Chang'e face, and it would also be not considering the safety of the upper realm. Wearing such a big hat would have a great impact on their reputation. It seems that everyone's feelings are the same as mine. Six Crown King smiled and glanced at Golden Cicada Buddha, Sky Demon Monarch, and the others. Brother Junyao, why do you say that? Sky Demon Monarch shook his head. Seeing that almost all the young supremes in Kunwu City had rushed over, he was relieved. Seeing this, he felt much better in his heart. Gu Chang'e wants to force us to enter Mount Kun. It's extremely dangerous, and there's a risk of losing our lives. He's powerful, comparable to those who have achieved the Tao, but won't we just be courting death if we go in? His intentions are murderous. On the other side, the burly little sacred king walked over and sneered. His tone was full of dissatisfaction. Everyone, let's talk to Gu Chang'e later. Golden Cicada Buddha put his palms together and shook his head gently. In terms of righteousness, rescuing the Ji family's ancestor, Ji Xingqiu, was the responsibility of the many orthodoxies in the upper realm. As his descendants, it was even more difficult for them to absolve themselves from the blame. Not to mention, during this process, Gu Chang'e had taken the lead. His actions made it difficult for everyone to retreat, and they could not find a reason to do so. Soon, under the guidance of the servants in front of the tower, everyone slowly entered Jiaxing Tower. A banquet had already been prepared, and many beautiful maids were serving dishes and wine on the table. They seemed to have been waiting for them for a long time. Here, Sky Demon Monarch and the others saw many old acquaintances. They were the best of the younger generation, and it was difficult to find a match for them. The Ji family's siblings, Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuyue, were among them. At the head of the table, Gu Chang'e had not arrived yet, which made their expressions even more gloomy. "Everyone, don't be anxious. Our young master is on his way." An old man dressed like a butler with a face full of wrinkles said with a smile. He seemed to have noticed the dissatisfaction of Sky Demon Monarch and the others, so he explained. As soon as they saw this old man, everyone in Jiaxing Tower narrowed their eyes slightly. They were shocked, and they did not dare act as casually as before. An accomplished doctrine. This old man dressed like a butler had an unfathomable cultivation, and there was the energy of the sovereign realm flowing around him. Apparently, he was also an accomplished doctrine. They were shocked. They could not figure out who this old man was. Was he a butler or the Gu family's ancestor? At this moment, they heard some noises outside Jiaxing Tower again. Little Warlord, and she, Jiang Chen, and the others were led here by the servants. However, compared to before, Little Warlord looked pale, as if he had not recovered from his serious injuries. "Greetings, Doctrine Brothers." Little Warlord forced himself to smile and saluted Sky Demon Monarch and the others. "Brother Warlord, it seems that you have not recovered from your injuries. Looks like the assassin that day was not a small matter." Seeing Little Warlord in such a state, people felt pity for him. After all, he had just been attacked by a demonic method inheritor, and now he had been attacked by an assassin. It was said that he had been seriously injured. Many people were also curious about who Little Warlord had offended. He had almost been killed by an assassin on the second day after the Divine Stone Convention. They had not heard of any of the other young Supreme Venerables who had encountered such a thing. Little Warlord said with a bitter smile, "Thank you for your concern, Doctrine Brothers. It's not a big deal. I'll be fine after some rest." As he spoke, his heart was a little gloomy. He looked ahead but did not see Gu Chang'e's figure. "Oh, is everyone here?" While the young Supreme Venerables were talking in low voices, a gentle voice suddenly came from the head of the table. People looked over and saw Gu Chang'e in a black robe. He was tall and straight. His black hair was shining. His facial features were handsome, and he was smiling. They did not know when he had appeared on the table. And she could not help but feel scared when she had heard his voice, but she forced herself to stay calm. Yin Mei, Su Qingge, and others were standing behind Gu Chang'e. They were standing there quietly with their hands behind their backs. They were so beautiful that they looked like jade sculptures. Jiang Chen and Niu Tian sized Su Qingge up calmly. They were very cautious. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that the ruthless inheritor of demonic methods who had wreaked havoc in the upper realm was such a beautiful woman. "Greetings, young Lord Chang'e." The monarch of celestial monsters, Six-Crowned King, Golden Cicada Buddhist Son, and others were shocked. They had not sensed when Gu Chang'e had arrived. "Brother Warlord, I heard that you were attacked by an assassin the day before yesterday. You were seriously injured. I sent many healing herbs to you. But they didn't seem to work." Gu Chang'e smiled. He told the others not to be so polite. He looked at Little Warlord with interest. He seemed to be very concerned about his injuries. Little Warlord had not expected Gu Chang'e to say that to him in front of so many people. He felt even more gloomy. He clenched his fists. But on the surface, he still showed a wry smile and explained, "Thank you for your concern, young Master Chang'e. The healing medicine you sent is not of much help to my injury, but this injury is not a big problem. I will be fine after a period of recuperation." This was the excuse he had prepared for a long time. He was preparing himself for refusing to enter Mount Kun. He was not stupid. He knew once he left Kunwa City and entered Mount Kun, he would definitely die. In that kind of place, if Gu Chang'e wanted to kill him, it would be easier than crushing an ant. Chapter 567. At the head of the table, Gu Chang'e walked down with a smile on his face. He sized up Little War Immortal and smiled. Oh, so that's the reason. It seems that Brother War Immortal's injuries are not light. Someone, go get a few million-year-old living blood spirit mushrooms. Even if a Supreme Being expert is severely injured, they can quickly recover in a short time. We're going to enter Kun Mountain tomorrow. If Brother War Immortal is still injured, I'm afraid it will be a big problem. We can't delay at this time. Brother War Immortal, don't you think so? A million-year-old living blood spirit mushroom was a priceless treasure. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to come into contact with it. If it appeared in the auction house, it would probably cause a storm of blood. Even if a Supreme Being obtained it, they would have to carefully keep it in case of emergency. At critical times, this thing could save lives. Seeing that Gu Chang'e was about to take out a few million-year-old living blood spirit mushrooms without hesitation, everyone's expressions changed. Everyone's expression changed slightly. While they were secretly shocked, they couldn't help but sigh. Gu Chang'e's attitude was so firm that they couldn't refuse him. They weren't stupid. From Little War Immortal's words and actions, they had already guessed his purpose. He didn't want to enter Kun Mountain, which was why he looked like he was seriously injured and couldn't recover. Would the dignified successor of War Immortal's sect lack healing medicine? What a joke. Unfortunately, Gu Chang'e knew Little War Immortal's purpose. Not only did he not care, he even gave him medicine in front of everyone. He said that he didn't want to delay entering the mountain tomorrow. In this way, did Little War Immortal still have the leeway to refuse? Thinking of this, everyone felt a little sad. They couldn't help but feel a little sad. And she and the others felt sullen and angry in their hearts, but they couldn't do anything at this time. They could only force themselves to endure. Thank you, young Master Chang'e, for your care and kindness. I am truly grateful. At this time, we really can't delay. Little War Immortal's expression changed slightly. He clenched his fists under his sleeves. His heart was filled with anger. However, he was not an ordinary person after all. He quickly returned to normal and showed a grateful expression. Brother Zhan Xian, there's no need to be so courteous. After all, you and I are both of the younger generation. Seeing that something happened to you, I couldn't help but feel worried. There are many dangers in Kun Mountain. If you recover from your injuries, you will have a higher chance of rescuing the human ancestor, Senior Ji Xingqiu. When that time comes, you'll be the savior of everyone in the upper realm. Gu Chang'e maintained a gentle smile on his face as he gestured for everyone to take a seat. At the banquet, numerous young and beautiful female attendants had already served up fruits, spirit wine, ferocious beast meat, and so on and so forth, causing multicolored lights to seethe while divine radiance suffused the air. After the many young supreme martial artists were seated, their mood was rather complicated. They knew that it would be difficult for them to refuse the invitation to enter Mount Kun tomorrow. Golden Cicada chanted and looked up at Gu Chang'e. He thought about how Gu Chang'e plotted against him and the entire Buddha mountain back in the demon burial abyss. If he entered Mount Kun casually this time, he would inevitably fall into Gu Chang'e's trap. He had to make some preparations in advance so that he would not die tragically in case something unexpected happened. Six-Crown King, the celestial monster monarch, and the others were also thinking about how to save their lives in Mount Kun. Since they could not refuse, they could only take one step at a time. Fortunately, there were many strong people behind them. When they entered Mount Kun, they could bring more people with them. They did not think that any unexpected accidents would happen. At the moment, many young supreme martial artists were thinking the same thing as them. Entering the Kun mountain was inevitable, so he could only think of a way to save his life in there. Human ancestor, Senior Ji Xingqiu, once protected us in the upper realm. He took care of all the forces of the great doctrine orthodoxy. Now that he is in prison, of course we can't just stand by and watch. If Senior Ji Xingqiu gets out of prison, he will definitely be able to solve the current problem of the Yin heaven. This is a rare blessing for the entire upper realm. I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for your help on behalf of Senior Ji Xingqiu. At the head of the table, Gu Changde glanced at Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and the others, who were drinking silently. Then he walked down unhurriedly, raised his cup, and said with a smile. Seeing this, the others also raised their cups, not daring to be negligent. Young Master Changde's heart is righteous and magnanimous. In order to rescue Senior Ji Xingqiu, you did not hesitate. It is truly a blessing for the upper realm. Besides, this is what we should do. Senior Ji Xingqiu took care of our ancestor. Now that he is trapped in Mount Kun, it would be great if he could help. Many young supreme martial artists said hurriedly. They sounded very sincere and moved. They could not hide their admiration. Even the celestial monster monarch and the others, who were dissatisfied and aggrieved, did not dare to say anything at this moment. At this point, they could not refuse. Many thanks, fellow Taoists, for putting so much effort into the matter of rescuing my clan's ancestor. Yao Xing and Chuyue are truly grateful. Ji Yao Xing and Ji Chuyue also got up at this moment to toast the young supreme martial artists to express their gratitude. Although Ji Chuyue was a little unhappy, at this moment, she still forced a smile to express her gratitude to the geniuses. Not until then did many people notice that this little princess of the Ji family was really a flawless jade. She was slim, graceful, fair, and graceful. She was extremely attractive. She was rarely seen. It was hard to find her. Gazing at Ji Chuyue, who had obviously dressed up, Jiang Chen was also a little absent-minded. It took him a good while to come to himself. He knew Ji Chuyue very well. They had even had adventures near Mount Kun. It was thanks to him that the Ji family had found out their ancestor was trapped in there. However, the Ji family did not mention anything about this, as if they knew nothing about it. Chuyue, lowering his head, Jiang Chen took a sip of wine. He felt even heavier. He could see that although the Ji Chuyue in front of him looked bright and beautiful, the depths of her eyes were very different from before. She lacked the liveliness and was very stiff. She was like an elf in the forest who had broken her wings. She could not fly as freely as before. This meant Ji Chuyue had not been very happy recently. She had not been living a good life. Jiang Chen somehow felt sorry for her. He did have a good impression of Ji Chuyue, which he could not hide. Since he had met her in Mount Purple, he had felt this smart and lively woman was not a bad person. Although her brother had tried to frame him in Mount Purple. He had been forced to do that. Not long ago, Ji Chuyue had come to warn him that her brother had known his true identity. She had asked him to be careful. Little Chenzi, what's wrong? Noticing his friend's unusual expression, Niu Tian could not help but ask. He was a little worried. Jiang Chen sighed to himself. Gazing at Ji Chuyue ahead of him, he said in a low voice, "That woman is my friend. I want to save her." Niu Tian was surprised. Although he had not seen Ji Chuyue before, he could guess who she was. Jiang Chen knew her. Don't I think she's fine? Why do you want to save her? However, it was not the right time to ask how they knew each other. He just asked, puzzled. He had no idea why Jiang Chen would say he wanted to save Ji Chuyue. You don't understand. She's not happy now. She's like a canary in a cage. She has no freedom at all. Jiang Chen sighed. He felt Ji Chuyue's eyes were dim. She did not have the quick-wittedness he was familiar with. She looked like she had been imprisoned there. What are you going to do? Don't worry. I'll help you as long as you want to do it. Niu Tian kept silent. Then he asked. Jiang Chen was touched. Then he said in a low voice, I don't know what to do. I'll just have to wait and see. I think Chuyue must be very sad. Her brother is using her as a tool to make friends with other young Supreme Venerables. Young Lord Chang'e spent a lot of effort to save our ancestor. He invited many geniuses to hold this banquet. My sister Chuyue and I are very grateful. Let's toast you. While Jiang Chen and Niu Tian were talking in a low voice, Ji Yaoxing and his younger sister, Ji Chuyue, were standing in front of Gu Chang'e in front of the banquet table. Ji Chuyue was wearing a long light yellow dress. Her figure was tall and slender, and her face was slightly powdered. Her eyebrows were curved, her nose was small, and her lips were red. She appeared extremely beautiful and charming, causing many young supreme beings to secretly look over with strange expressions. She was following Ji Yaoxing. Holding a wine glass, she was going to pass it to Gu Chang'e without saying anything. Brother Yaoxing, you don't have to be so polite. Since I promised you, I'll do it. Seeing this, Gu Chang'e smiled gently and reached out to take the wine cup from Ji Chuyue's hand. However, at this moment, she seemed to have touched Gu Chang'e's hand by accident. Ji Chuyue's hand suddenly trembled. She dropped the wine glass. In the next moment, a loud clang was heard. The glass full of wine fell to the ground at once. Gu Chang'e's hand was wet with the wine in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. Ji Chuyue clearly didn't expect this to happen, and her small face became somewhat pale. The whole banquet quieted down instantly. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 568. The wine cup fell on the ground with a clang. The sound was extremely harsh. Although it was made of bronze and wasn't broken, it was still very clear in the banquet, which had quieted down. Everyone looked over in surprise. Then they all kept quiet out of fear. No one said anything. Some sharp-eyed cultivators saw that Gu Chang'e's sleeves were wet. Some wine was even dripping from his fair and slender palm. Such a scene made them turn pale. They kept quiet. They didn't dare say anything. Why would the wine cup fall to the ground all of a sudden? This made many people start to imagine what was going on. As the host of this banquet, Gu Chang'e had invited many young Supreme Venerables for the Ji family. However, at such a crucial moment, Ji Chuyue unexpectedly spilled the wine cup when she went to propose a toast to him. This could even be said to be extremely disrespectful. Chuyue, Jiang Chen had been paying attention to Ji Chuyue's expression and behavior. He couldn't help but worry. However, he didn't expect that Ji Chuyue would spill the wine cup on purpose. In his opinion, Ji Chuyue must have done it on purpose to express her dissatisfaction. Young Lord Chang'e, please forgive her. Chuyue didn't do it on purpose. Ji Yaoxing's expression also changed drastically. His smile froze on his face. He hurried to apologize. He didn't expect such a thing to happen suddenly. He had a bad feeling. He was even worried that Ji Chuyue would take what he had said to heart and do it on purpose. In this way, the situation would become even worse. If someone took this opportunity to say that the Ji family was disrespectful to Gu Chang'e, it would make the situation worse for the Ji family, which was in the middle of rescuing their ancestors. All the hard work they had put in would be for naught. Chuyue, apologize to young Lord Chang'e right away. Ji Yaoxing hurried to speak to Ji Chuyue, whose face had turned pale. He didn't have time to blame her at this moment. Young Lord Chang'e, please forgive me. I really didn't do it on purpose. Ji Chuyue came to herself. Her head was still buzzing. She was also scared. She apologized in a trembling voice. She was terrified. She didn't know why she suddenly retracted her hand, which caused her to lose her grip on the wine cup. But no matter what, knocking over the wine cup and even letting the wine spill all over Gu Changa's palm was her fault and disrespect. In the current upper realm, who would dare to disrespect Gu Changa? Seeing the smile on Gu Changa's face vanish, Ji Chuyue's face turned even paler. At the end of the day, she was just a young girl who had not experienced much. Although she was the little princess of the Ji family, she could secretly discuss Gu Changa with her brother, Ji Yaoxing. However, when he truly stood in front of Gu Changa, who stood at the pinnacle of power in the upper realm, he finally understood how nervous and fearful he was. "Miss Chu Yu, are you that afraid of me? You can't even hold a wine glass properly." Just as Ji Chuyue was on the verge of collapsing, her small face turning pale, cold sweat seeping out of her forehead, and her legs turning to jelly, Gu Changa finally spoke. He looked calm, shaking his head slightly. His voice was as easygoing as usual. It did not sound like he was blaming her at all. However, Ji Chuyue and Ji Yaoxing did not dare relax at all. They were still in a panic. No, Chuyue is not afraid of young Lord Changa. I was just distracted. Please forgive me, young Lord Changa. Ji Chuyue explained in a trembling voice. Oh, what happened to distract Miss Chuyue at such a moment? Gu Changa seemed to be interested and asked. Ji Chuyue turned even paler. Of course, she did not have the nerve to say it was because her brother was going to pick a fight with Jiang Chen, but she could not find a suitable reason. Yes, but young Lord Changa might laugh at me if I tell you. The day before yesterday, young Lord Changa said you were going to invite many geniuses to discuss how to rescue our ancestors. Chuyue is very grateful to you, young Lord Changa. She kept mentioning you in front of me. I casually mentioned to her that her family wanted her to be your concubine. Seeing his sister's expression, how could Ji Yaoxing not guess the reason why she was distracted just now? While sighing in his heart, he hurriedly stood up and explained with a bit of apology and a bitter smile. Of course, this explanation was just a slip of the tongue. He could not find a suitable reason other than this. According to Ji Chuyue's status, if she wanted to be Gu Changa's concubine, it would depend on whether Gu Changa was willing or not. Many geniuses in the upper realms were drooling over this status. Many young geniuses at the banquet suddenly understood. They shook their heads with pity, but they did not doubt it. After all, Gu Changa was so excellent. He had great power and great strength. Which geniuses would not be attracted by him? In their eyes, Ji Chuyue was no exception. Was that why she had accidentally knocked over the wine glass in her nervousness? This was within reason. Brother, Ji Chuyue obviously did not expect Ji Yaoxing to say that. She was a little stunned, then her face turned red. Saying this in front of so many people made her blush. She felt embarrassed. She was not stupid. She knew that Ji Yaoxing was helping her out, but this explanation did not consider her reputation at all. This made her, who was thin-skinned, want to find a hole to hide in. Chuyue, don't be shy. This is not something to be ashamed of. Ji Yaoxing smiled and said with a helpless expression. Oh, so that's the reason. Miss Chuyue, there's no need to be nervous. I'm not a scourge. Gu Changa's expression did not change much when he heard this explanation. He just smiled faintly and did not comment. Ji Yaoxing did not know if he believed it. However, seeing that Gu Changa did not continue to hold on to it, he breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that this trouble should be solved. Yin Mei, who was behind Gu Changa, took out a plain white handkerchief and was about to wipe the wine on Gu Changa's hand. Ji Yaoxing hurriedly signaled to Ji Chuyue with his eyes. Seeing this, Ji Chuyue also understood her brother's meaning. Her face was burning, and even her ears were red. She walked forward and said in a submissive voice, I'm sorry for just now. I wet young Master Changa's sleeve. As she spoke, she also took out a plain white handkerchief and carefully wiped Gu Changa's hand. Gu Changa looked at Wuxia's beautiful face, which was trembling because of nervousness. Gu Changa couldn't help but smile gently and didn't stop her. Seeing this scene, many young prodigies did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Instead, many girls were very envious. What a good method. She deliberately knocked over the wine glass just to take the opportunity to get close to young Master Changa. This Ji Chuyue is not simple either. She did what we wanted to do, but didn't dare. The heavenly beauties were extremely envious, their words full of jealousy. Shut up, all of you. Chuyue is not as vain as you. She doesn't want to climb up the social ladder. Jiang Chen, whose eyes were a little red, could not help but shout in a low voice. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. However, his words did not work. After the Divine Stone Convention, many prodigies did not need to treat him with respect anymore, as the descendant of a divine origin master. The girls who had spoken glanced at him disdainfully. They did not even bother to speak, as if they were looking at a fool. Jiang Chen was very angry. He was livid. He was very angry. In his eyes, it was obvious that Ji Chuyue had not done this willingly. She had been forced by her brother. She was the little princess of the JAS. Her status was very high. She was very beautiful, like a flawless fairy created by God. Since when had she ever wiped a young man's hand so carefully? Jiang Chen felt sorry for her, but more than that, he was unwilling to accept it. Little Chenzi, calm down. Don't be impulsive. Seeing Jiang Chen's expression change, Niu Tian turned pale. He hurried to persuade him and stop him. How can I calm down at this moment? Jiang Chen gnashed his teeth. Gazing at Gu Changa, who was sitting at the head of the table, wearing a black robe and looking very noble, and then at Ji Chuyue, next to him, who had flushed and was wiping his hand carefully, Jiang Chen's heart twitched. In his eyes, this scene was no different from a pure white flower growing beside the abyss of utmost evil, which could be torn into pieces by the strong wind blowing out of the abyss at any time. Guards, take this man down. However, when Jiang Chen could not bear it anymore and was going to stand up for Ji Chuyue, Ji Yaoxing, who was sitting in front of him, suddenly looked in his direction. The humble and respectful look on his face disappeared. He became very cold. He gave the order directly. Walala. Gu. As soon as Ji Yaoxing finished speaking, many knights in battle suits suddenly appeared outside the star-picking tower. They surrounded Jiang Chen in an instant. It was as if they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Jiang Chen's expression froze when he witnessed this unexpected scene. His anger also disappeared in an instant. He was petrified where he had been. The people at the banquet, including the heavenly phoenix maiden, six-crowned king, the celestial monster monarch, and others, were all shocked and confused. They were shocked by this scene. They did not expect Ji Yaoxing to give the order to take Jiang Chen down. What's going on? And she and the little war immortal were also confused. They stood up in shock and looked back. After all, Jiang Chen had come here with them. They were familiar with him. Chapter 569. Splash. As soon as Ji Yaoxing gave the order, a large group of aggressive knights in battle suits dashed into the pavilion from outside. They surrounded the petrified Jiang Chen. Instantly, a dreadful killing energy intertwined and filled the air. It was so cold that people couldn't help but tremble slightly. Jiang Chen looked like he had no idea what was going on. He stood there in a daze, as if someone had poured a basin of cold water on him. He felt cold all over. He didn't have the time to get angry and seek justice for Ji Chuyue. Elder brother Yaoxing, what's the meaning of this? Xiao Zhanxian and she and others got to their feet as soon as they came to themselves. They stood in front of Jiang Chen to defend him. Frowning, they asked unhappily. As far as they were concerned, Jiang Chen had the inheritance of a divine origin master. His future was limitless. Ji Yaoxing wanted to take him down without distinguishing right from wrong. Wasn't he being unreasonable? Besides, they had brought Jiang Chen here with them. If Ji Yaoxing took him away, wouldn't it be a slap in their faces? Elder brother Yaoxing, what happened? Why did you have this divine origin master's descendant arrested? The other young supreme venerables asked, puzzled. Elder brother, Ji Chuyue realized what Ji Yaoxing was up to immediately. She turned pale. She was very worried. Ji Yaoxing knew Jiang Chen's true identity. If he exposed Jiang Chen's true identity in front of so many people, Jiang Chen would definitely be hunted down. In that case, Jiang Chen would be hunted down endlessly. He would end up like a rat crossing the street, and the whole world would be his enemy. Miss Chuyue, you seem to be worried about the safety of that divine origin master's descendant. At this moment, Gu Changda's excited voice came from the side. Ji Chuyue hurried to come to herself. She felt even more uneasy. Shaking her head, she explained, no. Young Lord Changda, you misunderstood me. I just. Gu Changda interrupted her with a faint smile. Miss Chuyue, you value friendship. This is a good thing, but don't forget who you are and who he is. Do you want to bring disaster to your family for no reason? Hearing this, Ji Chuyue's face paled slightly. She quietly pinched her sleeves, wanting to say something. 683 But when the words were at the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back down. He could only silently hang his head with an extremely dejected expression. She knew Jiang Chen had offended many orthodoxies. In many people's eyes, he had killed many leaders of great sects in the Great Void Divine Tomb. Although Jiang Chen claimed that he had been wronged by Gu Changda and the Great Void Divine Clan, Jiang Chen still believed him. However, there was no evidence to prove that the rumors were false. At this moment, if she helped Jiang Chen, she would undoubtedly bring disaster to her family. Not to mention the fact that Jiang Chen regarded Gu Changda as his sworn enemy. Looks like Brother Zhanxian and Miss Anxi still don't know this person's true identity and have been kept in the dark by him. Seeing everyone's puzzled expression, Ji Yaoxing glanced at Gu Changda behind him. Seeing him nod slightly in approval, Ji Yaoxing spoke calmly. True identity? Upon hearing this, Six Crown King and the others were startled, and they all looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. He actually had another identity? At this moment, Jiang Chen had guessed what Ji Yaoxing was going to say. His expression changed slightly, and he clenched his fists in anger. Gu Changda, you are a hypocrite. You are despicable and shameless. You are insane. You will get your retribution sooner or later. He didn't care about the consequences anymore. He cursed at Gu Changda directly. What had happened in the Great Void Divine Tomb had nothing to do with him. It had always been Gu Changda and the Great Void Divine Clan who had wronged him. They had made him the scapegoat for killing the leaders of great sections. However, at this moment, Gu Changda had told Ji Yaoxing to pretend to be a thief. How could Jiang Chen not go crazy with anger? His eyes were full of anger. What, he has another identity? And she and the little Zhanxian were also shocked. They knew this was bad. They knew Jiang Chen's true identity had been exposed. However, both of them were smart. They were struck dumb at first, and then they pretended to be shocked, as if they had no idea who Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen had told them about the hatred between him and Gu Changda. He had also told them about what had happened in the Great Void Divine Tomb. However, at such a critical moment, they had to pretend they didn't know anything. Otherwise, if they were involved, even the forces behind them wouldn't be able to protect them. Niu Tian opened his mouth. He wanted to say something for Jiang Chen, but in the end, he just let out a sigh and kept silent. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that no one could save Jiang Chen that day. He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't rush forward recklessly, knowing full well that he was a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If you had hidden yourself well, maybe I wouldn't have found you. But you are too bold. How dare you jump around right under my nose? Are you looking down on me, or are you confident in yourself? Gu Chang'e didn't care about Jiang Chen's cursing at all. Smiling, he stood up from his seat. Staring at him, Jiang Chen's eyes turned red. He cursed in anger, Gu Chang'e, you are a hypocrite. You are a beast in human skin. One day, someone will take care of you. However, before he could finish speaking, an old man dressed like a steward suddenly appeared beside him. Then he shook his sleeves slightly. A great power came out of him. Jiang Chen snorted. He turned pale. Spitting blood, he collapsed on the ground. He looked miserable. He couldn't even think about fighting back. A dreadful pressure was pressing down on him like an insurmountable mountain. Young man, you shouldn't disrespect our young lord. Don't act recklessly. The old man looked indifferent. He waved his hand slightly. Many knights came forward to capture Jiang Chen quickly. When they saw this scene, the hearts of many young supreme beings trembled. They were all extremely cautious and fearful. This old man was a genuine doctrine attainment expert, and as long as he was here, even if Jiang Chen had wings, he wouldn't be able to escape from them. Looks like I don't need to explain more. My fellow doctrine brothers, you can see that this man has disguised himself. He is hiding among us. He is up to no good. We'd better capture him first, Ji Yaoxing said. The crowd fell silent. They vaguely guessed there was some enmity between Jiang Chen and Gu Chang'e. They weren't stupid. Of course, they wouldn't stand up for Jiang Chen at such a critical moment and offend Gu Chang'e. Darn it. I treated brother Jiang as a good friend. How could he deceive us like this? Seeing Jiang Chen being taken away, the young war immortal said with a sad and disappointed expression. And she shook her head and sighed. We misjudged brother Jiang. Looks like this is why he approached us. Thanks to young Lord Chang'e, we saw his true face today. We didn't get into big trouble. In a few words, they cut off all ties with Jiang Chen. They looked like they had been deceived by him for a long time. This man is really cunning. He has been hiding in Kunwu City for many days. I didn't notice him until recently. Seeing the young war immortal and Enshi's expressions, Gu Chang'e said with a faint smile. He didn't take it to heart. He didn't ask Ji Yaoxing to expose Jiang Chen's true identity in front of the crowd. After all, if he did that, the other orthodoxies would notice him. They would go to Kun Mountain the next day. He still needed Jiang Chen's help. After this incident, the people at the banquet had a lot on their minds. Then Six-Crowned King and the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden left. They planned to meet outside Kun Mountain the next day. The young war immortal, Enshi, and the others didn't want to stay even a minute longer. They also left. They went back to discuss how to survive in Kun Mountain. Seeing his friend taken away, Niu Tian was at his wit's end. He felt helpless. He could only pin his hopes on Enshi and the others. He wanted them to help him. In such a big upper realm, he couldn't find anyone who could help him. Hasn't Xiao Ruoyin been with Gu Chang'e? If she still cares about him, maybe she can give it a try. After that, Niu Tian thought of another person and thought to himself. In the current upper realm, Xiao Ruoyin was probably their last friend. At such a moment, if she still cared about their old relationship, she might have saved Jiang Chen's life. Since Jiang Chen has the inheritance of a divine origin master, he will definitely play a role in tomorrow's trip to Kun Mountain. Sister, you'll go with me later. Try to persuade Jiang Chen to be sensible. He's a smart guy. He should know what to do. Soon, only the Ji family's siblings were left in the star-picking tower. Ji Yaoxing looked excited. he said to Ji Chuyue, who looked a little sad. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was interested in his sister. He could take advantage of this opportunity to cut Jiang Chen off. At the same time, Ji Chuyue would give up. Do I have to go with you? Ji Chuyue didn't have the nerve to look at him. She had seen Jiang Chen so angry, like a beast on the verge of death. She didn't even have the nerve to look at him. It's good to let him give up. Sister, don't be soft-hearted at this moment. Ji Yaoxing said in a deep voice. Ji Chuyue stayed silent. She was confused. She really didn't know what to say to Jiang Chen. She wasn't a heartless person. And in her opinion, the reason why Jiang Chen's identity had been exposed had something to do with her. At the same time, in Kunwu City, where the Palace of Heavenly Immortals was stationed, Niu Tian came here alone after bidding farewell to the Little War Immortal and Enshi. His current identity was that of a peerless genius of the reclusive and family. As a result, although the disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals were curious about why he had come here, they didn't ask him. Please give this to Xiao Ruoyin. Tell her I'm an old friend of hers. I want to see her. Gazing at the magnificent palaces in front of him, Niu Tian sighed. He took the letter out of his pocket and gave it to the disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. The letter was written in the language of their world. Average people wouldn't be able to recognize it. He believed as long as Xiao Ruoyin received the letter, she would know it was an old friend of hers from her hometown who wanted to see her. He wants to see apprentice sister Ruoyin. The disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals at the gate turned pale. They didn't dare delay. They hurried to deliver the letter. By then, Xiao Ruoyin's status in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals had risen. Even the elders were extremely fawning over her. Average disciples like them didn't even have the nerve to raise their heads in front of her. Thank you. Niu Tian expressed his gratitude. However, he smiled bitterly to himself. He had mixed feelings. It was obvious that Xiao Ruoyin was living a good life. A weak woman with no power or influence could not only join the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, an immortal sect of the upper realm, but also enjoy such a high status. This was simply inconceivable to him. If he hadn't been saved by Enshi because of his special bloodline, he wouldn't have been as rich as 1/10 of Jiang Chen. However, in front of Xiao Ruoyin, Jiang Chen wasn't even qualified to look at him. And the one who brought all of this to Xiao Ruoyin was the man she had attached herself to. Xiao Ruoyin wasn't in the same world as them anymore. Then, Niu Tian, with mixed feelings, walked to the nearest hostel. He chose a window seat and waited for Xiao Ruoyin there. If Xiao Ruoyin didn't come, he would have no other choice. Chapter 570. An old friend is looking for me. In the palace, Xiao Ruoyin was sitting cross-legged. Many silver ancient symbols were shining on her. She suddenly opened her eyes when she heard the disciples' report. Frowning, she wondered whether it was Jiang Chen who was looking for her. She had been staying in the Palace of Heavenly Immortal Station. She had never left. She had no idea what had happened in the star-picking tower that day. Yes. Apprentice Sister Ruoyin, this is the letter your old friend asked me to deliver. Please take a look. The disciple outside the palace said respectfully, holding the letter in his hand. Xiao Ruoyin nodded. She got up and walked out of the palace. She was curious about why Jiang Chen was looking for her. She also wanted to see Jiang Chen. She was going to try to get her creation immortal boat back. However, when Xiao Ruoyin opened the letter, she was struck dumb. She frowned. Niu Tian is looking for me. It's not Jiang Chen. Xiao Ruoyin's expression changed. She was the only one who could recognize the handwriting on the letter. The letter was simple. It said Jiang Chen was in trouble and needed her help. She hesitated. She was considering whether she should go and see Niu Tian. She had woken up the Fate High Priest's memory. Her old friends, including Niu Tian and Jiang Chen, were not important to her. She would be fine as long as they did not affect her recovery to her peak. There were thousands of methods in the world. Only the great doctrine was unique. Jiang Chen was special to her because he was the creation immortal boat's weapon spirit. That was why she had to pay more attention to him. What kind of trouble is Jiang Chen in? Why does he need Niu Tian to ask me for help? Then Xiao Ruoyin calmed down. She decided to see Niu Tian after thinking it over. In the inn outside the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, she found Niu Tian in a corner according to the letter's content. Ruoyin, you are here. Niu Tian, frowning, had been waiting for her. He had not expected Xiao Ruoyin to come so quickly. He was pleasantly surprised to see her. In his opinion, the fact that Xiao Ruoyin had come to see him so quickly meant she cared about Jiang Chen's life and death. She wouldn't just stand by and watch. However, the current Xiao Ruoyin was very different from the Xiao Ruoyin he knew in the past. Although her appearance hadn't changed much, she now exuded an aloof and cold aura that seemed otherworldly. She was like a fairy from the vast cold palace who could fly away with the wind at any time. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and her fine black hair danced in the wind. Her face was fair and flawless, and her facial features were exquisite and beautiful. Her sparkling eyes contained an unfathomable depth. Compared to Niu Tian, who had stood up excitedly, Xiao Ruoyin looked calm and indifferent. She glanced at him and said, "What kind of trouble is Jiang Chen in? Do I need you to find me?" Her tone was flat, and she had no intention of catching up with an old friend. This distant and indifferent appearance caused Niu Tian's smile to freeze on his face. He seemed to be slightly embarrassed and in disbelief. After that, he slowly sat back down. He smiled bitterly to himself. He was a little disappointed. He felt like the Xiao Ruoyin in front of him was really strange. He couldn't help but recall the many changes in Xiao Ruoyin that Jiang Chen had been complaining to him recently. "If it weren't so urgent, I wouldn't have bothered you either, but I really have no other choice. I guess you're the only one who can save Jiang Chen now. He's in great danger. It's a matter of life and death. He was caught by Gu Changa's men in the star-picking tower today." Niu Tian took a deep breath and calmed down. After that, he told Xiao Ruoyin about everything that had happened today in detail. Jiang Chen was caught by Gu Changa. After listening to these words, Xiao Ruoyin's brows suddenly wrinkled. She felt that this matter was very tricky and not as simple as Niu Tian thought. She had to be very careful around Gu Changa, as if she was treading on thin ice. She wasn't as comfortable and free as people had thought. How could she save Jiang Chen? "There's nothing we can do about it. Jiang Chen's disguise was seen through by Gu Changa in the star-picking tower today. I guess he's being held there now. It's hard to say whether he's dead or alive. Jiang Chen is in the hands of a cruel man like Gu Changa. I guess he'll suffer inhumane torture. If no one saves him, he won't survive," Niu Tian sighed. He couldn't hide his sadness. "Why do you think I can save Jiang Chen?" Hearing these words, Xiao Ruoyin was silent for a moment. Her expression did not change, but she asked in a flat voice. "Gu Changa is so nice to you. Ruoyin, I think you have a way. As long as you talk to Gu Changa and ask for his mercy, maybe he'll let Jiang Chen go for your sake." Hearing this, Niu Tian smiled bitterly. Xiao Ruoyin frowned. She didn't know whether Niu Tian was telling the truth or just joking. Didn't he know what kind of person Gu Changa was? If she had the nerve to talk to Gu Changa, what would the consequences be? And what would Gu Changa think? She would be in a worse situation by then. "Ruoyin, don't get me wrong. I don't mean anything else. Gu Changa should have known about your relationship with Jiang Chen when he let us out of the dungeon. Since you're his friend, it won't be a big deal for you to ask for his mercy. If you really can't do anything, I'll have to find another way." Seeing Xiao Ruoyin keep silent, Niu Tian got anxious. He was worried she would refuse, so he hurried to explain. Got it. I'll try my best. But I can't guarantee whether I can save Jiang Chen. After a long silence, Xiao Ruoyin sighed to herself. Then she agreed. She knew there was no other way. She didn't have a choice. If Gu Chang'e killed Jiang Chen, she wouldn't be able to get her fairy boat of good fortune back. No matter what the reason was, she had to find a way to save Jiang Chen. At least she couldn't let him be killed by Gu Chang'e now. That's great. I knew you would agree. Niu Tian was overjoyed. He felt relieved. After getting Xiao Ruoyin's promise, he didn't stay long. He hurried to leave. He was afraid he would bring criticism to Xiao Ruoyin. In his opinion, Xiao Ruoyin must have paid a great price to get her current status. Besides her beauty, he couldn't think of anything else about Xiao Ruoyin. You're always making me worry. Seeing Niu Tian leave, Xiao Ruoyin shook her head. She thought for a while. Then she went to where Gu Chang'e had been. She knew Gu Chang'e would attack Mount Kun the next day with his men to rescue the Ji family's ancestor. She didn't know how much time she would have to waste there. If she didn't hurry to see Gu Chang'e, she didn't know when she would have another chance. Splash! At this moment, in a damp and dark dungeon, a young man was lying on the ground in a coma, covered with blood. Then, as a basin of cold water was suddenly poured on him, he shivered. He opened his eyes abruptly. They were bloodshot, but there was still anger and hatred in them. You're awake. The jailer next to him said with a cold smile. He put down the basin of cold water he had been about to pour on him. Jiang Chen gradually woke up from his daze. He got to his feet with difficulty. At this moment, he felt a sharp pain all over his body. He didn't know how many of his bones were broken. All of his internal organs were ruptured. After being slapped by the old man who looked like a butler, he felt 100 times worse than being crushed by a mountain. If he didn't have the sacred body of good fortune, he would have suffered more serious injuries. Where am I? Then Jiang Chen looked around to size up his surroundings. He noticed there were many bloodstains and scratches on the walls, as well as a cold chain that pierced through his shoulder blades. Apparently, this was some dark dungeon. Then he noticed the black-clothed man standing in front of him. Jiang Chen shivered. He couldn't hide the humiliation, anger, and hatred in his eyes. Gu Chang. Gu. Staring at him, he almost squeezed these 3 words out of his teeth. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuyue were standing behind Gu Chang'e. However, Ji Chuyue didn't dare make eye contact with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had been looking at her at the banquet. Although she knew what he was looking at, she had been avoiding his gaze. It was the same at this moment. Looks like your injuries aren't serious enough. You still have the strength to speak. She begged for fresh flowers. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. The jailer next to him gave him a cup of steaming tea. He took a deep breath unhurriedly. He looked very relaxed and natural. I'll fight you to the death. Seeing Gu Chang'e looking down at him so casually, Jiang Chen gnashed his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He ignored the sharp pain all over his body and was going to fight him to the death. However, before he could do anything, the jailer next to him gave him a cold kick. He scolded him, "How dare you act so presumptuously in front of the young lord? Don't court death." Puff. Jiang Chen was injured all over. Of course he couldn't take such a kick. He spat out blood, mixed with many pieces of his internal organs. He was sent flying and fell against the wall. He looked even more embarrassed. Ji Chuyue couldn't bear to see him like this, but she didn't dare say anything in front of Gu Chang'e. Sister, you'd better tell him that in person. Ji Yaoxing couldn't help but shake his head. He was worried Gu Chang'e would misunderstand, so he told Ji Chuiyue to cut ties with Jiang Chen with her own hands. In this way, both she and Jiang Chen would give up on each other so that they wouldn't have any illusions. Ji Chuiyue's small face was slightly pale. Hearing this, she glanced at her brother and then at the indifferent Gu Chang'e. Then, she gritted her teeth and walked forward with determination. Gradually, as if she had thought it through, the expression on her face also slowly became calm. Chuiyue, I know you're in a difficult situation because you can't control yourself. I don't blame you. Jiang Chen got to his feet. Gazing at her, he seemed to have guessed what Ji Chuiyue was going to say. But at this moment, he showed an understanding smile. Jiang Chen, don't flatter yourself. Don't you understand? How did your identity get exposed? Ji Chuiyue shook her head. She said in a cold voice, if you know what's good for you, you'll work for young Master Gu. Young Master Gu is generous. Maybe he'll spare your life and overlook your previous offense. Chuiyue, you don't have to say that. I know you're not that kind of person. Jiang Chen tried his best to bear the sharp pain all over his body, but he couldn't help but smile. He knew Ji Chuiyue had been forced to do this. She was a kind-hearted girl. She wouldn't do anything to expose his identity. What he saw before his eyes was just an act. Ji Chuiyue frowned. She was anxious. She was saving Jiang Chen. As long as he obeyed her and worked for Gu Chang'e, he would survive. Why didn't he understand? Looks like you haven't figured it out yet. So, I'll tell you frankly. The Ji family wants to save their ancestors. You have the inheritance of a divine origin master. You can help the Ji family in Mount Kuan. After you save the ancestors of the Ji family, you'll be their benefactor. Even the ancestors of the Ji family will be grateful to you. Aren't you interested in Ji Chuiyue? With the support of the ancestors of the Ji family, it'll be possible for you to be the son-in-law of the Ji family. Gu Chang'e faintly smiled and waved her hand, interrupting Ji Chuiyue's words. Then he walked over. He suddenly held Ji Chuiyue's slim waist with his other hand. She was petrified. She didn't know what to do. Gu Chang'e, what are you doing? Jiang Chen's face turned extremely pale. His eyes were burning with anger. He wished he could cut off Gu Chang'e's hand right away. Ji Chuiyue's head was also buzzing. She was petrified. She didn't dare move at all. However, Gu Chang'e didn't seem to see Jiang Chen's expression. In other words, he turned a blind eye to Jiang Chen's look. He was still smiling slightly. He caressed the pretty face in front of him, which was panicking. As you can see, Ji Chuiyue doesn't want to be my concubine. If you don't want her to be played by me like today, I think you'll find a way to save her. If you save the ancestors of the Ji family, you'll be able to marry Ji Chuiyue and become the son-in-law of the Ji family. Or you'll be killed by me. You can choose one out of these two choices. Chapter 571. In the dark and damp dungeon. Jiang Chen gnashed his teeth. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. He was extremely angry. He stared at Gu Chang'e. Don't push me too far. You've gone too far. Don't even think about threatening me with Chuiyue. I won't even consider what you've said. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Do you think I'm afraid of death? Especially when he heard Gu Chang'e's undisguised mockery and humiliation, it made him even angrier. He wanted nothing more than to tear Gu Chang'e into pieces. Gu Chang'e made Ji Chuiyue sound like a commodity instead of a living person. Ji Yaoxing, Ji Chuiyue's elder brother, didn't stop them. Instead, he stood aside, as if he didn't see anything. His indifference made Jiang Chen feel even angrier. Yeah. So you don't care about Ji Chuiyue at all? Gu Chang'e smiled casually. Then, Her gaze naturally moved from Ji Chuyue's face all the way down. At this moment, Ji Chuyue felt like her whole body had been peeled off. There was nothing left. She felt extremely cold. She couldn't help but shiver. If you have a problem, come at me. Why are you bullying Chuyue? Jiang Chen continued to growl at her. Ji Chuyue's face had turned pale because of panic. She was even shivering. He felt his heart twitching. He didn't want to see such a kind woman being played by Gu Chang'e like this. It's not up to you. If you really like Ji Chuyue, you'd better consider what I said. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. He pinched Ji Chuyue's fair chin and forced her to look into his eyes. Young Master Gu, Ji Chuyue felt humiliated. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she didn't dare resist. She didn't even have the nerve to think about it. As Gu Chang'e had said, she didn't want to be a tool of the Ji's alliance through marriage, even if she had to become Gu Chang'e's concubine. But it was just like what Ji Yaoxing had said to her a few days ago. This was a fate that she could not escape. From the moment she was born, she had no other choice. Gu Chang'e's current terrifying power was enough to make the entire Ji family shudder in fear, not to mention a small person like her. Don't worry, I won't kill him for now. But I don't think you want to be my concubine, and I don't like to force people to do things, so it's better for you to say these words to this fellow yourself. Gu Chang'e's expression did not change in the slightest. Then, he chuckled and let go of his hand. Hearing these words, Ji Chuyue's face was still pale. She hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, it's Chuyue's fortune to be able to become young Master Gu's concubine. How could Chuyue be unwilling?" Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change. He just smiled lightly and said, "You really don't mean what you say. Your expression has already betrayed you. You're such a beautiful girl, your eyes can't lie. Chuyue doesn't dare lie to young Master Gu. What I said is from the bottom of my heart. Every word is true. Countless talented girls in the upper realm covet this identity. How could Chuyue be unwilling? I'm more than happy." Ji Chuyue hurriedly shook her head and explained. At this moment, she did not dare offend Gu Chang'e anymore. She knew the Ji family very well. Even if Jiang Chen could help the Ji family save their ancestor, Ji Xingqiu, the family would not let her marry Jiang Chen. At most, they would find a direct descendant's daughter and let Jiang Chen marry into their family. Compared to marrying other young supreme venerables of equal status, becoming Gu Chang'e's concubine was indeed a blessing that she could not get even in several lifetimes. This was something that countless people envied but could not get. Gu Chang'e, you are a despicable person. Don't force Chuyue. Give me one night to consider it. I will definitely give you an answer tomorrow morning. Hearing Ji Chuyue's insincere words, Jiang Chen could not help but shout angrily and interrupt her. He stared at Gu Chang'e with red eyes. He did not know why Gu Chang'e was trying so hard to save the Ji family's ancestor, Ji Xingqiu. However, in such a situation, he had no other choice. If he did not agree, he was afraid he would be killed by Gu Chang'e or die in this dungeon for the rest of his life. He could not watch Ji Chuyue fall into a pit of fire with his own eyes and remain indifferent. You seem to have misunderstood something. You are not helping me. You are helping the Ji family. You should know that after you save the Ji family's ancestor, you will have a chance to become the Ji family's son-in-law. You are also helping yourself. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. Then he waved his hand to ask the crowd to leave. He did not continue to make things difficult for Jiang Chen. He had achieved his goal. Jiang Chen would definitely agree tomorrow morning. After entering Kun Mountain, would Jiang Chen be able to come out alive? He was really naive and ridiculous. Weapon spirit, what is Gu Chang'e's goal? How could a person like him try so hard to save the Ji family's ancestor? This is not Gu Chang'e's style. He must be up to something. After Gu Chang'e, Ji Chuyue, Ji Yaoxing, and the others had left, the dungeon went back to its usual silence. Jiang Chen's look was cold. Leaning against the wall, he breathed heavily to calm himself down. He started to talk with the creation immortal boat's weapon spirit in his mind. This was what he could not figure out the most. I don't understand why Gu Chang'e is so kind either. I'm sure he is up to no good. He doesn't want to save the Ji family's ancestor. The creation immortal boat's weapon spirit's voice was also very heavy. What should we do? Jiang Chen took a deep breath. He started to manipulate his method. He asked while recovering from his injuries. What you need to pay attention to now is how to survive in Kun Mountain. Then you can figure out a way to escape. Cooperating with Gu Chang'e is like asking a tiger for its skin. Once you enter Kun Mountain, you must be very careful. I'll see if I can trigger the general trend and formation patterns there to create a chance for you to escape, the creation immortal boat's weapon spirit said. The spirit of the immortal boat of creation said, worried that its existence would be discovered by Gu Chang'e. Since the first time it saw Gu Chang'e, it felt that his aura was unprecedentedly dangerous. Many things that had happened later confirmed its guess. It felt lucky that Gu Chang'e had not found out about it yet. He only thought Jiang Chen had the inheritance of a divine origin master. Outside the dungeon, the sun was setting. The autumn wind was chilly. When Gu Chang'e and the others walked out, a slim figure was standing in front of him. He was surprised, but at the same time reasonable, as if she had been waiting for him. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuyue glanced at her. They recognized her as Xiao Ruoyin, a disciple of the Palace of Heavenly Immortal. It was said that she was very close to Gu Chang'e. Then the two left in a hurry. They did not stay there for long, nor did they have the nerve to ask. Young Master Gu, Xiao Ruoyin was in white. She was slim and slim. Her black hair was dancing in the wind. Her eyebrows were curved. Her nose was small. Her lips were red. Her skin was fair and smooth. She was indescribably beautiful. Standing there, she looked like she could fly away with the wind at any moment. The guards here did not stop her when they had learned she was going to see Gu Chang'e. Instead, they sent her here. They knew Xiao Ruoyin and Gu Chang'e were very close. What? Ruoyin, are you looking for me? Gu Chang'e asked, smiling. He already knew the answer. Xiao Ruoyin gazed at him. She nodded. She did not hide her purpose. She said, I heard Jiang Chen was caught by young Master Gu. Oh. So you're here for Jiang Chen? Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows. He looked interested. He felt Xiao Ruoyin's expression was different from before. Gu Chang'e certainly knew Xiao Ruoyin had gone to see Jiang Chen. He also knew Jiang Chen had told Xiao Ruoyin the whole story. After learning the truth, Xiao Ruoyin's reactions were normal in Gu Chang'e's eyes. However, Gu Chang'e still felt Xiao Ruoyin was not quite right. Although she had hidden it well, Gu Chang'e still checked her current luck points. Looks like I guessed right. A strange look flashed in Gu Chang'e's eyes. But they soon went back to normal. Judging from the sudden increase in her luck points, Xiao Ruoyin should have recovered many of the Fate High Priest's memories. After all, Ruoyin and Jiang Chen are old acquaintances. Seeing him caught by young Master Gu, I really couldn't stand by and do nothing. Xiao Ruoyin said in a low voice. She looked a little sad. She had been paying attention to Gu Chang'e's expression. She was worried he would notice something was wrong, so she explained carefully. And her explanation was reasonable. There was nothing wrong with it. So, you're worried I'll kill Jiang Chen? Gu Chang'e smiled. He suddenly approached her and put his palm on her face. He looked playful. Xiao Ruoyin said yes in a low voice. Her body stiffened. Goosebumps appeared on her skin. It was very unnatural, but she recovered quickly. Don't worry. For your sake, I won't kill him, Gu Changa said with a faint smile. Thank you, young Master Gu. Xiao Ruoyin felt more or less relieved after getting Gu Changa's promise. However, she had heard a lot of rumors on the way here. She felt Gu Changa would take Jiang Chen to Mount Kun with him. Jiang Chen was regarded as the descendant of the divine origin master because he was the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune. Mount Kun was very dangerous. With Jiang Chen's help, they would have a lot less trouble. So, she would have to figure out a way to follow them secretly in case anything happened to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is imprisoned in the dungeon. Do you want to see him? Gu Changa threw her a look and asked with interest. Xiao Ruoyin kept silent. Then she shook her head and said, forget it. I'm afraid Jiang Chen doesn't want to see me now. I don't want to see him anymore. She didn't want Gu Changa to misunderstand the relationship between her and Jiang Chen at this moment. She was relieved to know Jiang Chen wouldn't die for the moment. Gu Changa smiled. He didn't say anything. Then he told the jailers behind him to take good care of Jiang Chen. Don't let him die in the dungeon. It's getting late. Will you go back to the palace of Heavenly Immortal tomorrow? On the way back to the palace, Gu Changa asked casually with a faint smile on his face. Yes. Ruoyin will go back to the palace of Heavenly Immortal with the elders tomorrow. I don't know when I'll see you again. Xiao Ruoyin nodded and silently followed behind him. Then, she said with some reluctance, but in her heart, she felt extremely awkward and unnatural. She didn't want Gu Changa to find out she had recovered the memory of the great priest of fate. So, at this moment, she had to behave like Xiao Ruoyin. You need to practice harder. I hope you can surprise me the next time I see you, Gu Changa said with a faint smile. He was implying something. Xiao Ruoyin was shocked, but she still promised him. I won't disappoint you, young Master Gu. Even though the Void Destiny Constitution was only at the initial success level, its blood was still an extremely rare immortal elixir. It had many wonderful uses. She felt this was the reason why Gu Changa wanted her to practice harder. At this thought, Xiao Ruoyin became more cautious. She didn't dare show any abnormality. She didn't want Gu Changa to find out that her constitution had been awakened long ago. It's getting late. I'll take my leave now. After that, Xiao Ruoyin walked out of the hall. She looked up at the sky with a heavy heart, and then said, intending to leave first. She felt the longer she stayed with Gu Changa, the more likely she would be exposed. The best way was to stay as far away from Gu Changa as possible. Do you have something to do tonight? But hearing those words, Gu Changa had a slightly surprised expression, as if she didn't expect Xiao Ruoyin to say that. Xiao Ruoyin was struck dumb by Gu Changa's expression. But she soon came to herself. Her back was covered in cold sweat. She shook her head and explained, it's nothing. It's nothing. I have nothing to do tonight. I thought young Master Gu was going to talk about Mount Kun tonight, so. In the past, Xiao Ruoyin would never have said such a thing. Even if she had something important to do, she would have put it aside. She would have tried her best to stay the night in such an opportunity. If she had made a mistake in such a small detail, Gu Changa would have noticed it. What's there to talk about Mount Kun? It's the Ji family's business. It has nothing to do with me. Gu Changa shook his head. He smiled casually. Then he caressed her pretty face. He asked, why do I feel like you're afraid of me now? Did Jiang Chen say something to you? Jiang Chen did tell me many bad things about young Master Gu. But I know young Master Gu must have done those things for a reason. I trust young Master Gu. Xiao Ruoyin couldn't help but feel nervous. But she tried her best to stay calm. She leaned her head against Gu Changa's chest and said in a low voice. You trust me so much. Aren't you afraid I'll hurt you one day? Gu Changa said with a faint smile. There was a strange look in his eyes. Xiao Ruoyin shook her head and said, I'm not afraid. Everything I have now was given to me by young Master Gu. If you want to hurt me one day, I can't blame anyone. Ha, ha, what a good excuse. Why would I hurt you after what you've said? Gu Chang'e couldn't help but burst out laughing. He looked very happy. Since Xiao Ruoyin was going to compete with him, he would like to see how well she could pretend. Xiao Ruoyin felt relieved when she saw Gu Chang'e didn't seem to be suspicious of her. Only she knew that her back had been soaked in cold sweat. However, at the thought of what was going to happen, she felt awkward and helpless. As the High Priestess of Destiny of the Celestial Palace, she had been reduced to such a pathetic state. She wished she hadn't woken up the memory of her previous life. Chapter 572. Mount Kun was located 30,000 miles away from Kunwa City. It was a large mountain range shrouded in chaotic fog. It towered above the clouds, majestic and majestic. It was misty there, and it was impossible to see the scenery clearly. It was more like an ancient land that existed since the beginning of time. It was full of mystery and vastness. The mountains were majestic like real dragons crawling on the ground. They were majestic and full of vicissitudes, stretching without end. Rays of divine light rose from the mountains, illuminating the heaven and earth. Terrifying figures of ferocious beasts could be seen in the entire forest. Even the Supreme Being would not dare to step in. However, the deeper one went into Mount Kun, the more bizarre the scenery was. Some areas were as brilliant as spring, while some areas were as cold as winter, full of snowy plains. There were also some mountain ridges formed from blood-colored volcanoes. Flames gushed out from the cracks one after another, capable of burning all living things. Of course, as a forbidden land for living beings, the most dangerous thing here was the special domain. It contained some kind of ominous law that could easily annihilate living beings that stepped into it. Some ancient existences guessed that it was the residual qi in the blood of the immortal king who died here. At the outermost area of Mount Kun, many figures gathered and stood in the sky. Their faces were blurry, surrounded by chaotic fog. Their avatars were as tall as mountains, extremely terrifying. Behind them, there were numerous extremely terrifying Tao attainment artifacts floating up and down. There were large seals, ancient cauldrons, crimson furnaces, enormous pagodas. The radiance that descended was heavy like the aura of chaos, and it could crush space and crush everything. Without a doubt, this was a group of real big shots who could activate Taoist tools from various orthodoxies. The strange movement in Mount Kun has become more serious these days. From what I see, it should be because the Ji family's ancestor can't hold on any longer. A Taoist said. Divine light flickered in his eyes as if he was trying to see through Mount Kun. The person beside him shook his head and said, this might not be related to the Ji family's ancestor. However, we can't be careless when we attack Mount Kun this time. After observing for a while, they quickly disappeared. They then went to look for their own orthodoxies to inform them of the danger this time. Mount Kun was an extremely famous forbidden land in the upper realm. Naturally, it was a place where there was both good and bad luck. There were dangers and opportunities. Entering Kun Mountain this time was also an opportunity for them. After all, even the wondrous stones from Mount Kun contained all kinds of immortal treasures and divine items, not to mention entering them. Boom! Then, one after another, divine lights rushed into the sky. Ancient warships crushed the sky dome, heading towards this place. Ancient flags fluttered in the wind, with the symbols of various great orthodoxies. The Longevity Wang family, Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Primordial Yi Clan, Endless Fire Nation, Human Ancestors Hall, War Immortals Manor, Hidden Tranquil Clan, all the famous orthodoxies from the upper realm had sent their people here. Now, they were waiting at the periphery of Mount Kun, planning to attack together. This is the mysterious sword technique you cut out. I've already found someone to translate it. It's called the Life Burial Sword Manual. However, it's more murderous, so it's not very suitable for you. Outside of Kuan-Wu City, Gu Changa handed the jade slip to Gu Xian. He shook his head lightly and said, "You can cultivate as you see fit." Gu Xian took the jade slip and stared at him with her beautiful eyes. Then, she snorted and said, "I know, I'm not a 3-year-old kid. I'll go back to Peach Village then. Don't die in Mount Kuan." She planned to go back and ask her teachers to take a look at the egg she cut out. For the past few days, she felt that there was something strange going on in it. It did not seem like a simple living thing. Actually, she wanted to go to Mount Kuan to take a look, but Gu Changa did not want her to go. He said that if she dared to go, he would break her legs. Gu Xian did not care about Gu Changa's threat at first. However, this time, he looked very serious. It did not seem like he was joking. She could only give up. Mount Kuan was a dangerous place. Even supreme martial artists were not sure if they could come out alive. She did not want to cause trouble for Gu Changa. "Okay, just wait for me in Peach Village." Gu Changa smiled and reached out to pinch her nose. "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back." Gu Xian did not hit his hand away, which was rare. She responded with a grunt from her nose. However, she felt that there was something wrong with her tone. Just as she was about to explain, she saw Gu Changa's face full of smiles. She immediately blushed and glared at him. "What are you smiling at? Don't laugh at me." After Gu Xian, Su Chinga, and the others left, Gu Changa led the people behind him to Mount Kuan. Other than Ada, the Ji siblings, Ji Chuyue, and Ji Yaoxing, the rest of the powerhouses were ferocious bandits that he asked Ji Qingxian to find from the galaxy of chaos. Their strength varied from supreme martial artists to supreme martial artists. Gu Changa did not plan to send his own people to their deaths. After all, Mount Kuan was a dangerous place. He could not guarantee that he could protect everyone around him. He had only pretended to rescue the Ji family's ancestor. At this moment, he would definitely ask the tools of other orthodoxies to pave the way for him. As to Jiang Chen, he was being led by the bandits. He was staring at Gu Changa's back gloomily. He had no other choice but to agree. Gu Changa had promised to let him go after everything was done. However, Jiang Chen did not believe Gu Changa. Last night, from the jailers who were guarding him, he had heard that Xiao Ruoyin had come to ask Gu Changa for mercy. He had given up on Xiao Ruoyin. His heart, which had turned into a pool of stagnant water, was suddenly stirred up. It looked like Xiao Ruoyin was not so heartless as to leave him in the lurch. Maybe, as Niu Tian had said, she had her own difficulties. He had to get out of here alive to find Xiao Ruoyin and ask her in person. When Gu Changa and others were leaving Kuan-Wu City, another white-clothed figure was leaving the city quietly. She was walking in a weird way. She was following them secretly. It seemed the people around her could not see her. They turned a blind eye to her. "Looks like Gu Changa is going to enter Mount Kuan from the front," Xiao Ruoyin frowned. She was keeping a distance from Gu Changa and others. She was worried that Gu Changa, who had a strong perception, would detect her. She was sure she could fool the others, but she was not sure she could fool Gu Changa. Especially after the intimate contact the previous night, she felt Gu Changa's strength was unfathomable. She was afraid not many people in the upper realm could counter him. If she did not know that Gu Changa had not noticed her abnormality, Xiao Ruoyin would suspect that Gu Changa did it on purpose last night. Not counting the time before her memory was awakened, she had never experienced anything. Naturally, she could not bear it. In the end, she was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, it was already the next day. There was no one in the palace. Gu Changa's figure was nowhere to be seen. This made her slightly surprised. According to the real time, this was the first time she had slept so deeply in her countless years of cultivation. She did not even know when Gu Changa left. Although the edge of Mount Kun was desolate, there was still a stretch of mountains. One after another, they were majestic and reddish-brown. Perhaps it was because they were stained with the blood of the celestial king, they made people feel fearful. Farther away, one could even see the divine light floating inside. The chaos was misty, the runes were flashing, and the patterns of the great Tao crisscrossed up and down. However, there were also dangers everywhere. The terrifying four elements of demonic beasts and the pressure that was enough to suppress supreme stage powerhouses made it difficult for people to move. At this moment, there was a blur in the void. Then, a few figures with terrifying auras walked out. Among them, there was a middle-aged man in green. He was tall and straight, and his eyes were like stars. He stood upright and looked very heroic. There seemed to be floating light around him, and there were also jumping shadows. It was like a dream. It was obvious that he had a high cultivation base. He was none other than the current head of the Ji family, Ji Hao. Beside him were the Ji family's upper echelons, patriarchs, and friends he had invited from other places to lend a hand in rescuing the Ji family's ancestors. Family head, it's all thanks to young Master Chang'e. Otherwise, with our strength, we wouldn't be able to summon so many people to rescue the ancestors. Seeing that there were divine rainbows rushing over from not far away, an old woman of the Ji family said excitedly. When she mentioned Gu Chang'e, she was full of respect. That's right. It's all thanks to young Master Chang'e. Otherwise, we don't know how many people we would have lost in this rescue plan. The head of the Ji family, Ji Hao, nodded in agreement. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have thought that so many orthodoxies would come to help them. I heard that Miss Chuyue and young Master Yao Xing have been with young Master Chang'e for a long time. This is our Ji family's chance, family head. The elders at the side also had smiles on their faces. They seemed to be very happy. Between the surrounding mountain peaks, divine rainbows shot out one after another, their brilliance sweeping across the sky. People from various sects and families were rushing over. Among them, there were many young supreme stage powerhouses who were protecting them. Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six Crown King, Heaven Demon Lord, Golden Cicada Buddha, and the others appeared from various places and looked at Mount Kun in the distance. This time, we're following our clansmen and the patriarch. I'm sure that Gu Chang'e won't dare to do anything to us. In another direction, and she, Little Combat Immortal, Niu Tian, and the others also appeared. Behind them were many powerhouses who were faintly discernible divine lights and flickering treasure lights. Of course, the most eye-catching ones were the two Tao Attainments cultivators. One was from War Immortal's manor, and the other was from the Reclusive and tribe. It was Shi's granduncle, and Wang Shan. After learning about this, he rushed over from the tribe to protect Shi and the others. How is that possible? And Yan, why is she here too? However, at this moment, Shi's expression suddenly changed. She noticed a beautiful silver-haired girl among the tribe members who came to Mount Kun. The young girl had a proud figure with exquisite curves. She had a delicate and flawless face. Her skin was as white as porcelain and as delicate as jade. It was not inferior to immortal jade at all. Moreover, her eyes were like light red glass. They were very magnificent and beautiful. Her movements were so moving that one could not find the slightest reason to dislike her. There was also a pair of inconspicuous crimson horns on her head, indicating that she was not a human. She was her half-sister, Yen, who intercepted her halfway and stole the reclusive immortal true blood. Chapter 573. Among the team of the reclusive and clan that had rushed to Kun Mountain, Yan's figure particularly attracted Shi's attention, causing her expression to turn ugly. She was still waiting to settle the matter at Kun Mountain before returning to the clan to ask Yen for her drop of hidden immortal true blood. In the past, she had never taken Yen seriously. Even if she knew that everything on the surface was a disguise, she didn't take it to heart. This time, it was because of her carelessness that the drop of hidden immortal true blood, which was extremely important to her, was snatched away by Yen halfway. All the efforts she'd put in earlier had been for naught, and all of them were for naught. Sister, while Shi's expression was gloomy, Yan's figure had already landed in front of her. Yan's beautiful little face had an innocent smile as she greeted her. If it was an outsider who didn't know the relationship between the two of them, seeing this scene, they might think that Shi and Yen had a good relationship. "You're a good girl. You caught me off guard." At this time, Shi's expression returned to normal, and she said lightly with innate arrogance and casualness. In front of outsiders, she didn't lower herself to argue with Yen. After all, she had plenty of time and means to deal with Yen. "Thank you for your concession. Speaking of which, without your help, it would have been difficult for me to get that drop of hidden immortal true blood." Yen had an innocent smile on her face, revealing a pair of shallow dimples, as she spoke words that could kill people. Shi's expression turned ugly. She didn't expect that Yen would dare to provoke her in front of a group of clansmen. "Little girl, your means are still too inexperienced. Do you really think you can beat me and show off in front of me by snatching that drop of true blood? It's ridiculous. Koan Mountain is so easy to come to. You can talk about it if you can save your life." And she couldn't help but sneer, looking very disdainful. Seeing the two of them as incompatible as fire and water, the surrounding clansmen didn't dare to interrupt at will, for fear of being involved in this internal struggle of the clan. "Sister, are you misunderstanding something?" Yen suddenly smiled when she heard this, as if she had heard a particularly funny joke. "What do you mean?" She frowned. "I didn't come to Koan Mountain to look for you, sister." Yen smiled contemptuously. Just as she was speaking, a commotion broke out not far away. Above the sky dome, the Tao-enlightened cultivators from various orthodoxies looked over. There were many figures walking over, and the one in the lead was Gu Changa. Young Master Gu, Yan's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help showing a happy and excited smile. She walked over there, as if she didn't notice Shi behind her whose face had become extremely ugly. Damn it! When did she get so close to Gu Changa? Seeing Yen take the initiative to walk towards Gu Changa, and she couldn't help but have a bad premonition in her heart. Then, she thought about how Yen intercepted her halfway and took away her hidden immortal true blood. This trip to Mount Kun might not be as smooth as she thought. Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, who had been following Shi and others silently, also noticed Jiang Chen, whom Gu Changa had sent people to watch over. Seeing Jiang Chen safe and sound, he felt more or less relieved. He thought it must have been Xiao Ruoyin who had played a role in this. "Greetings, young Master Gu." Coming up to Gu Changa, Yen said respectfully with excitement. She had always kept in mind the task Gu Changa had entrusted to her, and now she had gotten the hidden immortal true blood. She had finished Gu Changa's test and proved her value. "So, you got the hidden immortal true blood?" Gu Changa hadn't expected Yen to come to Mount Kun, but he didn't care too much about it. For him, Yen was just a dispensable chess piece. If she could prove her value, Gu Changa certainly wouldn't be stingy to help her. If she couldn't do it, he certainly wouldn't waste his time. "Yeah, I didn't disappoint you, young Master Gu." Yen nodded with a relieved smile. Then she handed a bronze box with all kinds of ancient runes on it to Gu Changa, as if she was asking for credit. "The hidden immortal true blood is sealed in it," she said, her eyes full of expectation. "I'll find a way to get the remaining drops of hidden immortal true blood of the clan for you, young Master Gu." Gu Changa smiled. He glanced at the bronze box casually, but he didn't want to open it. "Thank you." He didn't think Yen had the guts to cheat him. Yen gave that thing to Gu Changa. Not far away, Shi's eyes turned red. She gnashed her teeth. That was one of the only 3 drops of hidden immortal true blood left in the clan. If Nyo Tian merged with that drop of hidden immortal true blood, he could even restore some of his ancestors' glory in a short time. With this help, her position as the lord of the Yin clan would be secure. When did this girl have such a connection with Gu Chang'e? She even gave that drop of hidden immortal true blood to an outsider. She betrayed him just to please Gu Chang'e. And she's granduncle's expression was also very ugly. According to the Yin clan's rules, An Yen had the right to dispose of the hidden immortal true blood after obtaining it. Even if she threw it away, it had nothing to do with anyone else. However, seeing her use it to curry favor with Gu Chang'e, many of the Yin tribe members were filled with resentment and unwillingness. Not long after, many cultivators had gathered outside of Mount Kuan. Blurry figures stood in various directions. After a discussion, the major orthodoxies began to attack Mount Kuan. Buzz! Tao attainment artifacts hovered in the sky, shining with terrifying divine light. They began to awaken. Their overwhelming aura suppressed the heavens and the earth, suffocating all the cultivators and living beings. A cauldron that looked like a crimson flame appeared. It was like a sun, shining brilliantly. Billions of rays of crimson light shot toward Mount Kuan. Other than that, the other Tao attainment artifacts also awakened. Overwhelming divine light blasted out from them, accompanied by chaotic qi and divine chains of order. Even the sound of Tao began to spread between heaven and earth. Boom! The void exploded, creating a crack that was more than 10,000 miles long. Endless wind rushed out and swept in all directions. It was strong enough to grind an ordinary cultivator into dust. This was a shockwave that surpassed the level of a supreme being. Many living beings in the ancient cities near Mount Kuan trembled. Their souls were almost frozen. Let the ancient existences of each orthodoxy lead the way. We just need to follow behind. A sect leader of a major sect spoke. He waved his hand and led the disciples and elders behind him. They turned into divine light and entered Mount Kuan, which was shrouded in fog. When the other orthodoxies saw this, they did not stop and followed suit. However, they all went in different directions. The terrain of Mount Kuan was complicated and dangerous. However, there were also many opportunities. Now that the major Tao attainment artifacts were leading the way, the pressure that shrouded Mount Kuan was much weaker than usual. Naturally, the chances of obtaining opportunities were much higher. Many young supreme beings had the same thought. Although they were forced to come here by Gu Chang'e, since they entered Mount Kuan, they would definitely try to get as many benefits as possible while staying alive. Let's go this way. The people of the reclusive tranquil tribe and war immortals sect walked together. The two Tao attainment artifacts looked at each other and then entered from another direction. And she and little war immortal turned around and looked at Gu Chang'e, who was not far away. They were very cautious of him. When they saw that he did not make a move and seemed to be observing, they could not help but have a bad feeling. However, at this time, they did not believe that Gu Chang'e would be so bold as to attack them in front of two Tao attainment artifacts. Let's go this way. When most of the orthodoxies were about to disappear, Gu Chang'e retracted his gaze and said casually. He did not follow and she and the others. He sized up the terrain of Mount Kuan. Then he chose a path that looked more desolate to go deeper into the mountain. He was followed by the JS. Of course, Jiang Chen was with him. Beside Jiang Chen, many people were watching him closely to prevent him from running away. Father, thanks to Jiang Chen, I was able to hear our ancestors call for help. He has the inheritance of a divine origin master. He can help us a lot in rescuing our ancestor. Ji Chuiyue was still worried about Jiang Chen's safety. She was afraid that the JIS would burn the bridge after crossing the river, so she had been trying to explain for him. Ji Hao, the lord of the JIS, had actually heard about Jiang Chen before. When they were on the Purple Mountain, Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiyue had almost gotten the sky-reaching tower because of Jiang Chen. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. Chuiyue, don't worry. I'm not an ingrate. I'll always remember Jiang Chen's kindness to the JIS. If we can save our ancestor this time, we'll definitely give him a lot of benefits. He was not stupid. He still needed Jiang Chen. Of course he had to promise him some benefits to keep him. Jiang Chen had offended Gu Chang'e. How would the JIS dare to protect him? As for how to deal with Jiang Chen after rescuing the ancestor, that would be another matter. Ji Chuyue's eyes dimmed. She knew her father was just being perfunctory. He did not really promise her. Now she could only pray that Gu Chang'e would keep his word and let Jiang Chen go after this matter was settled. Boom! In the next few days, a terrifying power broke out. Light soared into the sky. It shone for 1,000,000 miles. Some strong people shouted angrily. They fought against the formation patterns of Mount Kun. A great battle broke out. In the end, this place was in chaos. It was extremely blurry. Chaotic energy spread everywhere. The doctrine-achieving artifact fell from the sky. It seemed like a corner of the world had collapsed. It affected a wide area. The aftermath alone was enough to shake down many stars in the outer realm. Some people even saw with their own eyes a blood-red hurricane sweeping out of the ground. It was so big that it covered the sky and the sun. It was extremely scary. It seemed like ancient ferocious beasts had come back to life. There was a genuine dragon, an immortal phoenix, a black tortoise, a vermilion bird, a taotai, a baifeng, a qiongqi. These peerless ferocious beasts reappeared in the world. They were extremely powerful. Their roars shook the sky and the earth. They fought against the doctrine-achieving artifact. Colorful blood splashed everywhere. Many cultivators and creatures died, swept by this aura, directly exploding without a sound, not even leaving behind a trace. The Ji's rescue of their ancestor attracted a lot of attention from the upper realm. When the great doctrine orthodoxies started to attack, countless practitioners from the upper realm also noticed this place. They were paying close attention to the changes here from hundreds of millions of miles away. If the JIS could rescue their ancestor, it would be a great change for the current situation in the upper realm. The change here was so big that it shocked too many people. It was not an exaggeration to say that it had attracted the attention of the whole world. Those orthodoxies who had a grudge against the JIS naturally did not want them to rescue their ancestor. They wanted to see all the forces that entered Mount Kun this time to be annihilated and buried there. While the incident at Mount Kun was causing a commotion in the upper realm, the disaster of the terminating heaven that had happened before swept over again. This time, the momentum of the attack was even more terrifying. It was like a heavenly river that had burst its banks. All the heavens in the upper realm were affected and were greatly affected. In the terminating heaven this time, many practitioners even noticed that there were living beings in it. It was as if they were humans who lived in the terminating heaven. Those of the older generation who knew more about the terminating heaven immediately guessed that this was probably because the imperial court of terminating heaven was about to appear. Since ancient times, the imperial court of terminating heaven had only appeared a few times. This time, the appearance of the imperial court of terminating heaven made many orthodoxies feel a sense of crisis. They could only hope that after rescuing the ancestor of the Ji family, Ji Xingqiu, it would be able to quell the disaster of the terminating heaven. The terrain of Mount Kun was complicated. There were mountains everywhere, fog and miasma pervading the air. Many ancient vines and spiritual herbs were everywhere. However, none of the practitioners dared to touch it at this time. Previously, someone tried to pick a spiritual herb that was more than 1,000,000 years old. In the end, it turned into a puddle of pus and blood in an instant. No one knew what happened. Even the young supreme martial artists who were protected by experts were very careful and did not dare to act rashly. Buzz! The dome of heaven trembled, and the void split open. Even the heaven and earth trembled from the pressure. An enormous cauldron condensed from golden symbols flew out. Boundless mysterious yellow energy poured down, and a terrifying indistinct creature was blasted to death, collapsing and splitting apart. These are formed from the remnant thoughts of the practitioners who had entered Mount Kun but died in the end. However, their cultivation levels are even more terrifying than when they were at their peak. Seeing that Gu Changa's expression did not change at all as he easily killed a first heaven boundary emperor's blurry figure. An enlightened Tao elder from the Ji family said with some trepidation. This was already the third day since they had entered Mount Kun. Although they had run into many dangers, they had all been resolved. Of course, many people had also died. Jiang Chen had more or less played his role as the son of luck. With his help, the Ji family had suffered fewer casualties. Because of this, many of the Ji family's members were treating Jiang Chen better. I'm afraid this place is still some distance away from the depths of Mount Kun. Gu Changa shook his head slightly. Then he shook his hand. The giant golden cauldron in the sky exploded. It turned into brilliant runes that filled the sky and dispersed the fog. While speaking, a strange look appeared in his eyes. Although Jiang Chen had been leading the way and solving those strange formation patterns, in fact, he had been leading the Ji family's members in a certain direction. In order not to alert the enemy, he had deliberately waited until the little warlord immortal, and she, and others had entered Mount Kun. Then he had chosen another path. However, after entering Mount Kun, he could vaguely sense Niu Tian. So he had been approaching him. When Niu Tian had escaped from the ancient worship, the universal fruit that Gu Changa had given him was not so delicious. Gu Changa had been preparing for such a day. That was why he had set up some measures in advance. By then, as far as he could perceive, Niu Tian and others were not very far away from him. Mount Kun was shrouded in formation patterns. The energy was extremely chaotic and blurry. Even enlightened Tao elders could not perceive what was going on around them. In this way, everyone who had entered Mount Kun was like a blind man. They had to explore the depths carefully. Chapter 574. Mount Kun was shrouded in fog. Miasma pervaded the air everywhere. It was full of all kinds of chaotic energies. There were remnants of the fights between the strongest. There were also energies that hadn't dispersed for many years. Even the most tyrannical spiritual sense would find it difficult to use in this place. Following Gu Changa, the Ji family went deep into Mount Kun with him. They hadn't fought many times in the past few days. Most of the time, it was Gu Changa who dealt with all kinds of dangers ahead of them. Although Jiang Chen helped them sometimes and prevented them from entering dangerous areas, it was thanks to Gu Changa that they had managed to reach this place safely. Even Ji Chuyue, who was extremely fearful of Gu Changa, couldn't help but feel a sense of security when she saw the figure in front of her. It seemed they didn't need to worry about anything as long as Gu Changa was there. This time, the mission of rescuing their ancestors, which was full of dangers, became much easier. The Ji family was relaxed on the way. They were much more relaxed than they had been at the beginning. Maybe he can really save our ancestors. Gazing at Gu Changa, Ji Chuyue was looking forward to it. She had been avoiding Jiang Chen's eyes on the way. She hadn't spoken to him at all. In Ji Chuyue's opinion, Jiang Chen should have realized everything after what had happened in the dungeon. He should have given up on her and realized it was hopeless for him to take revenge. So, there was no need for them to have anything to do with each other. She only hoped Jiang Chen could survive and let go of his hatred for Gu Changa. She hoped he would have a peaceful life in the future. Whoosh! 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 However, at this moment, a gray fog covered the sky and the earth. It blew over from an unknown place. It was accompanied by a gloomy, creepy, and chilly energy that could penetrate one's soul. In just an instant, the surroundings became dusky, shrouded by a terrifying fog, and all light could not be seen. What's this? Seeing this, the Ji family's members turned pale. The leaders of the ancestral patriarchs felt uneasy immediately. Their souls were shivering, and their hearts were palpitating. This gray fog was completely different from the fog they had encountered before. It was mixed with an aura that made them feel uneasy and fearful. This type of aura was supreme, yet also world-destroying, as if it could completely devour them. At this moment, their expressions became unprecedentedly vigilant and fearful. Some people's voices couldn't help but tremble. After cultivating for countless years, this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Even those who achieved the Tao felt incomparably uneasy, let alone the others. Their faces turned pale, and they began to tremble uncontrollably. He had a feeling that countless living beings had been buried in this gray fog, buried for many epochs. He was terrified to the extreme. Previously, they thought that Mount Kun was not as dangerous as the rumors made it out to be. However, this scene made them feel uneasy and chills ran down their backs. Everyone, don't split up. Stay together. This should be the greatest danger in Mount Kun. The head of the Ji family, Ji Hao, said with a solemn expression. In his hand was an ancient bronze mirror of unknown origin. The surface of the sparkling and translucent mirror 687 was gushing out a resplendent brilliance. It shone in all directions, trying to disperse the gray fog. However, accompanied by a sizzling sound, the bronze mirror in his hand was rapidly corroding and cracking. Soon, it exploded with a cracking sound, turning into fine powder that filled the sky. This scene made the expressions of the people of the Ji family change drastically. This supreme treasure was obtained by the head of the Ji family in a certain relic in his early years. It was extremely mysterious. In some aspects, its power even surpassed that of a Tao instrument. However, today, it directly exploded when it came into contact with a trace of the gray fog. This showed how domineering and terrifying the gray fog was. They didn't dare to underestimate this gray fog at all. Immediately, many people of the Ji family gathered around. However, many people were too late and were instantly devoured by the gray fog. They didn't even have time to scream before they disappeared. What exactly is this? The expressions of Ji Yaoxing, Ji Chuiyue, and the others changed drastically. Previously, they were still hoping that this trip to Mount Kun was far from being as terrifying as the rumors said. However, in the next moment, the appearance of this terrifying gray fog gave them a solid slap in the face. Where's young Master Chang'e? Many people of the Ji family noticed the problem. The moment the gray fog attacked, the front was submerged. Many people didn't see Gu Chang'e's figure, which made them feel even more uneasy. After all, Gu Chang'e gave them a great sense of security when he was here. Now, even he seemed to have been devoured by this gray fog, which made the people of the Ji family feel even more uneasy. This gray fog was too domineering and strange. It even gave them an ominous feeling that they were going to be devoured and buried in it. Young Master Chang'e should be fine. This gray fog shouldn't last for long. It should disperse in a while. The head of the Ji family, Ji Hao, frowned. He was also feeling uneasy, but he still comforted everyone. Young Master Gu's strength is far beyond what we can imagine. If even he can't do anything, then we can't help much. All we can do is wait here for the fog to disperse. Maybe we'll see young Master Gu in a while. A great ancestor of the Ji family said in a deep voice. A small bronze cauldron was floating above his head. Boundless divine chains of order were emitted from it. It was trying to resist the gray fog. However, with the same sizzling sound, it also collapsed quickly. It couldn't resist the gray fog at all. Such a sight made their hearts palpitate. They felt deeply uneasy. This thing doesn't seem to be from Kun Mountain. It seems to have appeared out of nowhere. I suspect someone did it on purpose. It could even be Gu Chang'e, who disappeared, who made it. Jiang Chen had been following Ji Chuiyue and others. Witnessing such a terrifying sight with his own eyes, he also felt uneasy. However, he didn't expect the immortal boat's artifact spirit to give such an explanation. Is this gray fog made by someone on purpose? What does Gu Chang'e want to do? Jiang Chen's back suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He shivered. His scalp was numb. Why did Gu Chang'e suddenly make this gray fog? Did he want to take advantage of the chaos to hide something? Or did he want to attack someone? That's not good. Gu Chang'e must have perceived that she and the others are nearby. All of a sudden, an idea occurred to Jiang Chen. He turned pale. He couldn't hold back his fear. He started to look around. However, he was surrounded by a gray fog. Even the doctrine achievers didn't dare act rashly. Even if he knew she and the others were in danger, what could he do? At the same time, in an ice field not far from Jiang Chen and the others, she, Junior Combat Immortal, Niu Tian, and the other practitioners from the Ansas and the War Immortals Mansion were on their way. They looked up from time to time, estimating the distance. We got many precious primordial stones on the way. We also picked some spiritual herbs that were suspected to have been stained with the blood of an immortal king. This trip was worth it. She's granduncle, the doctrine achiever at King and Mountain, was smiling, stroking his beard. He was talking with the doctrine achiever from the War Immortals Mansion next to him. The two were on good terms. They had joined hands and entered Kun Mountain together. They had helped each other and gained many opportunities. This put them in a good mood. We haven't reached the depths of Kun Mountain yet. There should be a lot of good stuff there. If we can get 1 or 2 drops of the blood of an immortal king, it'll be a great fortune for us. The doctrine achiever from the War Immortals Mansion nodded and smiled. When he mentioned the blood of an immortal king, he couldn't hide his excitement. Why is it foggy all of a sudden? At this moment, she, Junior Combat Immortal, and the others, who had been following the 2 doctrine achievers in silence, suddenly sensed something wrong. A vast expanse of gray fog swept over from an unknown place, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, as if it could swallow the entire universe. Everyone turned pale. They all became vigilant. The doctrine achievers from King and Mountain and the War Immortals Mansion were also frowning. They were watching this scene uneasily. What on earth is this? And she didn't know why, but she had a bad premonition, and a chill ran down her spine. The snow field suddenly dimmed. The gray fog was swallowing the sky and the earth, like a landslide or a tsunami. Even the sky and the earth were shaking. Everyone heard footsteps, as if they were coming from the end of the world. However, it seemed to be right in front of them. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but tighten as if they were being squeezed by someone. It's him. Gu Chang'e. Why did he suddenly come here? Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared in front of them, she, Junior Combat Immortal, Niu Tian, and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. Gu Chang'e was standing quietly in front of them. His eyes were calm and unperturbed. His clothes were whiter than snow, as if he had become one with the world. He stood there, as if there were 3,000 ancient worlds around him. Many gods and Buddhas were kowtowing to him. The terrifying gray fog swept over from behind him, swallowing the sky and the earth. It was going to drown the whole universe. This was a heart-stopping scene. Everyone's hearts seemed to have stopped. They could even hear the sound of their blood stopping. The doctrine achievers from King and Mountain and War Immortals Mansion suddenly changed their expressions. They never thought that all of this was caused by Gu Chang'e. He must be here to silence us. Junior Combat Immortal's bad premonition came true. It made him even more terrified. He felt a chill down his spine. He knew that Gu Chang'e wouldn't let him go so easily. When they were in Kunwa City, Gu Chang'e couldn't do anything to him due to the presence of many orthodoxies. However, in Mount Kun, things were different. If Gu Chang'e wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. You were the one who sent assassins to kill me. Today, you can't hold back anymore. Junior Combat Immortal's expression turned ugly as he stared at Gu Changa. Gu Changa walked towards them calmly and shook his head gently. I've been waiting for you guys here for a long time. Gu Changa, what are you trying to do? The Doctrine Achievers from War Immortal's mansion were extremely fearful. They knew that Gu Changa's strength was not something they could fight against. Moreover, they never expected that Gu Changa would be so bold as to wait for them here. He must have come with ill intentions. And Yan, what's going on here? King Yan stared at the other figure behind Gu Changa. He didn't expect Yan to be with Gu Changa. You damned girl, you colluded with outsiders to kill our own people. Aren't you afraid that father will punish you for offending him? And Shi's expression was also extremely ugly. Even now, Granduncle Wang Shan and sister still don't understand. You're all going to die here today. Who's going to know about this? And Yan looked at them coldly and didn't say much. Gu Changa is here to kill us. We know the secret he wants to hide. He's here to kill us. Junior Combat Immortal's face turned pale. He suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted, fight him, or we'll all die here. He already knew Gu Changa's intention. This frightening fog of unknown origin could not only conceal the movements of this place. It could also conceal Gu Changa's whereabouts, allowing him to perfectly destroy the corpses and traces. When the time came, it would be an accident that the Clan and War Immortals Manor's people disappeared in Mount Kuan. No one would link it to Gu Changa. Gu Changa didn't say anything. His expression was calm and deep. Since he came here today, it was to kill them. Kill. Many powerhouses here attacked at the same time, using all kinds of treasured techniques. There were heavenly blades, divine swords, ancient lamps, green cauldrons. One by one, treasures appeared. They shone brilliantly, covering the sky with shocking power. Wang. However, as Gu Changa gently flicked his finger, the void and even the sky in front of him trembled. A faint golden sword aura gushed out from his hand. The brilliance covered heaven and earth, causing a terrifying rumbling sound to be heard. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. In just an instant, the group of powerhouses who were charging at him exploded. Their bodies were hit by the sword aura and turned into a bloody mist with a bang. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. Their souls were trembling, and they couldn't summon the will to resist. This was too terrifying. Gu Changa's cultivation had reached an unknown level. Killing them was easier than killing ants. Kill. Fight it out with him. King Yan's eyes were red. He shouted angrily, and his whole body seemed to be burning. It was as if thunder was suppressing the world. The divine furnace pierced through the sky, and chi and blood filled the sky. It rushed out from the top of his head like an immortal ancient divine beast and attacked Gu Changa. As an enlightened one, his aura was too terrifying. It was like a volcanic eruption. If it wasn't for the fact that this place was extremely special, this fluctuation would have shattered the stars millions of miles away. In another direction, the enlightened one from War Immortal's Manor also turned into a golden light and rushed forward. His speed was indescribable. He used a supreme fist technique and was like a descending War Immortal. He was invincible as he attacked Gu Changa. At this moment, heaven and earth were covered by the shadow of his fist. There was even a vague image of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It turned into 6 ancient dried-up wells and was about to suppress Gu Changa. Facing the joint attack of 2 enlightened ones, Gu Changa was very calm. He walked forward at a steady pace. When this fist landed, he raised his hand and stretched it forward. It was as if a universe was condensing and appearing. There was a supreme aura of the world, and it let out a majestic rumbling sound. Among them, there were even heavenly stars condensing and rotating. They directly crushed and obliterated the 6 dried-up wells. Whoosh! Immediately after, Gu Chang'e shot an unparalleled sword aura in another direction. It contained the ultimate rule of annihilation. In an instant, a black light tore through heaven and earth. It turned into a true dragon of annihilation and rushed forward in the blink of an eye. Poof! The sword gleam rushed past. It was as if it swept through all living things in heaven and earth. It swept through the ancient heavens and came to destroy the world. What is this? The enlightened ones from War Immortal's manor were terrified. Their divine souls were frozen, and they could no longer move. All of their Dharma treasures and defensive methods could not withstand it at all. They were all pierced through. He could not die in peace. The sword gleam that was less than an inch long pierced through his glabella, leaving a bloody hole. Immediately after, hundreds and thousands of sword gleams shot out from his body. Bang! In an instant, his entire body was filled with sword holes. Then, he shattered in the void, leaving nothing behind. He was directly destroyed in both body and soul. Even at the moment of his death, he couldn't even summon his own Tao tool. Even his spirit seemed to have been buried in a river of unknown origin. This sword manual of burial that Gu Xian cut out is quite extraordinary. Gu Chang'e nodded lightly, ignoring the extremely frightened gazes of the crowd. Just now, he had only tested the power of the sword manual of burial. It did not disappoint him. Under his use, it was not a big problem to kill an ordinary enlightened ones in one strike. The great ancestor is dead. The expressions of Little Warrior Immortal and the others were extremely frightened. They did not expect that their great ancestor would be killed by Gu Chang'e in just one move. Such a huge gap made them despair. Gu Chang'e calmly walked over, raised his hand, and pressed forward. Everyone coughed up blood and knelt down. Then, they exploded. The terrifying pressure of his physical body suppressed everyone who tried to get close to him. Blood spurted out from their 7 orifices. Terrifying bloody scars appeared on their bodies, and their spines were bent from the pressure. Dong! In the next moment, a large green cauldron with Xianhuang Mother Qi fell from the sky. There was a terrifying emperor's aura pouring down. A strand of it could crush a continent. This was the enlightened Tao weapon of King and Mountain. When he attacked, he also took out the enlightened Tao weapon that he had nurtured for countless years. Seeing the great ancestor of War Immortal's manor being killed with his own eyes made him feel uneasy and fearful. His soul trembled. However, Gu Chang'e only slapped forward with his palm. Heaven and earth were about to fall under the pressure of this aura. The green cauldron let out a terrifying trembling sound. Then, it was directly blasted away. Fine cracks appeared on its surface. The aftermath spread out and destroyed the place in an instant. All the mountains collapsed and turned into ashes. It was a scene of devastation. King and Mountain spat out a mouthful of blood. All of his techniques were broken. He fell from the sky directly and injured his origin. The enlightened Tao weapon was connected to his mind. It was naturally a great deal of damage when Gu Chang'e almost destroyed it. Young Master Chang'e, please spare my life. Seeing that Gu Chang'e was still walking towards him, King and Mountain was in despair. He did not care about his dignity. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. When he really fought with Gu Chang'e, he realized how hopeless it was. There was no chance for him to resist. In the current upper realm, except for the immortal remnant, there was probably no one who could stop Gu Chang'e. Little War Immortal, and Shi, Niu Tian, and the others were also in despair. Their faces were pale as they collapsed on the ground. Young Master Chang'e, please spare my life. And she is willing to be a slave, a servant, a cow, a horse, as long as you can spare my life. And she's face was full of fear. She knelt there and begged for mercy. She wanted to live. She was extremely regretful in her heart. Why did she save Niu Tian? Why did she want to offend Gu Chang'e? Poof! However, Gu Changa's expression did not change at all. He waved his sleeve. A terrifying pressure crushed down. The gray fog engulfed the sky. King and Mountain and she did not even have time to scream before they disappeared. They turned into fine powder and disappeared into thin air. Gu Changa, even if you kill us, your secret will be found out sooner or later. Unless you can kill everyone in the upper realm. I've already told my master that if anything happens to me, the photo stone I left for him will be made public. It contains the scene that I saw with my own eyes. Seeing everyone being killed with his own eyes, Little War Immortal was extremely frightened. His hair was disheveled and he was extremely embarrassed. At this moment, he no longer had the appearance of a young supreme martial artist in front of outsiders. He was shouting fiercely and wanted to live. Chapter 575. The gray fog shrouded the ice field that was filled with blood fog. It made little Zhanxian and Niu Tian tremble. It was bone-chilling cold. This time, everyone who entered Mount Kun died. Now, only the two of them were left. Even an invincible existence like the one who achieved Dao was easily killed by Gu Changa. Did they have a chance to resist? Are you threatening me? Gu Changa had a slight smile on his face. His white robe was purer than snow. It was as if he was one with the whole world. He leisurely walked towards Niu Tian and Little War Immortal. His footsteps made crunching sounds as he stepped on the snow. But to the two of them, it was like the sound of bones breaking. The two of them were terrified and kept retreating. They wanted to survive. Gu Changa, you can't kill me. Once you kill me, the secret of your servant will be exposed to the public. You have to think carefully. If you let me live, I swear that I will keep what happened today a secret. I will never reveal the identity of your servant. Little Zhanxian suppressed the trembling in his heart. He calmed himself down and negotiated with Gu Changa. He knew that Gu Changa wanted to get rid of him because of this. Now, he regretted it. Why did he reveal a flaw at the God Stone Convention and let Gu Changa find out something was wrong? In my opinion, in this world, only the dead will keep secrets. The oath you speak of is no different from nonsense to me. Gu Changa smiled faintly. His face was handsome and there was not the slightest flaw to be found. In this bone-piercing, bone-chilling snowfield, Niu Tian and the Little War Immortal were even more terrified. If you kill me, my teacher will announce the contents of the shadow recording stone to the world. Gu Changa, you have to think about the consequences. Little Zhanxian pretended to be fierce. He only hoped that Gu Changa would think about the consequences at this time. Before he came to Kun Mountain, he was worried that there would be an accident, so he made extra preparations. As long as he died here, his master would do as he said and send out the shadow recording stone that contained a portion of his memories. He would use it to threaten Gu Changa and save his own life. But at the same time, he was worried that Gu Changa would not care about anything, even if doing so would expose his identity as a maid. With Gu Changa's cold and indifferent personality, it was entirely possible. Now that you mention it, you've reminded me of who your master is. I'll just kill him and destroy the image recording stone. Isn't that enough? Gu Changa smiled faintly, as if he didn't care at all. You, the Little War Immortal, didn't expect that Gu Changa still didn't want to let him go. He even wanted to kill his master. This made his heart even more fearful. Even though he was in a world of ice and snow, his entire body was drenched in sweat, and he couldn't help but shiver. He never thought of letting us go. At this moment, Niu Tian also saw through everything. He knew that Gu Changa was playing a game of cat and mouse, letting them feel the final despair. Whine. In the next moment, the void trembled. The Little War Immortal gritted his teeth, and his eyes turned red. He took out a Tian Luo umbrella like a madman. After opening it, it was like a dome of heaven, and pressed down on Gu Changa. This was his forbidden weapon. He couldn't care less about anything now. Even if it could hurt Gu Changa a little, it would be enough. Gu Changa's expression was as calm as ever. He walked forward step by step, as if he didn't see the black demonic umbrella. He approached the little war immortal and Nyo Tian. Crack! The moment the black Tian Luo umbrella was about to reach him, Gu Changa's aura spread out, and with a boom, it pressed down on the surroundings. The dark clouds in the sky were scattered, and the demonic umbrella shattered into pieces. Clang, 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 then, the despairing little war immortal took out another forbidden weapon, which turned into thousands of divine swords, and slashed at Gu Changa. Thousands of engraved lights lit up the entire world, dazzling and dazzling. Each of them was more than 10 meters long, and they were as thick as a water tank. The blazing divine light almost pierced through the void and rushed in front of Gu Changa, drowning him in it. Unfortunately, all of this was useless. Gu Changa didn't block it at all. He gently shook his head, and all of the lights were silently annihilated in front of him. His body seemed to have turned into a black hole, which could devour all of the attacks that were aimed at him. This could be said to be invulnerable and immune to all spells, which made the little war immortal feel despair. Whine! In the next moment, the world seemed to be bent. The void trembled, and everything in the world couldn't withstand this fluctuation. Gu Changa reached forward and directly grabbed the little war immortal. Then, with a bang, he collapsed into a cloud of blood mist. Then, he casually found a jade container and sealed the divine soul inside. Before dealing with the little war immortal's master, Gu Changa didn't plan to erase his divine soul for the time being. Although the little war immortal's life-saving method was cautious, there was a problem. As long as Gu Changa didn't kill him for the time being, his master wouldn't know about this. Therefore, as long as Gu Changa left Mount Koan, he could find someone to deal with the little war immortal's master. Hidden immortal bloodline. After dealing with the little war immortal, Gu Changa looked at the despairing Nyo Tian again. In his opinion, the other party's constitution was limited. After all, it needed to be triggered by the hidden immortal's true blood, but it was better than nothing. Gu Changa, you will suffer retribution sooner or later. Ah! Nyo Tian's scream rang out. Whoosh! As Gu Changa flicked his finger, a sparkling and translucent flower appeared in the void, as if it had taken root in it. Immediately after, this little flower turned into a stream of light and fell between Nyo Tian's eyebrows. As if it was absorbing nutrients, it penetrated his skin, blood, bones, lungs, and even his divine soul. Finally, it penetrated into the deepest part of his spirit sea. And Yen, who had been behind Gu Changa the entire time, couldn't help but shiver slightly as she watched all of this, and her face turned pale. This method was really too terrifying and strange. Using a cultivator's origin bloodline as nutrients to nurture the origin Dao flower. She was very smart and guessed a lot of things at once, so she quietly lowered her head and pretended not to see. As long as she knew her place and listened to Gu Changa obediently, she was sure that nothing would happen. Soon, the gray fog here dissipated, and peace was restored between heaven and earth. Wrapped in silver and white snow, it was a pure scenery of the northern kingdom. Only a few places still had remnants of broken Dharma artifacts and some exploded corpses, telling of the tragic situation just now. It was a scene of devastation and extremely tragic. Let's go. Gu Changa looked back in a certain direction, and there was a strange look in his eyes. But he quickly recovered and said to An Yen. The reason why he had An Yen by his side was not to let her witness the scene of An Shi and the others being killed with her own eyes. It was to make it easier to explain when the time came. After all, what happened to the An clan and War Immortals manor would definitely spread soon. Even if someone suspected him, he could let An Yen prove it. Generally speaking, she wouldn't be so crazy to the extent of killing her own people. Of course, this was only Gu Changa's careful plan. What happened to the An clan and War Immortals manor, probably not many people would suspect him. She begged for fresh flowers. After Gu Chang'e and An Yen left, a figure appeared in a wasteland not far away. It was Xiao Ruoyin. She frowned slightly. She had a feeling that Gu Chang'e seemed to have discovered her just now. But with Gu Chang'e's character, if he discovered her, how could he not make a move? Then, she sighed softly and found a place to bury Niu Tian's bones. From the beginning to the end, she watched all of this happen and didn't stop it. Although Niu Tian and she were once friends, she couldn't save him in this situation. If she casually appeared, she might also be in danger and be killed by Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e was a cold and heartless person. He wouldn't show her the slightest mercy because of their previous close relationship. Now, she didn't have the slightest confidence that she could escape with her life from Gu Chang'e. What secret did the An clan and War Immortals Manor discover about Gu Chang'e that led to such an end? Soon, Xiao Ruoyin's figure disappeared into the void again. Her traces were indistinct and difficult to find. This fog has finally dissipated. Let's see who's missing. On the other side, the Ji family gathered together. Looking up at the gray fog that was dispersing in the sky, they let out a long sigh of relief. The ancestors and the lord of the Ji family, Ji Hao, immediately ordered their men to check the losses. Although this strange gray fog did not last for long, it still made everyone break out in cold sweat and their backs go numb. Lord, we've lost 1/3 of our clansmen. I guess they were all swallowed by the fog. Soon, a Ji family member came back and reported with a sad face. Hearing this, everyone from the Ji family fell silent. Even Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuyue's expressions dimmed. They had lost so many people just by encountering such a strange fog. If they had gone deep into Mount Koan, none of them would have survived. What on earth is Gu Chang'e up to? He wants to rescue the ancestors of the Ji family and create this gray fog to swallow so many people at the same time. Jiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He felt like an invisible net was closing in on him. And all of them were walking closer and closer to that net. They were in deep trouble, but they didn't even know it. The Ji family members, including Ji Chuyue, still thought Gu Chang'e would be so kind as to help them rescue their ancestors. It was ridiculous. While the Ji family members were feeling uneasy, two figures walked out of the wind and snow not far away. They were Gu Chang'e and An Yen. Young Lord Chang'e will be fine as expected. Seeing Gu Chang'e safe and sound, the Ji family members felt relieved, but they were also curious about what had happened during this time. Are you all right? Gu Chang'e came over and asked with a concerned smile on her face. The ancestors of the Ji family sighed and said, "We told our clansmen not to wander around, but the fog still swallowed 1/3 of our men. I don't know where this fog came from. It's so weird and tricky. Even we can't do anything about it. It's probably caused by the resentment of that immortal king who stayed here for many years after his death. I followed the direction where the fog came from, but I had to stop in the end because I sensed great danger there." When Gu Chang'e heard this, a regretful expression appeared on her face. She seemed to be rather helpless about this. Gu Chang'e has been gone for such a long time. And she, Niu Tian, and the others must have been killed. Jiang Chen felt a chill down his spine. He felt extremely sad. Fan. Chapter 576. Even though they were in Mount Koan, news of what happened to the reclusive Tranquil Tribe and War Immortals Manor spread quickly, causing a huge commotion. This time, many orthodoxies entered Mount Koan. The reclusive Tranquil Tribe and War Immortals Manor were traveling together. In the eyes of many, it was extremely safe and unlikely for accidents to happen. However, the sudden news of their complete annihilation still made many ancient existences and sect masters uneasy. This Koan mountain was too strange. Even a small puddle could be very dangerous, and it was easy to lose one's life. During this period of time, they had encountered many dangers and perilous situations. Many orthodoxies also suffered heavy losses, and some young supreme beings who entered almost lost their lives. However, compared to the reclusive tranquil tribe and War Immortal's manor, they were still very lucky. I heard that when War Immortal's manor and the reclusive tranquil tribe were in danger, the Ji family also encountered a rare gray fog, and many people died. Mount Kun was majestic, and its depths were shrouded in clouds and mist. All kinds of multicolored lights shone between heaven and earth. At this moment, many cultivators were gathering in the mountain range. They came from different directions and arrived at this place. The one who spoke was an ancient existence from Mount Tianhuang. With his hands behind his back, he sized up the majestic mountain in front of him. The hazy brilliance was extremely dazzling, and it covered a large part of the moonlight. A terrifying aura filled the air. Many people could feel terrifying rumbling sounds coming from the front from time to time, as if something was about to awaken. I think the Ji family's ancestor is trapped inside. The Ji family's people haven't arrived yet. When they arrive, we'll discuss it together. Another ancient existence spoke. He came from the Sky Demon Palace, and behind him was the Sky Demon Sovereign and the others. In another direction, cultivators from Buddha Mountain, Longevity Wang family, Immemorial Yi clan, and Endless Fire Nation also appeared. Although they suffered many losses along the way, they still managed to reach this place safely. Many people were observing their surroundings. On some steep cliffs shrouded in mist, there were blood-red flowers growing. It was extremely demonic. The mist and fog in front of them were heavy, and it was difficult to determine the correct direction and route. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, the mountains towered like the clouds. There were snowstorms, fog, and sandstorms. It was extremely strange. There seemed to be a special domain here that caused the climate here to be very different from the outside world. On the mountain peak, there were even some who saw traces of the heavenly lake. Clouds and mist were faintly discernible, chaotic energy gushing out from time to time. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of the world, incomparably ancient. The mountain peaks here were connected like a dragon's bone. Perhaps something was sealed underground. If there was a divine origin master here, he might be able to find a way in. An old man who was familiar with the geography of the mountains and rivers spoke. He held a compass in his hand, which spat out beams of light that illuminated the surroundings. The others nodded in agreement. After arriving at this place, they could faintly hear the roar of a dragon. It was as if a true dragon was sealed in the depths of the earth, making one's heart palpitate. This is the Nirvana land of the true dragon, the legendary dragon nest. Perhaps a true dragon was once born here. At this moment, a voice echoed from not far away. The Ji family's members had rushed over. It was Jiang Chen, who was among the crowd. He was the first to speak after hearing the words of the ancient existences. In his opinion, at this point, the only thing he could do was to attract everyone's attention. In this way, people would realize how important he was. Then he would have a greater chance to survive. The crowd sizing up the mountain range ahead was surprised to see Jiang Chen at this moment. His identity as a divine origin master was not a secret. Divine origin masters could play a greater role in Mount Kun than they had at the Divine Stone Convention. Many people started to look at Jiang Chen passionately. After he was captured by Gu Chang'e in the star-picking tower, he must have been asked by Gu Chang'e to enter Mount Kun with him. Many young Supreme Venerables noticed the Ji family's members behind Jiang Chen. Gu Chang'e was among them. He was also sizing up the scene in Mount Kun. In their opinion, as a divine origin master, Jiang Chen had some mysterious means. He could play a great role in Mount Kun. However, Gu Chang'e and Jiang Chen had a grudge against each other. He must have been threatened to work for the Ji family. Many people looked toward Jiang Chen right away, wondering how he would deal with them. If Gu Chang'e had been here, Jiang Chen would not have been used by them. Young brother Jiang, what do you think? Mount Kun is very dangerous. We've already suffered a great loss here. If we go any deeper, I'm afraid we'll be killed before we see Senior Ji Xingqiu. The ancient existences spoke. They seemed to be helpless about this. Although rescuing Ji Xingqiu was a big deal for the whole upper realm, they would not be stupid enough to risk their lives. Even if they did not go in again, they had done their best to come this far. Jiang Chen didn't disappoint them. He looked around. Then, he walked up with a calm expression and said, "This is the land of the Locking Dragon Ridge. The place where we are standing is the first ridge of the Locking Dragon Ridge. At the same time, it is also the entrance to the depths of Kun Mountain. The fog and wind there are the breathing directions of the Locking Dragon Ridge. This place is extremely dangerous. If you don't avoid the dragon's breath, you'll probably end up like those puddles of blood." As he spoke, Jiang Chen pointed at some black blood puddles not far away. They gave off a weird stench. They were rotten and dirty. It was creepy. Everyone turned pale. They could feel how dreadful that energy was. Average people would never have the nerve to approach them. The ancient existences were shocked. They could feel that those puddles of blood were as strong as them when they were alive. "Young brother Jiang, do you have any idea how we can go in there?" Then one of them could not help but ask. Although he had achieved the doctrine at the moment, he was not arrogant at all. He looked very pleasant. Rescuing the ancestors of the Ji family was one thing. Going deep into Mount Kun to get opportunities was another. Although it had been a dangerous journey, they had gained a lot. They felt there were more opportunities in the depths of Mount Kun. Why did the Ji family's ancestor come here and get trapped here? This was a very good explanation. There were great opportunities in the depths of Mount Kun. Since they had come this far, they would not give up. Of course, they would not give up easily. As long as we avoid the dragon's breath and pay attention to the direction of the dragon's spine, we'll be able to go in there. However, I need the cooperation of several seniors who have achieved the doctrine. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. I can't guarantee anything." Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Then he pretended to be thinking. He communicated with the artifact spirit of the creation immortal boat in his mind. Then he spoke slowly. While speaking, he glanced at Gu Chang'e, who was behind him. Seeing him sizing up the mountains not far away, Jiang Chen could not help but clench his fists under his sleeves. At this moment, Jiang Chen saw his hope of survival. As long as the plan went well, he could even kill Gu Chang'e with the help of this place's terrain and avenge his brothers and friends. This place's terrain was very special. There was a weird field in the depths of Mount Kun. He asked the artifact spirit of the creation immortal boat to investigate it. He found it was very dangerous. It could even trap a real dragon. A real dragon. It was a creature that had surpassed immortals in ancient legends. It was extremely powerful and indescribable. If he could make good use of this place, it would be possible to trap Gu Chang'e there and kill him. Chapter 577. The ancient existences glanced at each other after hearing what Jiang Chen had said. They all seemed to be pondering, but they did not agree right away. This place was extremely dangerous. In fact, they did not trust Jiang Chen very much. What if he had done something wrong and harmed all of them? No matter what, one should always be on guard against people. "Jiang Chen, since you have a way, why don't we trust you this time? As long as you can help us save our ancestors, you can state whatever conditions you want." The Ji family's ancestors came forward at this moment. They looked very serious. They had learned about Jiang Chen's skills on their way here, so they were not worried about him. Now, the road was right in front of them. They would be able to save their ancestors soon. Of course, they agreed right away, regardless of the consequences. "I hope you can keep your promise." Jiang Chen nodded and said calmly. He had a good understanding of the Ji family's ancestors. They were a bunch of old guys who wanted to curry favor with the rich and powerful. They had just agreed, but if they did not need him later, they would definitely kick him to death. So, Jiang Chen had a detailed plan. He would not let go of anyone here. Since the Ji family's ancestors had agreed, the ancient existences from the Celestial Emperor Mountain and the ancient Yi race also nodded. Then, Jiang Chen suddenly smiled coldly. Looking at Gu Chang'e behind him, he said, "Young Lord Chang'e, you have great skills. Your strength is unfathomable. Even those who have achieved the doctrine are not a match for you. I think if young Lord Chang'e helps us, we will have a higher chance of succeeding in saving the Ji family's ancestors." "Young Lord Chang'e, what do you think?" The crowd's expression changed slightly. They looked at Jiang Chen in shock. They did not expect him to ask Gu Chang'e to help him at this moment. Just how much courage did he have? Even those who had achieved the doctrine were not enough. Did he want to ask Gu Chang'e for help as well? Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuyue's expressions changed slightly. They were worried. They were afraid Gu Chang'e would kill Jiang Chen with one palm strike at this moment. Oh, since there is something this Gu can help with, then this Gu will naturally not be stingy. Gu Chang'e withdrew his gaze from Mount Kun and smiled faintly. He was not as angry as everyone thought. Instead, he played it down. Jiang Chen snorted to himself. He didn't like Gu Chang'e's calm expression, as if everything was under his control. "You'll regret it later." He sneered in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Then, after inspecting the place for a bit, he began to explain to the ancient existences what they had to do to avoid the dragon's aura. 12 Everyone listened attentively, fearing that they would miss out on even half a sentence, fearing that they would incur a life and death crisis. After a short while, the doctrine achievers obeyed Jiang Chen. They took out their doctrine attainment artifacts and launched them toward a specific place ahead of them. With a series of rumbling sounds, multicolored light soared into the sky. It was as if there was a true dragon rolling under everyone's feet. The surrounding mountains began to tremble. "Let's go," Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, gazing at the intersection where a crack had appeared. He took the lead. Upon seeing this, no one dared to linger. They all followed him, not daring to stay too far away from him. "This guy is already at death's door, but he's still thinking of ways to scheme against me." Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. Gazing at Jiang Chen, a strange light flickered in his eyes. How could he not know about Jiang Chen's scheme? However, at this moment, he still needed Jiang Chen to find Ji Xingqiu for him. He was not in a hurry to attack. Then, after walking for dozens of miles, they didn't run into any danger. Instead, a strange fragrance suddenly permeated the air. "What's this smell? It's so fragrant." A young supreme being from Heavenly Emperor Mountain asked, revealing a shocked expression. "It's probably some kind of treasure here that's about to ripen." An old man's face froze. Looking around, he was also surprised. Upon hearing what kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure it was, everyone here became a little excited and began to look around. Even the doctrine achievers couldn't help but instruct their clansmen through their holy wills. They didn't want to miss the treasure here. Finally, in a cold pool ahead of them, a strong, strange fragrance came from it. It was extremely strong. What surprised them more was that there were wisps of dragon energy hovering around the cold pool. There were many strange spiritual herbs growing around the pool. They were giving off a light purple brilliance. Each of them bore a fruit. These are earth dragon fruits. It said that they can only grow after being nourished by dragon energy. They ripen once every 30 million years. There are 9 of them here. An ancient existence was pleasantly surprised. He recognized these strange fruits. It was said that the earth dragon fruits contained a wisp of genuine dragon energy. They could even help creatures with dragon bloodlines transform. They were invaluable. Let's share these fruits among our forces. The ancient existence from Mount Tian said, trying to pick the fruits. However, when he was about to approach the cold pool, a dreadful cold air suddenly gushed out. It engulfed him in an instant. Such a scene alarmed everyone. Many young supremes retreated, not daring to approach. An extremely ferocious frost dragon poked its head out of the pool. Its eyes were scarlet, revealing a bloodthirsty expression. It opened its mouth and spat out a vast expanse of chaotic cold air toward everyone. An doctrine achiever frost dragon that has existed for more than 10 million years, an ancestral patriarch of the Ji family gasped in shock. He hurriedly took out his own Dao attainment weapon in an attempt to resist. The other doctrine achievers also made a move to suppress it. However, this frost dragon had already developed intelligence. Seeing that there were so many powerhouses here, it let out an unwilling roar and turned into a stream of light. It directly escaped into the depths of Mount Kun and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It's smart. Otherwise, the Doctrine Achiever Frost Dragon is full of treasures. Many Doctrine Achievers shook their heads regretfully. Then, they began to pick the Earth Dragon fruits. Gu Chang'e didn't do anything and also got 2 fruits. To be honest, this thing didn't have much effect on him. He looked in the direction where the frost dragon escaped and pondered. Since a creature of the Doctrine Achiever level could live here, wouldn't it mean that other creatures could exist here? In this case, it gave him an idea. Perhaps he could create an accident that caused the creatures of Mount Kun to riot? In the next few days, everyone continued to rush into the depths. Later on, they could more clearly hear that strange dull sound coming from the depths. It was as if there was an extremely ancient heart beating. However, until now, no one had sensed the location of the Ji family's ancestor. They didn't even hear the slightest movement. This made everyone in the Ji family wonder if the summoning sound Ji Chuiwe heard was real or fake. Or perhaps the Ji family's ancestor was now a lamp without oil and it was difficult for him to send out any sound. What's that? Finally, in the depths of the mountain, everyone saw a strange place emitting a faint light. They were all extremely shocked. It was like a vast waterfall falling from the sky, but also like a big hole that led straight to the depths of the earth. It seemed to be connected to the legendary 9 serenities. However, there was a blue mysterious jade at the entrance of the hole. It seemed like it had been there for tens of thousands of years. People could faintly see a figure sitting cross-legged in the mysterious jade. It was a Taoist, wearing a Daoist robe and a star crown. He was meditating with his eyes closed. It was unknown how long he had been there. Even though he was separated by the mysterious jade, people could still feel how extraordinary this Taoist was. It was an energy of the great doctrine. It seemed like he had merged with the world. It was difficult to determine whether he was still alive. Did this Taoist strength surpass the Doctrine Achiever realm and reach the immortal realm when he was alive? Many Doctrine Achievers spoke in shock. They sized up this Taoist carefully. They felt like the energy he emitted was terrifying. This was definitely an indescribable peerless expert. No one knew why he had been sealed here. Little brother Jiang, do we have to break the mysterious jade in front of us to go inside? At this moment, no one dared act rashly and break the mysterious jade. They could only ask Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was also confused. He was talking with the celestial boat's vessel spirit. He wanted to know how to go there. It was totally beyond his expectation that such a mysterious jade would block the way. At this moment, people felt like the Taoist in the mysterious jade was sizing them up. They did not know whether it was an illusion or not. Even though the Taoist was meditating with his eyes closed, they still felt like he was looking at them. Don't touch him. While people were hesitating, unable to make a decision, a faint voice suddenly came from under the waterfall in front of them. This is. It's our ancestor's voice. Those from the Ji family were struck dumb at first. Then they were pleasantly surprised and excited. They felt a throbbing in the depths of their blood. Undoubtedly, this was their ancestor, who had founded the Ji family and had been called the human ancestor. Ji Xingqiu. He was not dead. He was still alive in Mount Kuan. Looks like it's really Senior Ji Xingqiu's voice. He told us not to touch the mysterious jade. How are we going to save him? Several doctrine achievers glanced at each other in shock. Then they frowned and started to think of a solution. Someone tried to communicate with Ji Xingqiu, who was under the waterfall. However, when their voice reached him, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It did not create any ripples. Then it went silent. There was no movement or sound coming from the other side. Now the only way out is blocked by the mysterious jade. We can't go in unless we move it away, Jiang Qin said. After talking with the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune for a while, he realized what was special about this place. It could be called a dragon's cave or a dragon's nest. This Taoist might have offended the real dragon here. After his death, he was sealed by the mysterious jade to seal the dragon's cave to prevent others from entering it. If they changed the layout of the dragon's cave at will, the Taoist in the mysterious jade could break out of the seal. By then, he would be like a puppet. He would be so strong that no one here could suppress him. Jiang Chen was tempted. After all, the way out had been blocked when he came in. If people took advantage of the chaos to go back the way they had come, they would find all the paths had changed. It was a dead end. Now, if he were to think of a way to release this Taoist, how many people would be able to escape alive? You are heartless. Don't blame me for being heartless, Jiang Chen smiled coldly to himself. He already had a way out. He could ask the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune to take him away at any time. However, the others would not be as lucky as him. Young brother Jiang, do you have any ideas? A Taoist asked. He thought Jiang Chen, who was a divine origin master's disciple, might have other ideas. The only thing we can do now is to smash it or move it away. Otherwise, we won't be able to enter it, Jiang Chen said, shaking his head. He sounded resolute. Senior Ji Xingqiu told us not to touch the mysterious jade. He must have other ideas. Are you sure we can only smash it? What are you up to? At this moment, Gu Chang'e, who had been sizing up the mysterious jade, walked over and asked with interest. His eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. He stared at Jiang Chen as he spoke, as if he did not believe him. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. Compared to the Ji clan's ancestor, they were naturally more willing to believe the Ji clan's ancestor. Since Jiang Chen had said so, who knew whether he had good intentions or not? Even the Ji family's brother and sister frowned. They realized there was a big grudge between Jiang Chen and Gu Chang'e. If Jiang Chen set a trap for them at this moment, what could they do? The Taoists turned serious. They stared at Jiang Chen unkindly. They wanted him to give them an explanation. Jiang Chen was surprised by Gu Chang'e's sudden question. He was also shocked. However, he still looked calm. He said, I've already said so. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. It doesn't matter to me whether we save the Ji family's ancestor or not. He insisted this matter had nothing to do with him. After all, saving the Ji family's ancestor was a matter for the Ji family and the whole upper realm. He had just been forced to come here. People frowned when they saw Jiang Chen's expression. They started to consider whether they should believe him or not. The Ji family's ancestor was obviously at the end of his life, but he still had to warn them. The Taoist sealed in the mysterious jade was not to be underestimated. Even though he had been dead for many years, his corpse was still enough to put people here in a life-or-death crisis. However, if they did not move the mysterious jade or smash it, they would not be able to go through. This was obviously a dilemma. Then how can we believe that you won't harm us? You are the only divine origin master here. If you do something secretly, how can we know? The Taoists of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain were still worried. They felt Jiang Chen was hiding something from them. Jiang Chen said calmly, "If you have any other way, just give it a try." He was sure there were no other entrances here. He had to find a way to deal with the mysterious jade. Don't move the mysterious jade. Let's see whether there are other entrances nearby. At this time, Gu Chang'e sighed softly, seemingly a little helpless. People agreed with him. They glanced at Jiang Chen coldly. Then they started to check their surroundings carefully. They did not approach the mysterious jade rashly. Gu Chang'e also looked like he was sizing up the surroundings carefully. However, he was sizing up the mysterious jade out of the corner of his eye. What mattered most was the 690 Taoists sealed in the mysterious jade. He had a plan in his mind. "I can save you, but you have to promise me one thing." Then Gu Chang'e said calmly. He transmitted his voice through holy awareness. All of a sudden, the Taoist sealed in the mysterious jade seemed to move slightly. However, it was very subtle. If one did not observe carefully, one would not notice it at all. Gu Chang'e was not in a hurry. He knew the Taoist sealed in the mysterious jade was dead. However, there was a new life in it. In other words, during these years, the corpse had developed intelligence again. He could use this intelligence to do something for him. "Are you serious?" After a long silence, a voice came from the mysterious jade. It sounded very hoarse. "If you want to come out, you have to listen to me," Gu Chang'e replied casually. He was not surprised at all. "Heh, you are threatening me. What if I don't keep my promise?" The Taoist sealed in the mysterious jade seemed to be smiling coldly. "Of course, I have my ways to kill you." Gu Chang'e continued to play it down. This Taoist had a great cultivation when he was at his peak. He could have been a real immortal. However, in the current environment, Gu Chang'e did not need to care too much about him. Moreover, this was just a corpse's intelligence. "I hope you can keep your promise." The Taoist sealed in the mysterious jade was not stupid. He could sense that Gu Chang'e was the most powerful person here. He was unfathomable. "Then just do as I say," Gu Chang'e said calmly. He was going to transmit his plan to the Taoist through holy awareness. At the same time, he raised his head and looked behind the waterfall. If he had guessed correctly, there should be an underground palace that had been sealed. The Ji family's ancestor was probably trapped there. After he had devoured the Ji family's ancestor, he should have succeeded in nirvana and become a doctrine achiever. Jiang Chen's last light and heat should have burned out here. However, the demon seed that had been planted in his body could be useful. The demonic method's inheritor and the divine origin master's inheritor did not conflict with each other. Jiang Chen happened to be good at disguising himself. That was why he was the scapegoat. "Youngster, save me. I can help you kill these people." Then, an illusory voice suddenly sounded. It was very ancient. This voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. His whole body shook. He was scared, but he still managed to stay calm. "Who are you? Where are you?" He looked around carefully and tried to communicate with the voice in his mind. "You should know where I am," the illusory voice echoed again. However, Jiang Chen managed to calm down at this moment. He took a deep breath and looked carefully at the mysterious jade in which the Taoist was sealed. This Taoist, who he thought had been dead for a long time, unexpectedly transmitted his voice to him. Was this Taoist still alive? Had he been trapped here for countless years like the Ji family's ancestor? "How do you know I killed these people?" Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. He was still cautious. He did not agree directly. You have such a strong killing intent. Do you really think I can't detect it?" "Don't worry. As long as you can save me, I will kill these people for you." "What's wrong with that?" The illusory voice sneered coldly. Chapter 578. Jiang Chen was pondering the words of the old Taoist in the mysterious jade. He looked around and saw that no one here had heard the old Taoist's words except for him. Even the doctrine achievers from various great doctrine systems were looking around. Frowning, they seemed to be in a dilemma. In other words, the old Taoist sealed in the mysterious jade had sensed Jiang Chen's killing intent. That was why he had transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. While pondering, Jiang Chen glanced at Gu Chang'e quietly. However, Gu Chang'e was carrying him on his back. It seemed like he was looking around. Ji Chuyue and An Yen were following him. It seemed like he had something to say to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen clenched his fists. He suddenly made up his mind. This might be his last chance. I promise you that I will save you. But you must promise me that you will kill that white-clothed man. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to him. He had asked the celestial boat's vessel spirit how to break open the mysterious jade. Even the other doctrine achievers couldn't do it. Jiang Chen happened to have a special way. Don't worry. I'm a man of my word. Since I've promised you, I'll do it. At that time, when you release this old Taoist, everyone here will not be spared. I swear on my doctrine heart. You can set your mind at ease. The old Taoist in the mysterious jade replied. Excitement seemed to be hidden in his voice. Jiang Chen nodded. Then he started to wait for the right time. There were many doctrine achievers here. If he did anything unusual, they would notice it immediately. This was why he had to wait until the dragon's breath came out of the cave behind the mysterious jade. At that time, this place would be in chaos. Then he could take advantage of the chaos to attack. Time passed gradually. After searching the surroundings, they still couldn't find a suitable entrance. Sighing, they went back. Even doctrine achievers couldn't find anything unusual, let alone average people. Do we really have to move the mysterious jade to enter it? An ancestor of the Ji family said unhappily. But our ancestor told us not to move it. What should we do? A doctrine achiever from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain said in a deep voice, the Taoist sealed in the mysterious jade is no small matter. I used a secret method to investigate it. I feel like there's a great danger hidden in it. If we touch it carelessly, we'll suffer an unimaginable disaster. Hearing this, the place fell into silence. Many young supreme beings were also at a loss of what to do. In front of such a major event, they could only listen to the Tao attainment experts of their clans. They didn't have the opportunity to interfere. However, they were able to discern that this piece of profound jade was no small matter, and they couldn't rashly come into contact with it. In my opinion, why don't we go back the way we came and find another way in? Gu Chang'e suggested with a faint smile. His words made everyone a little moved. Since the road ahead was a dead end, no matter what they did, it would be very dangerous. Why not go back the way they came and find another way? Young Master Chang'e is right. Why don't we find another path? The other Tao attainments nodded in agreement, feeling that it was feasible. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. If the crowd went back the way they had come, they would definitely notice what he had done. At that time, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. This method might not work. When we came in earlier, I already took a look. There is only one path. If we leave and come in again, it will be the same. This is just a waste of time for no reason. Jiang Chen went back to normal. He shook his head and explained. He still had to rescue the Taoist in the profound jade. Of course, he would not let the crowd go back the way they had come at this moment. Besides, the way they had come from had been blocked by the celestial boat's artifact spirit. It was not the same way at all. What? There is only one path. The crowd's expression changed. They were shocked and somewhat incredulous. Many Tao attainments frowned. Gazing at Jiang Chen, they felt more and more like this guy was up to no good. He hadn't told them the truth since the beginning. Oh, so why didn't you tell us before? Why didn't you tell us until now? If there is only one path, how did Senior Ji Xingqiu get trapped in Kun Mountain? At this moment, Gu Changge asked with interest, shaking his head slightly. How would I know that? Young Master Changge, if you want to know, you'll have to ask the Ji family's ancestor. Jiang Chen said, shaking his head. He insisted that he knew nothing. Ada, go back the way we came. See what's going on. I suddenly want to know why he doesn't want us to go back the way we came. Gu Changge smiled slightly. Then he told Ada, who was behind him. Ada did not linger after hearing that. He immediately turned into a streak of black light and disappeared. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Gu Changge to be so meticulous. He had even sent someone to go back and check. In this way, wouldn't his secret trick be exposed? This was beyond Jiang Chen's expectation. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Looks like this guy is really up to no good. If he isn't up to no good, why doesn't he want us to go back the way we came? Darn it. How dare you set us up? What's your purpose? The Dao attainments present were all smart. They detected Jiang Chen's strange behavior immediately. They turned pale immediately. They flew into a rage. They felt like they had been tricked by Jiang Chen. A dreadful pressure fell upon Jiang Chen immediately, as if a dam had been breached. He spat out a mouthful of blood in an instant. His bones cracked. His skin was on the verge of cracking. He almost turned into a pile of meat paste. The other strong people also came over. They looked unfriendly. They surrounded Jiang Chen right away. They did not want him to run away. However, with Jiang Chen's strength, there were so many strong people here. Even if he had wings, he would not be able to escape. Ji Chuyue and Ji Yaoxing did not suspect anything. Jiang Chen and Gu Changge hated each other so much. It was possible that he would do such a thing. However, Ji Chuyue still felt sad. She really did not want to see Jiang Chen stop a chariot with his bare arms. How could he be a match for Gu Changge? He's courting death. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and others shook their heads. They felt sorry for him. Jiang Chen was also surprised that things would turn out like this. He pulled a long face. At this moment, he certainly would not admit it. As long as he could stall for time, he would wait for the next dragon breath. If he saved the Taoist sealed in the mysterious jade, none of the people here would be able to escape. He could take advantage of the chaos to escape. Soon, Ada came back. He reported to Gu Changge, "My lord, the way we came here has disappeared. We can't find the right way back." Gu Changge looked like he had expected this. He sighed. Shaking his head, he said, "I see. But I didn't expect this. What else do you have to say now? If young Lord Changge had not seen through your trick, I'm afraid we would have been tricked by you again." Many accomplished Daos flew into a rage. They wished they could kill Jiang Chen right away. "Gu Changge, don't slander me. It was you who forced me to come here. I have no grudge against these people. Why would I do such a thing? The terrain here is ever-changing. How would I know the way back would disappear?" Jiang Chen stared at Gu Changge. He was still denying it, trying to stall for time. Shaking his head, Gu Changge said calmly, "You don't want to admit it, do you? In fact, I've guessed what you're up to. I guess the leaders of the great sects who were killed by you in the Great Void Divine Tomb were in the same situation as us. They had no way forward and no way back. As a divine origin master's descendant, you should be able to help rescue the Ji family's ancestor. That's why I spared your life. I wanted you to make up for your mistake. Unfortunately, you don't know what's good for you. You're still tricking us." "What? He was the one who killed so many leaders of the great sects in the Great Void Divine Tomb. How is that possible? As soon as Gu Changa's words came out, it immediately caused quite a stir. People were shocked. They opened their eyes wide in shock. They could not believe it. The young Supreme Venerables who had witnessed Gu Changa taking Jiang Qin away in the star-picking tower also tumbled to the realization. This was why Gu Changa and Jiang Qin hated each other so much. Jiang Qin turned out to be the mysterious man that all the Force Doctrine orthodoxies were hunting. What had happened in the Great Void Divine Tomb had caused a great sensation. Many leaders of the great sects had died there. Too many forces and orthodoxies were involved. Even the Great Void Divine race had to pay a great price to appease the public's anger. So he's the one who killed my sect's leader. He hid it so well. And he's a divine origin master's descendant. Many strong people's eyes turned red. Staring at Jiang Qin, they wished they could cut him into thousands of pieces and pull out his bones and tendons. They did not doubt Gu Changa's words. After all, Gu Changa was one of the few people who had survived the Great Void Divine Tomb. He had seen Jiang Qin's real face, so he was not surprised. Many people figured it out. After all, there had been too many restraining orders and tactical patterns in the Great Void Divine Tomb. If he had not been a divine origin master, he would not have been able to manipulate those things. Since Jiang Qin was so strong, he could have killed all the leaders of the great sects who had entered the tomb to steal the divine personality of Void easily. Gu Changa, you despicable man. This is what you and the Great Void Divine race did, but you're framing me. You'll die a horrible death. Jiang Qin had not expected Gu Changa to suddenly mention this at such a moment. He was trying to frame him. His eyes turned red immediately. He gnashed his teeth so hard that they were bleeding. However, the people present would not believe him at all, especially those whose sect leaders had died tragically in the Great Void Divine Tomb. A dreadful killing intent swept over. It shrouded Jiang Qin and locked him in place. He could not move at all. In fact, I've always been curious. Those leaders of the great sects had no grudges against you. Why did you want to kill them? Gu Changa shook his head. He looked confused. He seemed to have thought of the tragic situation back then and could not help but sigh softly. This guy is bloodthirsty and has evil intentions. He's not a good guy. Why would he need a reason? Many strong people flew into a rage when they had heard this. If they had not thought Jiang Qin's identity as a divine origin master was useful, they would have killed him with one palm strike to avoid future troubles. At this moment, something strange seemed to have happened to Jiang Qin. A black light suddenly rose from his Dantian spirit sea, and he couldn't help but let out a roar. It was a very strong black light. It looked like a black sun had risen. It penetrated his soul, lungs, spiritual sea, and soul palace. The brilliance swallowed the river of time. People vaguely saw a dreadful vision appear behind Jiang Qin. It looked like all spirits had died out and the universe had dried up. A demon's shadow covered the sky and the sun. He could destroy everything with a wave of his hand. A dreadful demon nature appeared in him. His black hair was dancing in the wind. His energy soared. He looked like a peerless demon god. Such a shocking turn of events caused the expressions of everyone in the surroundings to change drastically, and it was even to the extent that many who'd attained the Tao couldn't help but take a few steps back. They seemed to be extremely shocked. This, is he, an inheritor of demonic methods? Jiang Qin has such a hidden identity. The expressions of the heavenly phoenix maiden, the celestial monster monarch, six-crowned king, and others changed drastically. They were also shocked. Although they had never dealt with an inheritor of demonic methods, they knew him well. They had always been on guard against him. This was why when they saw Jiang Qin's current appearance, they immediately thought of him as an inheritor of demonic methods. How is this possible? Jiang Chen is unexpectedly, Ji Chuiyue opened her mouth wide. Her pretty eyes widened. She did not expect Jiang Chen to have such an identity. This energy is extremely evil and complicated. It's a mixture of all kinds of origins. He's definitely an inheritor of demonic methods. So far, I'm afraid many geniuses have been killed by him. I didn't expect him to hide so deeply. If he hadn't exposed himself today, we wouldn't have known his true identity. The eyes of the Doctrine Achievers from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain flickered coldly. They recalled how their inheritors had been killed by the inheritor of demonic methods. Anger and killing intent surged in them. He exposed himself. Is he going to expose everything? Everyone, please be careful. Since he didn't want to hide anymore, he must have decided to fight to the death. Gu Chang'e spoke in a deep voice. It seemed like he had not expected Jiang Chen to expose himself so suddenly. His words reminded the crowd. They all became vigilant. They did not dare to be careless. After all, they were in the depths of Kun Mountain. Jiang Chen was still a divine origin master. Just as everyone was about to make a move, the ground suddenly began to rumble and shake. Not far away, the mysterious jade blocking the hole started to shake. A dreadful purple waterfall gushed out of it. It was like a heavenly river that had burst its banks. It turned into a torrent. It contained an unimaginably dreadful power. The crowd did not dare resist. They all fled in different directions to avoid it. It was chaotic here. Everyone was trying to avoid the purple waterfall. Even those who had achieved the doctrine did not dare touch it. They could feel how corrosive it was. This is a dragon's breath. At this moment, although Jiang Chen was angry, he was still clear-headed. He noticed it was a dragon's breath right away. This was the perfect opportunity for him to attack. He did not know why he had exposed the fact that he was practicing a demonic method. He was extremely angry. He wished he could kill everyone here. An uncontrollable dreadful power gushed out of his dantian. However, since it had come to this, he had no other choice. Artifact Spirit, help me crack that mysterious jade. Release the Taoist in it. Kill everyone here. Jiang Chen shouted at the artifact spirit of creation in his mind. Taking advantage of the chaos, he turned into a flowing light and dashed toward the mysterious jade. A dazzling brilliance gushed out of his palm. Like an exploding star, it crashed into the mysterious jade with a boom. That's not good. He's going to release the Taoist in the mysterious jade. Go and stop him. The Ji family's ancestor turned pale. He wanted to stop Jiang Chen. But it was too late. The purple waterfall crashed into him. With a sizzling sound, it corroded his body quickly. He had to fight back. The others also turned pale. They did not have enough time to stop Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen was standing there with a cold smile. He raised his hand and threw it downward. Boom! In the next moment, the profound jade that sealed the underground cave let out an extremely clear cracking sound. Cracks appeared on it, and it quickly collapsed and split apart. A dreadful evil energy suddenly swept over. It was as if it could devour everything and bury everything. Chapter 579. A dreadful evil energy surged out, flooding the surroundings like a flood. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They were both startled and infuriated. Many people hadn't come to themselves yet. They hadn't expected Jiang Chen to do this. He broke the seal of the mysterious jade directly, regardless of the consequences. Ji Chuyue's face turned pale. Jiang Chen's actions today seemed strange to her. He wasn't the confident and resolute Jiang Chen she was familiar with anymore. Moreover, Jiang Chen had concealed his identity as the inheritor of the demonic method. Her body shivered slightly. She was in pain. She felt like she had been deceived and used by Jiang Chen. Damn it. This guy has evil intentions. He wants to kill all of us here so that he can devour our main sources. As the inheritor of the demonic method, why would he come to rescue the Ji family's ancestor out of kindness? At this moment, a murderous aura erupted here. Everyone was staring at Jiang Chen while dodging the purple waterfall. Their eyes were burning with anger. They wished they could cut him into pieces. Many doctrine achievers were infuriated. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't escape, they would have killed Jiang Chen already. You promised me that you would kill them after you got out of here. At this moment, Jiang Chen didn't care about the others' thoughts and expressions. With a delighted smile on his face, he spoke to the Taoist in the mysterious jade. Crack. The mysterious jade that had sealed the cave cracked in Jiang Chen's hand. Pieces of it fell down and fell into the cave. The Taoist Xing Guan seemed to have heard Jiang Chen's words. His body, which seemed to have lost all of its vitality, suddenly shivered. His closed eyes seemed like they were about to open. A boundless evil energy emanated from him, as if countless creatures had been killed by him. The crowd was terrified. Their bodies felt like they were about to crack. They couldn't bear the dreadful energy emanating from him. Even Supreme Being realm existences were trembling right now, feeling extremely uneasy. 690 This Taoist's strength when he was alive was indescribably dreadful. I'm finally out of here, the old Taoist in the feathered robe murmured slowly. He seemed to be exclaiming with emotion, but he also seemed excited. However, the crowd detected a boundless evil energy in his voice. It was overwhelming and suffocating. Jiang Chen, take this opportunity to leave. Escape through that cave. The spirit of the immortal boat of fortune in Jiang Chen's mind urged him. He had a feeling that the Taoist in feather clothes was not someone easy to get along with. In particular, the murderous aura emanating from it caused it to feel even more uneasy. Jiang Chen nodded. He knew it was dangerous to touch a tiger's skin, so he turned into a flowing light and ran towards the hole in the ground ahead of him. As for what happened behind him, it had nothing to do with him. Even though he wanted to see with his own eyes how Gu Chang'e was killed by the feather-clothed Taoist, he didn't dare to do so. Not good, that brat is going to escape. Seeing Jiang Chen disappearing into the cave, many people turned pale. They were even more furious and unwilling to accept the result. Yao Yao, who had witnessed Jiang Chen break the seal of the mysterious jade and release the Taoist sealed in it, watched him run away. How could this not make them angry? However, they didn't have time to chase after Jiang Chen, because they had another important matter to attend to. The feathery Taoist who had broken out of the seal in the profound jade was clearly not a good person. Watch out for this guy. The accomplished doctrine of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain said in a deep voice. Looking at the feathery Taoist with fear, they were on guard against his sudden attack. The others also took out their magic weapons, ready to fight. He. I didn't expect to get out of here one day. You're lucky enough to see this. Even if you die, you should be satisfied. The feathery Taoist was smiling coldly. He had looked like an immortal. Because this expression, for no reason, revealed a bit of evil. He glanced over everyone here. He didn't care about the accomplished doctrine at all. As for the other practitioners and living creatures, they were no different from shrimps and fish in his eyes. They weren't even qualified to be taken seriously by him. Although he was just an incarnation of the evil thought in the corpse, he had inherited many doctrine methods and theurgies of the feathery Taoist. Even in this place, he could defeat many accomplished doctrine easily. I think I know who he is. Ancient Celestial Venerable Yuhua, a supreme being in the immortal ancient times. He was defeated by Ancient Celestial Venerable Reincarnation. Then he disappeared. I didn't expect him to be trapped in Kuan Mountain. It seems his corpse transformed and gained intelligence. We're definitely not a match for him. At this moment, an accomplished doctrine of the ancient Yi clan suddenly spoke. He stared at the pattern on the feathery Taoist sleeve in shock. In the immortal ancient times, people called ancient celestial venerables were at least immortals. Even though the current world had changed so much that they couldn't exert the power of immortals, they were still far from being a match for them. People's hearts sank when they heard that. They were very cautious. If an ancient celestial venerable's corpse transformed after his death, didn't that mean the corpse in front of them was at least immortals? Who could break it? Even though his blood energy had weakened after so many years, few people in the current upper realm could contend with him. No wonder Ji Xingqiu, the ancestor of the Ji family, suddenly warned people through holy awareness not to touch that mysterious jade. Damn inheritors of demonic methods! How dare they release such a peerless criminal? If he escapes from Kun Mountain, he'll probably become the next red female demon. Someone cursed in anger. He looked very angry. He wished he could smash Jiang Chen into pieces. However, Jiang Chen had escaped into the cave. They couldn't catch up with him in a short time. Leave Jiang Chen to me. I'll have to trouble you with this guy. Gu Chang'e suddenly spoke. He looked very serious. It seemed he also found this matter tricky. We have no other choice. Let's stall this guy and see if we can kill him here. Young Lord Chang'e will have to trouble you to chase after Jiang Chen. The accomplished doctrine of the various clans glanced at each other. Then they nodded. They weren't worried about Gu Chang'e's strength. If they ran into Jiang Chen, the latter wouldn't be able to escape. However, this was their best guess. After all, Jiang Chen was a divine origin master. The terrain here was very advantageous for him. If Gu Chang'e wasn't careful, he might suffer losses. The heavenly phoenix maiden, six-crowned king, the celestial monster monarch, and the others sighed. They knew they couldn't help with their current strength. They could only ask the strong people behind them to cover for them. They flew toward the cave quietly, trying to leave this place. If a great battle broke out, no one could protect them. You want to escape? Today, all of you will stay here. The old Taoist in the feathery robe seemed to have seen through their plan. He sneered coldly. Waving his sleeve, he moved forward. A dreadful evil energy soared into the sky. It was like a broken Milky Way. It covered the sky and the earth. Cracking sounds echoed. It was suffocating. The other accomplished doctrine didn't dare hesitate. They hurried to take out their doctrine attainment artifacts. Dreadful pressures intertwined. They filled the air here. It was like many immortal divine weapons were colliding. It was a dreadful sight. The whole Mount Kun shook. Light soared into the sky. It penetrated the sky and flew toward the extraterritorial area. Numerous practitioners and living creatures in the outside world witnessed this scene in shock. They were extremely shocked. While the old Taoist in the feathery robe was fighting with the others. Gu Chang'e's figure also moved, directly stepping into the underground cave, quickly disappearing. The old Taoist in the feathery robe was covering for him and stalling for time. If the Ji family's ancestor was trapped in the cave, it would save him a lot of time. As to where Jiang Chen had escaped, he wasn't worried. Because he had planted a demon seed in Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen escaped to the ends of the earth or the other side of the starry sky, Gu Chang'e could still catch him. The cave was extremely vast. It was so spacious that one couldn't see the end of it. The magnificent underground palace was ancient. It seemed like it had been contaminated by endless dust. The stone rooms, the stone palaces, and everything else were full of traces of time. Jiang Chen rushed in. Then he followed the instructions of the celestial boat's artifact spirit. He went deeper. There were many restrictions here. The walls were covered with all kinds of ancient patterns. There were also many divine stones inlaid in them. They were emitting a hazy light. If Jiang Chen had enough time, he would have taken all of these things with him. Do you think the people behind us will catch up with us? Although Gu Chang'e is strong, I don't think he's a match for that Taoist. Jiang Chen was talking to the celestial boat's artifact spirit in his mind while running. He knew the Taoist in the feathery robe was dreadful. However, Gu Chang'e had too many tricks up his sleeve. He didn't know whether the Taoist in the feathery robe could kill Gu Chang'e. I don't think it'll be easy, but the Taoist in the feathery robe should be able to stall Gu Chang'e for a while. The celestial boat's artifact spirit said. It didn't think the Taoist in the feathery robe could kill Gu Chang'e. Besides, compared to the Taoist in the feathery robe, Gu Chang'e was more mysterious in its eyes. Jiang Chen kept silent. He sighed to himself. He didn't say anything more. He felt that even if he escaped from Mount Kuan, he would be reduced to a rat crossing the street and become the enemy of the whole world. Gu Chang'e had called him the inheritor of the demonic method. When he had gotten the inheritance, he had felt it wasn't an orthodox method, but he didn't have time to think about it. However, he had nothing to do with the so-called inheritor of the demonic method. He had no choice but to be regarded as the inheritor of the demonic method. Now, I can only take one step at a time. I'll leave this damn place first. Then I'll figure out another way. Jiang Chen sighed to himself. However, he was more determined to take revenge. The underground palace was vast, cold, and deadly silent. There were some rare treasures hanging on the walls, emitting a weak light. This place was more like an abyss buried at the end of the ground. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had the help of the celestial boat's artifact spirit. He didn't have to go into a dead end. Then he went deeper into the palace safely. He gradually calmed down. He didn't panic anymore. After all, the black-clothed Taoist was dreadful. He should be able to stall Gu Chang'e and others for a long time. It was even more likely that they would all be killed outside of the cave. Chapter 580. Why do I feel like someone is calling me? All of a sudden, Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks. A confused look appeared on his face. However, when he listened carefully, he didn't hear anything. He raised his head and looked around. This place was empty except for some tall pillars. Is this the voice of the Ji family's ancestor? Jiang Chen was startled. After what had happened to the Ji family, he didn't have a good impression of them anymore. He certainly didn't want to rescue their ancestor at this moment. In his eyes, this was extremely risky. Who knew whether the Ji family's ancestor would bite the hand that fed him? He had already suffered many losses. I feel like you should give it a try. According to the rumors, the Ji family's ancestor was a kind-hearted person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked so many orthodoxies to accept his kindness. Maybe this is an opportunity for you, the artifact spirit artifact said. The spirit of the immortal boat of fortune said. He thought Jiang Chen should give it a try. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment. He felt like what the artifact spirit artifact said was reasonable. What if this was an opportunity for him to clear his name? Then Jiang Chen walked toward the source of the voice without hesitation. If the situation turned for the worse, he would find a way to escape. The Ji family's ancestor had been trapped here for so many years, and he could only transmit information through sound transmission. He should have reached the end of his life. He shouldn't be a threat to me, Jiang Chen thought. Gnashing his teeth, Jiang Chen calmed himself down and walked toward the depths. After walking for a few dozen miles, he felt a kind of surging pressure in front of him. It was like a huge wave that overflowed into the sky. However, it also felt like an ancient sky was falling down. People couldn't help but kneel down and worship it. This was the world's mighty force, which couldn't be described with words. All living beings were as weak as ants facing such a pressure. What is this? Jiang Chen looked at the scene ahead of him in shock. It was like a chaotic river that ran through the universe. It was flowing on both sides. A dreadful energy pervaded the air. There were black waves on both sides. They were like the lunar river. Chaotic energy pervaded the air. It seemed like they could lead to the depths of the starry sky. Many dragon coffins were floating on both sides of the river. They were bobbing up and down. The traces left behind by them were extremely ancient. They had surpassed many eras. It was difficult to trace their origin. How could there be such a grand scene in this underground palace? It was like he had come to the depths of the universe. In an instant, he seemed to have arrived outside the starry sky. Ancient and majestic stars bobbed up and down one after another above their heads. Tens of thousands of resplendent starlight shone brilliantly. The heavenly river was vast, extending to the other side of the world. Jiang Chen even saw the blood that had gathered on the ground ahead of him. 9 different colors interweaved, and they were dazzling. Immortal radiance shone resplendently. The terrifying aura made his skin feel like it was about to split open, as if the blade of the great Tao was cutting his bones. Even though there were strands of primal chaos energy descending from the surroundings, they were also making cracking sounds as if they were about to collapse. It was difficult for them to take even half a step closer. Immortal King blood. Moreover, there were quite a few of them, forming a small lake. An immortal king really did die here, and it was related to the Dragon clan. Could this be the Dragon King's resting palace? Jiang Chen was extremely shocked. He didn't even dare take half a step forward. He understood how terrifying that immortal king blood was. Even though countless years had passed, to the extent where even the divinity within it had dissipated, it was still extremely powerful. However, just the remaining aura was enough to kill any living being. Little friend, after arriving here, Jiang Chen once again heard the voice of the Ji family's ancestor, Ji Xingqiu. Looking toward the source of the voice, he saw an extremely tall platform in the deepest part of the underground palace. There seemed to be a vague figure on it. It was extremely thin and withered. If one didn't look at it carefully, one could even mistake it for firewood. It didn't even look like a human anymore. "Senior, is that you?" Jiang Chen asked. He hadn't expected the Ji family's ancestor, who was rumored to be so arrogant, to be in such a miserable state. However, he had been trapped in Kuan Mountain for so many years, but he hadn't died yet. That was enough to prove he wasn't a simple person. "Little friend, it's me. There are restraining formation patterns left by the true dragons here. There's also the remaining aura of an immortal king. Little friend, don't act rashly. Otherwise, you'll get yourself into trouble." The thin figure lying on the platform spoke. He looked extremely weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, as if it would go out at any moment. Jiang Chen hadn't expected Ji Xingqiu to worry about his safety first. He somehow had a good impression of him. "I see. Senior, how can I get you out?" asked Jiang Chen. "Find the 8 formation keys here and break them. The restraining formation here will disappear, of course. I was lucky enough to hide on this platform all these years. That's how I managed to avoid being killed by the restraining force. You must be careful. These restraining formations were deployed by an immortal king. Although they're all broken now, they're still very powerful." Ji Xingqiu sighed. Although he was still weak, Jiang Chen's arrival gave him hope. He couldn't help but force himself to stand up. "I see. Senior, I'll get you out right away." Jiang Chen nodded. He started to look for the formation keys around as Ji Xingqiu had told him. At the same time, he was talking with the spirit of the vessel in his mind. He wanted to know whether Ji Xingqiu was worth saving. If you can get him out, maybe he'll be your backer. The vessel spirit's voice was filled with excitement. "I think Ji Xingqiu has been trapped in Mount Kun all these years. Maybe he's benefited from his misfortune. His cultivation has improved. He must have surpassed the immortal state when he was at his peak. Although the rules of the universe aren't complete, I think he'll be as strong as a genuine immortal once he recovers. It made a solemn vow. Jiang Chen's heart was set on fire when he heard this. If he had a backer as strong as a genuine immortal, wouldn't it be possible for him to take revenge? Then Jiang Chen was looking for the formation keys according to Ji Xingchu's request while talking with him. He also learned how Ji Xingchu had been trapped in Mount Kuan. According to Ji Xingchu, the inheritance of an immortal king was the most attractive thing. Mount Kuan used to be the nest of the genuine dragons from the upper realm. Later, the dragon king of the genuine dragons was killed somehow and died here. Ji Xingchu was bold. He broke into Mount Kuan alone, trying to find the inheritance of the dragon king of the genuine dragons. However, he accidentally triggered the restraining formation here. Fortunately, he hit on that platform in time to avoid the restraining formation around it. That was how he survived. It was for this reason that he had been trapped here for so many years without any news. I guess the outside world has changed a lot. I wonder if Lin, Ji Xingchu, have never broken my promise to anyone in my whole life, except for her. While telling Jiang Chen what had happened, Ji Xingchu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he burst into tears. He regretted it, thinking of his former lover. He also learned about the changes in the outside world from Jiang Chen's words. Many things had changed. Things had remained the same, but people had changed. The bamboo tree that the two of them planted together should have already withered and turned into dust. Jiang Chen didn't care about Ji Xingchu's sigh at the moment. He only wanted to save him and use him as a protective talisman. Ji Xingchu seemed to know what Jiang Chen was thinking. He suddenly smiled and said, "My young friend, don't worry. Since you saved me, you are my benefactor and the whole Ji family's benefactor. I've always been open and aboveboard. I've never cheated anyone. What's more, I'm biting the hand that feeds me." She begged for fresh flowers. "Senior, I've never doubted your character." Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He showed a rare smile. Somehow, he suddenly thought of Ji Chuyue and what Gu Chang'e had said in the dungeon. The Ji family's son-in-law. Maybe it wasn't impossible. After half a day, there was a great rumble. Brilliant lights illuminated the surroundings. The dreadful chaotic waves rising from both sides gradually disappeared. They gradually returned to the darkness. The 9 formation keys have been dealt with. The pressure shrouding this place is gone. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised to see this, as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. "My young friend, you've worked hard. But I still have to ask you for a favor. I've been trapped here for so many years. I'm almost exhausted. I still need some time to recover before I can take you out of here. During this time, I'll have to trouble you to protect me." On the doctrine platform, Ji Xingchu was also delighted. He said to Jiang Chen again after taking a deep breath. Jiang Chen nodded. He certainly had no problem with this. He could see that Ji Xingchu was so withered that he didn't even look like a human anymore. He had probably been holding on for so many years that he had used up all his spirit energy. Very soon, Ji Xingchu entered a meditative state, and the surrounding spirit qi began to surge towards him. The doctrine rhythm and spirit opportunity that had been accumulated in the underground palace for so many years also turned into a vortex, gathering here. As long as I leave Mount Kuan, my life will be rewritten. Gu Chang'e, you didn't expect this, did you? Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Coldness flashed in his eyes. Then he started to sit with his legs crossed to recover. He thought of many things, including how to expose Gu Chang'e's true colors and how to avenge his friends. He wanted Gu Chang'e to pay him back one by one. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly heard footsteps coming from not far away. The footsteps were neither fast nor slow. The person who was coming seemed to be very calm. And it seemed that the person wanted him to hear them on purpose. That was why he heard the footsteps. At this moment, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling. He turned his head to look at the other side of the underground palace. His pupils suddenly shrank. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was scared out of his wits. Jiang Chen felt cold from head to toe. He was even trembling slightly. He felt a great terror coming toward him. He felt like his heart was being strangled. He felt like his bones and flesh were going to explode. He didn't expect Gu Chang'e to show up here. Shouldn't the old Taoist in feathered clothes be holding him back? Gu Chang'e, why are you here? He tried to calm himself down, but his voice was shaking. Gu Chang'e walked towards him unhurriedly. She shook her head and said with a natural expression, I came here to rescue Senior Ji Xingqiu. But as for you, the inheritor of the demonic arts, what do you want? Not only did you release the feather-clothed Taoist, who was sealed in the mysterious jade, but you also tried to kill all of the people who came to rescue Senior Ji Xingqiu. Gu Chang'e, don't slander me. I'm not the inheritor of demonic methods. You're framing me. Jiang Chen's eyes turned slightly red. Staring at Gu Chang'e, he felt cold all over. He was extremely scared. Then why don't you explain why you know the devil arts? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, not giving any comment. Also, why did you destroy the mysterious jade and release the feather-clothed Taoist so that he could kill all the strong people of the other races? Chapter 581. Gu Chang'e's sudden appearance cast a shadow over Jiang Chen's heart. Especially when he heard what Gu Chang'e said at this moment, it made his heart skip a beat. He had a bad feeling. He knew Ji Xingqiu was meditating to recover, but in fact, he had been paying attention to what was happening here. Gu Chang'e's arrival couldn't have been kept a secret from Ji Xingqiu. He had been framed by Gu Chang'e as the inheritor of demonic methods. He could defend himself. But the Taoist in feathery clothes he had released from the mysterious jade was an undeniable fact. Gu Chang'e had been sizing up the surroundings since he had arrived, especially the platform in the first place. He felt a little strange. In fact, he had been here for a long time, but he hadn't come here yet. He was waiting for Jiang Chen to break the prohibition around Ji Xingqiu. In fact, Gu Chang'e knew about the true dragons living in Mount Kuan. Furthermore, he knew how the Dragon King of the True Dragon clan had died. This had a lot to do with him. But to be exact, it had something to do with Chan Hongyi. After all, she had killed the Dragon King with her own hands. The reason why her wooden comb was left here was also related to that battle. Before the immortal ancient era, Mount Kuan and Mount Luan had been called the two holy mountains of the upper realm, but Mount Luan had been destroyed by the Demon Lord single-handedly. To imitate the Demon Lord, Chan Hongyi had come to Mount Kuan to challenge the Lord of the Dragons, trying to destroy the mountain. As for the result of that battle, only a few ancient books had recorded it. The immortal king of Mount Kuan had died. This place had become a forbidden area for life. For countless eras, no creature had cracked the mystery. Coming back to himself, Gu Chang'e gazed at the pools of blood not far away. His look was a little complicated. Misty chaotic energy was falling from the platform. A large amount of purple light was floating around it, as if stars were circling it. Ji Xingqiu was sitting there with his legs crossed. His figure had become blurred and thin. He was taking in the spirits sweeping over from all directions to recover his strength. At that moment, his eyelids also moved slightly. His originally extremely withered face started to become plump and rosy. It was as if a lantern had suddenly appeared in the darkness. It was extremely bright, illuminating the surroundings. He looked in the direction of Gu Chang'e and frowned. He seemed to be puzzled by Gu Chang'e's words. What's going on? Puzzled, Ji Xingqiu asked Jiang Chen. He had assumed Jiang Chen was a junior who had come to rescue him, but he didn't know anything else. Jiang Chen didn't mention much to him. He just told him that he had a good relationship with the Ji family's young miss, Ji Chuyue. But at this moment, it seemed that there was more to it than met the eye. Inheritor of demonic arts. Release Yuhua Gu Tianzuan from the mysterious jade. No matter which one it was, it didn't sound like a good thing. Even though Saint Ji had never heard about the inheritors of demonic arts before he stepped into Mount Kuan, he had never heard about the inheritors of demonic arts. But in this world, for it to be called a demonic art, it probably had something to do with the person who killed the Lord of the Dragon clan of Kuan Mountain. Furthermore, he had sensed that the profound jade was acting rashly earlier, so he had warned the people outside. Jiang Chen didn't know how to answer Ji Xingchu's question. He didn't know how to explain it. He had tried so hard to cozy up to Ji Xingchu. How could he allow Gu Chang'e to provoke him with just a few words? Senior, we were forced to do what we did outside the cave. If we hadn't broken the profound jade, we wouldn't have been able to come in to rescue you. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and looked towards Gu Chang'e with hatred in his eyes. You have to believe me. I'm not a bad guy. I'm the one in front of you. I'm a monster. I've done all kinds of bad things. I'm a lunatic. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and looked towards Gu Chang'e with hatred. However, Ji Xingchu wasn't a fool. He wouldn't be fooled by just a few words. He obviously sensed that Jiang Chen was hiding something from him. He wasn't telling the truth. He sighed and said, "My young friend, don't worry. Since you are my savior, I won't treat you well. After this old man escapes, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. As for your previous identity, this old man doesn't care." Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Ji Xingchu's words. I'm Gu Chang'e from the Longevity Gu. Nice to meet you, Senior Ji Xingchu. At this moment, Gu Chang'e came up and greeted Ji Xingchu with a small smile. The Longevity Gu. Ji Xingchu turned pale. Then something occurred to him. He asked, "Are you the current young lord of the Longevity Gu?" He spoke in a firm tone. Because he sensed Gu Chang'e's cultivation level was unfathomable. He was obviously young. At most, he was about the same age as Jiang Chen. He sounded much milder. Compared to Jiang Chen, he obviously valued Gu Chang'e more. Gu Chang'e smiled. Cupping his hands slightly, he said, "Yes, I am. I heard you were trapped here, so I discussed it with Lord Ji Hao and others. We called all the orthodoxies from the upper realm here to rescue you. Unfortunately, we were set up by a villain on the way. The Taoist in the mysterious jade was released. All the orthodoxies suffered great losses. I was lucky. I managed to escape. That's why I came here." Yeah. Ji Xingchu's expression suddenly became somewhat uncertain. He had lived for many years. Of course he wasn't stupid. He didn't believe Gu Chang'e's or Jiang Chen's words completely. Judging from what Gu Chang'e had said, Jiang Chen had committed a heinous crime. However, he did not know why he felt a chill from Gu Chang'e's body, which made him feel a little uneasy. This young lord of the Gu was definitely not as simple as he looked. He was hiding a lot. In Ji Xingchu's state, he couldn't read people's minds directly. But it was easy for him to tell whether a person was sincere or not through the slightest change in expression or tone. In his opinion, Gu Chang'e said that he was lucky enough to escape, but there was no trace of injury on his body. From the beginning to the end, there was a kind of casual nature. It was as if everything was under his control. On the contrary, Jiang Chen was extremely nervous and vigilant since Gu Chang'e had shown up. He was extremely scared. "Senior, you don't believe my good intentions." While Ji Xingchu was pondering, Gu Chang'e spoke again, smiling. Jiang Chen turned pale. His heart was pounding. He had a bad feeling. Was Gu Chang'e going to attack Ji Xingqiu? Was that why Gu Chang'e had come to Mount Kun? He didn't want to rescue Ji Xingqiu. He wanted to kill him. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't imagine why Gu Chang'e was so bold. Ji Xingqiu was an extremely old and invincible man. He had been unrivaled in the world. He was unimaginably strong. Ji Xingqiu frowned. Then he said, "Young Lord of the Gu, I appreciate your good intentions. I'll definitely repay your kindness after I get out of Mount Kun." Somehow, like Jiang Chen, he also had a bad feeling about this. The young master of the Gu family in front of him seemed to be the one with bad intentions. Gu Chang'e shook his head. Smiling, he said, "Senior, you don't have to wait until then. You can repay my kindness now. I'm afraid you'll refuse me if I wait until then." Ji Xingqiu pulled a long face. He said, "What do you mean? If you want repayment, I'll give it to you now." At this moment, anyone could feel Gu Chang'e's evil intentions. "Senior, you've been trapped here for too long. You're confused. Junior, it's better for you to take the reward yourself." Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. He sounded like he didn't care. Ji Xingqiu pulled a long face. When Gu Chang'e had finished speaking, another whooshing sound came from not far away. Along with the horrible smell of blood and evil energy, a vague figure flew over quickly. He flew across the air and showed up here. It was the Taoist in feathery clothes, who had just escaped from the mysterious jade. His sleeves were stained with blood. It was obvious how fierce the battle had been. The Taoist in feathery clothes? Why is he here? Jiang Chen had not expected the old Taoist in the mysterious jade to show up here. He was struck dumb. He was very surprised. Then he beamed. He still remembered that the old Taoist in the Xian jade swore on his Taoist heart that he would kill Gu Chang'e as long as he saved him. In Jiang Chen's eyes, this old Taoist had come here to kill Gu Chang'e. However, the joy on his face froze in the next second. He found it hard to believe. He was petrified. "I've done what I promised you. I hope you can keep your promise." The Taoist in feathery clothes landed. Ignoring Jiang Chen's expectant look, he said to Gu Chang'e with a weird smile. "You killed them all?" Gu Chang'e asked casually, as if he was not surprised by the Taoist's arrival at all. The Taoist in feathery clothes shook his head. "Some wanted to escape. I couldn't catch them, but I killed most of them. I've done what you asked me to do." "Okay." Gu Chang'e nodded. Smiling slightly, he said, "Don't worry. I'm a man of my word. After leaving Kun Mountain, you'll not only regain your freedom, but also get a new identity. From now on, you can do whatever you want in this vast world. No one can restrict you." The Taoist in feathery clothes was also looking forward to such a life. Hearing this, his eyes burned with undisguised passion. After all, he was not the real ancient celestial venerable Yuhua. He was just a spirit born in his corpse. He could do whatever he wanted in Kun Mountain, but once he left, he would be like a mayfly without a root. He could be struck by lightning at any time and disappear. Gu Chang'e had agreed to give him the corpse doctrine's heavenly technique so that he could regain control of ancient celestial venerable Yuhua's corpse. It was even possible for him to recreate ancient celestial venerable Yuhua's peak glory. "You transmitted your voice to me on purpose. Was it Gu Chang'e's arrangement?" Staring at the Taoist in feathery clothes, Jiang Chen pulled a long face, as if he had just eaten a dead fly. He had also realized that the Taoist in feathery clothes and Gu Chang'e had made a deal a long time ago. He was the only one who was complacent like a fool. He thought he had defeated Gu Chang'e for sure. However, he did not know that all of this was part of Gu Chang'e's plan. Releasing the Taoist in the mysterious jade was part of Gu Chang'e's plan. "Looks like you're not that stupid after all." The Taoist in feathery clothes sneered when he saw Jiang Chen talking to him. He did not take him seriously at all. Jiang Chen pulled a long face. You swore a doctrine heart. You promised me. Aren't you afraid of the natural law's backlash and your future will be cut off? Chapter 582. The Taoist in feathery clothes burst out laughing, as if he had just heard a joke. I'm just a corpse. How could I have a doctrine heart? He sneered disdainfully, as if he was looking at a fool. He hadn't expected Jiang Chen to take his words seriously, even though he had just been fooling around. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely unsightly. He felt like he had been insulted. He was extremely aggrieved and angry. You've schemed so much. What's the point? Ji Xingqiu had been watching from the platform. He could not help but ask in a low voice. By then, he had figured out the whole story. Jiang Chen had not let the Taoist in feathery clothes out of his own will. It was Gu Chang'e who had taken advantage of him. He was shocked. He did not dare underestimate Gu Chang'e anymore. Old friend, let's settle the grudge between us. The Taoist in feathery clothes interrupted him. He took a step forward and said with a cold smile. Although he was not the original Yuhua ancient celestial venerable, he had more or less inherited many memories. Among them was how he had been attacked by Ji Xingqiu and how he had been sealed out of the cave. He did not waste any more time. He dashed toward Ji Xingqiu directly. He could see that Ji Xingqiu had just gotten out of prison. He was extremely weak. Of course, he had to take advantage of the situation to kill him. You're just a corpse. How dare you be so fierce? Ji Xingqiu looked cold. Although he had just gotten out of prison and was not very strong, a corpse was not to be underestimated. He immediately flicked his sleeve, and a jet-black small sword flew out. It was less than a meter long, and it was incomparably sparkling and translucent. It was coiled with dragon markings, and it emitted clanging sounds as it emitted strands of terrifying sword qi. This was a magic weapon made of the divine dragon pattern gold he had gotten from Mount Kuan. It was indestructible. He did not even need to activate it. It could emit dreadful rules and orders. It was extremely powerful. I don't think you're any better. You're just a coward. You're just a shell. The Taoist in feathery clothes sneered as well. He exerted his strong means. A horsetail whisk appeared out of nowhere. With a sweep of his hand, a thunderous sound rang out, causing the void to collapse and explode. There was even primal chaos that gushed out. The two individuals began to fight on the Tao platform. The power was extremely terrifying, and all types of multicolored light rushed into the sky, about to destroy this place. If it weren't for the fact that this was the immortal king's bedroom of the True Dragon Clan and was engraved with many formation runes and restrictions, the True Dragon Clan wouldn't have been able to escape. Otherwise, it would immediately explode, crumble into fine powder, unable to withstand this type of incomparable fluctuation. However, this type of aura also made one's heart tremble, as if it was disrupting time. Many void figures appeared, making this place incomparably chaotic. It was as if the heavens were in chaos and the world was about to collapse. It seems that your final backer is unreliable. Seeing Ji Xingqiu and the Taoist in feathery clothes fighting, Gu Chang'e said casually, looking at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen's face turned pale. His whole body felt cold. He was shivering from head to toe. It was difficult for him to move. He was enveloped by the terrifying pressure, and he felt like he was suffocating. All of his blood seemed like it was going to flow backwards. Before this, he had never imagined that he would have such a day. There was no chance for him to survive, and he was desperate. Gu Chang'e's strength was definitely not a match for him. Even if he used all of his means, it would still be in vain. The gap between the two was too big, so big that it made him feel desperate. Gu Chang'e approached him unhurriedly. He sighed and said, I wanted to keep you alive and kill you later, but unfortunately, you asked for it. Jiang Chen did not understand what he meant, but he could feel Gu Changa's undisguised killing intent. As long as I'm alive, I'll definitely kill you to take revenge. He gnashed his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. He was full of hatred. How will you kill me? The celestial boat of good fortune? Or the demonic method you know? Gu Changa didn't take it seriously and smiled faintly. What? How do you know all this? Jiang Chen's mind went blank, as if he had just been hit by a huge bell. His eyes opened wide. He was even a little dumbfounded at this moment. He had never expected that his biggest secret would be told by his enemy one day. Did that mean Gu Changa had known about the existence of the fairy boat of creation long ago? He also knew his identity as a divine origin master was fake. He had achieved all this with the help of the fairy boat of creation. Jiang Chen could not believe it. A dreadful coldness swept over his body. He could not help but shiver. Do you suddenly feel like you're living a pitiful life? I don't only know your biggest secret. I even gave you the method you're practicing. Gu Changa smiled gently, but his look was calm. What do you mean? What do you mean you gave me the method I'm practicing? Jiang Chen's whole body was cold. Even he didn't realize his voice was trembling. It was full of fear. Isn't this the master who gave you the method? Gu Changa smiled. He shook his sleeves. A familiar figure suddenly showed up in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted. He stepped back directly. He almost fell on the ground. Jiang Chen's face turned pale. He looked scared and incredulous, as if he was petrified. The black-robed senior, he gnashed his teeth. He was shivering. He had been looking for the black-robed senior who had saved him and given him the method. However, he had not found any clues. It was as if this person had disappeared from the world. It was more like he had never existed. Jiang Chen had been sad for a while. He had thought the black-robed senior had encountered an enemy and died. However, to his surprise, even the black-robed senior who had saved him had been arranged by Gu Changa. Jiang Chen almost could not breathe. He felt like he was drowning in a whirlpool. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape the fate of drowning. At this moment, Jiang Chen figured everything out. He could not help but look desperate. It turns out you are the inheritor of the demonic method. Your maid is just a cover for you. The weapon spirit of the blessed immortal boat in his sea of awareness was also extremely scared. It did not occur to him that they had been living in Gu Changa's scheme from the beginning. They felt like their fates were being manipulated like threads. They were desperate. Jiang Chen could not accept such a cruel fact. He almost blacked out and passed out. Gu Changa smiled faintly, but did not explain anything. You've been watching for a long time. Are you still not going to show up? If you don't save him, I'll kill him. Then you won't get the blessed immortal boat you want. At this moment, Gu Changa suddenly looked at a certain void outside and said with a strange look in her eyes. Jiang Chen, trembling and desperate, was struck dumb when he heard this. He could not help but look in the direction Gu Changa was looking at. Besides them, was there anyone else here? Buzz. In the next moment, the void trembled slightly like a painting, followed by ripple-like ripples spreading out. A slender and graceful figure in white walked out from within. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her dress fluttered in the wind. Her facial features were beautiful and cold, and she emitted an otherworldly aura like a fairy from the moon palace. Ruoyin, Jiang Chen opened his eyes wide. Gazing at this familiar yet strange figure, he could not believe it. Why was Xiao Ruoyin in Mount Kuan? Had she come to rescue him? At this moment, the center of Jiang Chen's eyebrows suddenly lit up. The top of his head became crystal clear. Then the weapon spirit of the blessed immortal boat dashed out. It turned into a palm-sized bronze boat. It shouted in surprise, "Master." It was very sensitive to energy. It realized in an instant that the Xiao Ruoyin in front of it was not the Xiao Ruoyin it had known before. She was its real master, the high priest of fate, who had recovered the memory of his past life. Xiao Ruoyin did not speak to Jiang Chen after showing up. Instead, she looked at Gu Chang'e. Then she said with a sigh, "You found me in the end." She should have noticed it a long time ago. Gu Chang'e should have found her when he had killed the Annals and those from the War Immortals mansion. However, he did not point it out, so she did not think too much about it. She went on following him. She saw everything that had happened in the underground palace that day. Even if Gu Chang'e had not said anything, she would have shown up to rescue Jiang Chen. She would not allow Gu Chang'e to destroy the blessed immortal boat. "Ruoyin, you really let me down." Gu Chang'e did not show any emotion. He only shook his head slightly, as if he felt sorry for her. "But should I call you Ruoyin now? Or the High Priest of Fate?" Xiao Ruoyin looked calm, as if she was neither happy nor sad. She was not affected by external factors. She said, "Titles are just external factors. I am still me after all." If she had had a choice, she would not have exposed her identity in front of Gu Chang'e. "You are not honest at all. Do you remember what you said to me that night?" Gu Chang'e seemed to be smiling. He still spoke casually, as if he did not care about Xiao Ruoyin's identity change at all. Xiao Ruoyin felt like he was implying something. Thinking of what had happened that night, she felt a little embarrassed. But it disappeared soon. She said naturally, "My identity was different then." "Of course, what I said was different. My identity was different. So you want to stop me now? You want me to kill you too?" Gu Chang'e said calmly. Jiang Chen was transformed by the blessed immortal boat. If you kill him, you will destroy the blessed immortal boat. So, I have to save him, Xiao Ruoyin said, shaking her head. She explained her purpose. "Do you think you can stop me?" Gu Chang'e looked at her. He asked with interest. Xiao Ruoyin shook her head. "I can't stop you with my current strength." "So, you are not stupid." Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and suddenly walked towards her. She reached out and pinched her smooth jade-like chin, making her look at her. "So, I'll give you two choices. After all, we were once husband and wife. I don't want to kill you. You tell me how to refine the blessed immortal boat, and I will let you go. I will also let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I will kill you too." Chapter 583. Gu Chang'e looked calm. He spoke very simply, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. However, both Xiao Ruoyin and Jiang Chen were silent at the moment. Jiang Chen already knew Xiao Ruoyin was no longer the Xiao Ruoyin he knew. She was the High Priest of Fate, in charge of the creation immortal boat. She used to have a supreme position in the Celestial Palace. She had not come here to save him for old time's sake. She had come here because he was the reincarnation of the creation immortal boat. She did not want to see him being destroyed by Gu Chang'e. A bitter smile appeared at the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth. It was obvious that he was mocking himself. Moreover, Xiao Ruoyin had not even glanced at him from beginning to end. It was as if his existence was of no importance. "I'll give you time to think about it, but don't forget that even if you can save him and leave this place today, there will be no place for you in the upper realm in the future." Gu Chang'e was still smiling, as if he was not worried that Xiao Ruoyin would make any other choice. "I see." Xiao Ruoyin nodded. Then she kept silent. Gazing at Gu Chang'e, many thoughts flashing through her mind. She did not make a choice immediately. However, Gu Chang'e was right about one thing. Even if she could save Jiang Chen today, there would be no place for her in the upper realm in the future. Gu Chang'e was so powerful that he could be said to have swept over the entire upper realm. Who would dare offend him? Jiang Chen was now a scapegoat for the inheritor of demonic methods. No matter where he went, he would be an enemy of the whole world. Unless she was strong enough to protect Jiang Chen all the time, all of this would be unrealistic. Besides, with her current strength, it was almost impossible for her to save Jiang Chen. And in the end, she would be buried here together with him. Gu Chang'e gave her such a choice. He was giving her a way out. Have you made up your mind? Gu Chang'e opened her mouth unhurriedly, with a faint smile. He had been paying attention to the changes in Xiao Ruoyin's expression, so he could easily guess what she was thinking. She was hesitating and wavering. In this kind of situation where death was certain, as long as one was smart, they would know how to make the right choice. Seeing Xiao Ruoyin still silent, the light in Jiang Chen's eyes gradually dimmed. He clenched his fists unwillingly, and the blood vessels in his eyes made him look even more ferocious. I'm sorry, but I don't have much choice now. Finally, Xiao Ruoyin spoke. She looked up. It was the first time she had looked at Jiang Chen since she had arrived here. However, his words were full of regret and helplessness. I've misjudged you. Ruoyin, you've disappointed me. Although Jiang Chen could understand her choice, he was still extremely resentful and angry. His eyes became extremely cold. To him, this feeling was like betrayal. However, Xiao Ruoyin did not speak again after saying this to him. Jiang Chen had a lot of things he wanted to say, but he had to swallow them. He was extremely resentful. Master, how can you do this? If you do this, it's no different from killing Jiang Chen. The weapon spirit of the blessed immortal boat was also in disbelief. Its voice was shaking. It could not believe Xiao Ruoyin had made such a choice. This was not the master it knew at all. That master was definitely not so cold and heartless. Xiao Ruoyin did not pay attention to what the weapon spirit of the blessed immortal boat had said. She shook her head slightly. After all, she had merged her memories with the original Xiao Ruoyin. She was not the original Xiao Ruoyin. If Jiang Chen wanted to get the complete blessed immortal boat, he would have to sacrifice himself sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. If it had been a little later, he might have been able to keep his intelligence and memories. But now, it was basically the end for his soul to dissipate. Xiao Ruoyin herself was not a soft-hearted person. After making the decision, her expression returned to its calm and natural state. As if all this had nothing to do with her anymore. Gu Chang'e smiled. He smoothed the strand of hair behind her ear for her. He said, I didn't misjudge you. Smart people know how to seize opportunities. Xiao Ruoyin did not speak. She sighed to herself. Then she told Gu Chang'e how to refine the blessed immortal boat. Gu Chang'e had known she would make such a choice, but he did not change his expression. He did not try it immediately after getting the method. Instead, he deduced it first, but he did not find anything wrong with it. The blessed immortal boat was divided into two parts. One was the weapon spirit, and the other was the magic weapon itself. Jiang Chen was the magic weapon itself. However, due to an accident during his reincarnation, he had turned into a human and inherited the great luck of the original blessed immortal boat. He had become the son of luck. To get the complete blessed immortal boat, of course, they would have to merge Jiang Chen with the weapon spirit of the blessed immortal boat. Then they would have to refine it again. This process was not complicated at all. It would just take some time. Ruoyin, are you really going to help Gu Chang'e kill me? Jiang Chen had witnessed how Xiao Ruoyin had taught Gu Chang'e the method to refine the blessed immortal boat. At this moment, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if thousands of knives and swords were cutting him apart. Xiao Ruoyin did not say anything. She looked very calm, as if she had not heard Jiang Chen at all. Her indifference made Jiang Chen smile bitterly. He was desperate and disappointed. Boom! 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 Many divine lights and black thunderbolts flashed, as if they had penetrated the sky and pierced through the universe. At this moment, on the doctrine platform, Ji Xingqiu and the Taoist in Yue were still fighting. They were locked in a fierce battle. Strands of chaotic qi exploded and spread out in all directions. At this time, even the void collapsed into countless fragments and was silently annihilated. At this moment, the two were fighting so hard that they did not have time for anything else. They were not even in the mood to listen to the conversation between Jiang Chen and Gu Chang'e. At their current state, although they had not recovered their peak state, the ripples created by their fight were still terrifying. Even doctrine achievers would be terrified in front of them. They would not have the nerve to approach them. Although Jiang Chen was very disappointed in Xiao Ruoyin, he still had a glimmer of hope. He felt the Ji family's ancestor might be able to solve this day's predicament and turn the situation around. He pinned his last hope on the Ji family's ancestor. However, at this moment, a dreadful black light suddenly appeared. It rose behind Gu Chang'e like a matchless sun. It was dazzling and had a taboo power that could devour everything. What is this? Jiang Chen felt like his holy soul was about to be devoured by the black light. He could not help but shiver. Boom! The void started to tremble, as if it would be crushed by the black sun. Even the primal chaos energy that leaked out collapsed at this moment, and was devoured by the primal chaos. It was a black bottle that was as big as a palm. It looked like it was made of many great doctrine runes. Divine chains of order fell from it like a waterfall. They rushed toward the two people on the platform. It seemed like they were going to drown them. In a deeper place, a dreadful gray fog swept over. It covered the sky and the sun. Along with a dreadful whizzing sound, it devoured the whole place. Gu Chang'e stepped forward and attacked. He wanted to take advantage of the two people's fight to take advantage of it. This is, the Ji family's ancestor and the Taoist in Yue, who were fighting on the platform, were disturbed. They turned pale. They detected the dreadful ripples immediately. Then they recognized the great doctrine bottle. Their expressions changed. They were shocked. They could not believe it. Impossible, the Taoist in Yue did not have time to get angry at Gu Chang'e's sudden attack. Fear appeared on his face, as if he had seen something unbelievable. He was born in the immortal ancient era. He was very knowledgeable. He obviously knew what this great doctrine bottle meant. It was a taboo object. However, he did not know that this object was not condensed from runes. It was a real object. I don't care where you came from. You have to pay the price for scheming against this old man. At this time, the Ji family's ancestor reacted. He glared at Gu Chang'e and shouted furiously. He was like a great furnace that could refine the world, and he displayed an unrivaled technique. He was strong to the extreme, and his vital energy and blood surged into the heavens. He was valiant like a god, and he wanted to use strength to break through the Tao. He tried to shake off the divine light of order that was drowning towards him. He was extremely powerful. Even though he was at the end of his rope, he still exuded an invincible aura after fighting with the Taoist in Yue for so long. Gu Chang'e's expression was calm. He did not plan to let the Taoist in Yue go just because he helped him a little. In his eyes, the Taoist in Yue would become a hidden danger if he got out alive. It was better for him to stay here forever and bury everything that happened in Kun Mountain. Moreover, the Taoist in Yue's peak cultivation was not weaker than the Ji family's ancestor. It wouldn't make sense not to use such a great resource. Boom! In the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura swept out from the underground palace. The black bottle of the great Tao floated above Gu Chang'e's head like a black hole. The bottle's mouth was so deep that one could not see the bottom. This was an unparalleled devouring force that was unimaginable. It was as if the entire universe could be devoured by it. Inside, Mountain-like black beams of light shot out towards the Taoist in Yue and the Ji family's ancestor, wanting to suck them into the bottle. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, the two's methods were extremely terrifying. The Taoist in Yue summoned a Tao diagram and it hung above his head. The Tao diagram trembled. A divine mountain rushed out and collided with the bottle. It emitted an immemorial aura. However, in the next moment, as the black light fell, the grey mist surged. The divine mountains collapsed one after another and turned into ashes. They could not resist at all. Gu Changa's expression was calm as he took action. Tao tools appeared in his hands one after another. There was a purple precious bottle, a golden Tao sword, a precious fan. All of them shone brilliantly and began to recover. There was an incomparably matchless aura that surged forth like a great wave, crushing forward. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.